Volume 1. Chapter 0. Chapter 0, Living Mannequin.
One day, a mechanical but distinctly feminine voice was heard by all humans.
This is the voice who later introduces herself as the operator. A hunt will soon begin. Prepare for combat. And the moment they heard this sentence, every man, woman, and child were teleported to a blank white room alone. The room itself was not large, just slightly over 66 m cubed. And in the middle, a large hologram appeared. Chapter 0, Living Mannequin. Time limit, 30 seconds. A simple information about the enemy appeared, and then annihilate the enemy. If you cannot, you will die. A simple rule is explained. For the first chapter, just this once, you will be provided with a weapon. Select your weapon. Club, broadsword, katana, hand axe, long spear, long bow and short sword, spiked gauntlets. When Sungjin saw this, he said out loud, "Katana." And in the next instant, a katana appeared in his hands. It was a Japanese curved single-edged sword. Inspecting the weapon, he whispered to himself, "Wow, it's been a long time since I last saw this." Once the weapon was selected, the operator began a countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. After 10 seconds, the billboard disappeared, and the enemy described in it was summoned. Chapter 0, Living Mannequin. An eerie doll hung on a cross-shaped wooden stand. As promised, it was a living mannequin. It stood there unmoving. Sungjin left the mannequin alone and gazed at his weapon. "I have to do this, all over again, . Sungjin's memories flashed before his eyes. Never-ending series of battles, constant pressure to kill, and a steady stream of the death of irreplaceable comrades. While Sungjin was preoccupied with his thoughts, the operator continued to speak. 20 seconds remaining. Annihilate the enemy. If you cannot, you will die. Rows upon rows of sharp steel spikes appeared from the ceiling. "I can't do this anymore." Sungjin hung his head, shaking it as he stood there. The operator spoke again. 10 seconds remaining. Annihilate the enemy. If you cannot, you will die. The ceiling, which was now covered in spikes, began coming down. There was no place to hide and nowhere to run. The operator began countdown once more. 10, 9, 8, 7. The ceiling was now low enough to touch by jumping up, but Sungjin did not move. He watched the ceiling approach closer and closer, and thought to himself, "This is it? Is this the reward for being the last human to die? I'd rather." 6, 5, 4. But before he finished his thoughts, he recalled a promise he made with someone. "Swear to me." "You must." 3, 2. Sungjin frowned. And then 1. He swung the katana he held. Shing. The blade cut through the air and drew a red line on the neck of the mannequin. 0 you have. The moment the katana cut the mannequin's neck, the operator's voice became garbled as if bugged. The ceiling also stopped in its tracks. In a happier tone than earlier, she announced, "All monsters eliminated." Closing the chapter. Following the announcement, a hologram appeared. Completion reward, status point 0. Kill reward, black coin 0. Sungjin spoke to himself when he saw the message. Yeah, maybe, this time, it will be different. Once Sungjin was finished, he was summoned somewhere else. Star. The place he was summoned to was an enormous hall of an unknown size. And within it was an uncountable number of people. Regardless of race, all ethnicities were present in the hall. The only interesting fact was that an overwhelming majority were adult men. The people who were summoned looked panicked and confused. What's going on? Where am I? What is this? Sungjin watched with his arms folded over his chest. He reacted the same way as those people the first time he was here. Is this some sort of a reality TV show? Alien abduction? And then, people realized that they could understand one another. You know how to speak Chinese? How did you learn Arabic? Hey, are you aware you are all speaking English? And the operator's voice was heard once more, interrupting everyone's thoughts. Welcome. This time, the voice wasn't coming from inside their head, but coming from above. People naturally gazed upward to see who was speaking. Above, a beautiful woman's face appeared. My name is Operator. I am here to welcome you all for becoming representatives of mankind. Sungjin smirked when he heard her words. Welcome, what a farce. Regardless of what Sungjin thought, the operator continued to speak. This place is called the Hunter's Hall. It is where the hopes and dreams of hunters are gathered. See notes. You are all here as a result of completing the Chapter 0. And thereby earning the right to become hunters who will represent all of humanity. The reaction from the audience was varied. Hunter? What does she mean? Is she talking about that thing I just killed? Did you kill that too? Yes. I suppose you saw the same thing? Chapter 0 is something akin to a tutorial. Faced with the threat of imminent death, are you able to land the killing blow on the mannequin? Naturally, elderly, children, and disabled are unable to pass. That's not all. It was much harder than I thought. It kept on screaming so loudly. Yours as well? Living mannequins scream for their life once attacked. Because of this creepy lifelike behavior, those with difficulty in taking a life are also eliminated from Chapter 0. Physically weaker women, and also a small portion of men are part of this group. Someone comments in hindsight. I should have stabbed its heart first. Definition of hunter. Strongest representative of the entire species, living proof of the species' strength. With that said, the image of the operator changes with that of another location. The image is filled with countless women, children, and elderly. This place is the purgatory. Neither heaven nor hell. Gathered here are all the people eliminated from Chapter 0. This is only a guess, but the image on the screen was probably different for every person because people started screaming and shouting once seeing the screen. Mother! My love, why are you? My daughter! Give me back my daughter. The operator was showing everyone the people most important to them. Sick bastards. Sungjin swore under his breath, but he didn't become upset like the others. He was an orphan. The only close people he knew were several employees at the orphanage he grew up at, but he didn't feel emotionally connected to them or their fate. Hunters who perish during the hunt will also be moved to the purgatory. If someone completes all objectives and clears the challenges, everyone contained in the purgatory will be returned alive. However, if all hunters fail and are moved to the purgatory, all of humanity will be purged. Sungjin doubted those words. Purged? If that's the case, then why send me back? Others continued to stare blankly as the operator continued her explanation. They have yet to understand the gravity of her words. Prove your power by overcoming any and all obstacle that stands in your way. And with your own strength, prove the worth of your species. If you fail to do so, humanity as a species will be made extinct. Whispers among the crowd grew. What? Extinct? Us? All of humanity? Some were expressing anger. Who is this bitch? But the operator's indifferent tone of voice remained unchanged by the people's reactions. Now, the explanations are over. I pray that we will meet again. The hall is now completely inundated with insults and expletives. You fucking whore. What the fuck did you say? Motherfucker. Fuck. Despite the abuse pouring out from the audience, the operator continued her indifferent speech. Hunting will begin shortly. Prepare for battle. Despite the deafening roar of insults being thrown at the operator, Sungjin kept his calm and planned his next move. If things are the same as before. Sungjin bit his lip and lifted his katana up to inspect the sword. The blade reflected his gaze back. Looking into the eyes reflected on the blade, he vowed to himself. This time, I will perfectly clear every chapter. Sungjin fixed his grip on the katana and prepared himself. Moments later, he was teleported away from the hunter's hall. Translator's note. The part about hopes and dreams of are gathered is reference to magical girl anime, like Sailor Moon. It is a very hopeful and light-hearted way to say that the place is special, which is funny because this place is where people come to kill or face extinction. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1. Chapter 1, Greenskin Wildlands, 1. A palisade could be seen in the distance, pierced all over with unnecessary spikes and nails. The tips were also filed to a point. The meat of an unknown animal was hung over a bonfire to cook, and various sizes of skulls were placed on top of the spears to decorate the area. The place Sungjin arrived to reeked of barbarity. And so he thought to himself. The chapter order is the same. Shortly after arriving, a cube appeared and followed him. The operator's voice could be heard from the cube. Welcome to Greenskin Wildlands. Home of savage creatures who gathered together to form a tribe. This is the hunter's first real challenge. And it is also an excellent opportunity for the hunter to experiment with how to grow stronger. The first 4 phases are combat tutorials designed to get you prepared. However, do not lower your guard. Like in real combat situation, if you take fatal damage, or if the enemy is not annihilated within the time limit, the hunter will be killed. A billboard appeared with the enemy's information on it. Phase 1, Goblin. Time limit, 3 minutes. Annihilate the enemy. If you cannot, you will die. Kayakakakaka. A goblin's cries could be heard from somewhere in the wildlands. Sungjin drew out his katana while the operator continued to explain through the cube. Goblins are small creatures, typically reaching only the height of an adult's knee, or in exceptional cases, to the hips. The weight of the monster is only about 1/4 of an average adult, so it is not a physically powerful creature. The short height causes their point of attack to be lower, and their temperament. The operator's voice stopped there since all the goblins were already decapitated. All monsters eliminated. Closing the chapter. Following the announcement, a hologram reappeared. Completion reward, stat point 1. Kill reward, black coin 1. Use the reward you earned to strengthen yourself. With only the strength of a human. Enough. Sungjin cut off the operator and spoke over her. Add the stat point to dexterity. Dexterity rose by 1 point. Despite Sungjin's rude interruption, the operator continued her explanation. The black coins can be used. Once again Sungjin cut her off. I'm not buying. And then once again, a billboard with the monster's information appeared in front of him. Phase 2, Hobgoblin. Time limit, 3 minutes. Hobgoblins are stronger versions of Go. Sungjin did not wait for her explanation before rushing in to behead the hobgoblins. The operator seemed to take notice of Sungjin's competency, and so she quickly allowed him to proceed. All monsters eliminated. Closing the chapter. Completion reward, stat point 3. Kill reward, black coin 3. Sungjin spoke to the cube. All stat points to dexterity. And I'm not buying anything. Dexterity rose by 3 points. Operator skipped all the explanations and proceeded to the next phase. Phase 3, Pork. Time limit, 3 minutes. This time, Sungjin didn't rush out of the entryway. The operator gave an explanation from behind. Orcs are powerful creatures. They are as large or larger than an average adult male human. They also wield barbaric weapons such as clubs, glaives, and axes. An orc jumped out from behind the palisade. He sported a clearly defined six-pack and well-developed trapezius muscle. This phase was where most of the physically weaker hunters were eliminated and sent to the purgatory. I remember this being really hard the first time. Recalling memories of the previous time he was in this chapter, Sungjin could not help but laugh. This time around things will be different, he thought. Sungjin had already experienced countless battles before. Something as simple as an orc did not warrant a second thought. Yuzak rum rum. The orc shouted in an unknown language and charged towards Sungjin. He aimed for Sungjin's head and swung his club. Sungjin avoided the blow by leaning back out of the strike zone. Whoosh! Club hit nothing but air. Bam! And landed on the ground. The orc stiffened up slightly upon impact. Taking advantage of his opening, Sungjin cut the back of the orc's knee. Ka-ah! The orc was forced to his knees, exposing his neck to Sungjin. Without mercy, Sungjin brought his blade down upon the orc's neck. The orc was beheaded in a single strike. Moments later, the operator spoke. All monsters eliminated. Closing the chapter. Sungjin raised his katana high and swung the sword, causing the blood on the katana to fall and paint a crimson tapestry on the forest floor. Sungjin absent-mindedly cleaned off his blade as he thought to himself while examining the head of the orc. Now that I think of it, the last orc was bald. The orc head in front of him sported long hair. The chapter itself is the same, but the monsters are a little different. I'm going to have to keep this in mind. Interrupting his thoughts, the operator announced his reward. Completion reward, stat point 5. Kill reward, black coin 5. Sungjin, once again, put all his stat points into dexterity. All stat points to dexterity. Dexterity rose by 5 points. And I'm not. Sungjin stopped himself before finishing saying buying anything as before. The next enemy was a troll, an adversary with an amazing regenerative ability. In order to kill a troll in spite of his regenerative ability, fire or acid was required. The operator also suggested the same. You will require fire to fight the next enemy. In the first chapter, you will be able to purchase items from the cube. Please use the black coins you earn to purchase. Sungjin cut off the operator and spoke over her. How much is the salamander's ash? It is 6 black coins. Salamander's ash is an item that gives fire enchant to a weapon upon use. The problem is that it is a consumable item that wears off over time. It was an item necessary for new hunters to overcome the early chapters, but for Sungjin, who aimed for all clear in late game, it was an expense he was hesitant to make. Sungjin asked the operator. How much is Moisaki Flintstone? It is 300 black coins. Unlike Salamander's ash, Moisaki Flintstone could repeatedly be used. However, it costs 300 black coins. He would need to complete 2 chapters before he could earn that much. Sungjin frowned and said to the operator. Not buying. Third time. The operator prepared the next phase immediately upon hearing Sungjin's answer. Phase 4, Troll. Time limit, 3 minutes. A monster at least a head taller than an average man appeared from the palisade. When the troll noticed Sungjin, it opened its jaws wide and roared. Gwara-arg! From the force of its roar, long strings of mucus dripped down its jaw, clinging to its irregular and jagged teeth. Sungjin assumed his position and drew his katana. And for the first time since returning to the beginning, Sungjin checked the timer. 3 minutes. Translator's notes. Unnecessary spikes, reference to WoW Horde. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2. Chapter 2, Greenskin Wildlands 2. The troll waved his club wildly as he ran towards Sungjin. Sungjin watched the club carefully and dodged. Whoosh. Twice. Whoosh. He evaded the club and cut the back of the troll's knee like in the case of the orc. Kurag. The troll fell on his knees. Sungjin tried to cut off the troll's head as he did with the orc, but... Whoosh. The troll swung his club towards Sungjin again. Sungjin was forced to stop as he dodged the club and backed away, creating a distance between them. The troll stood up right away and charged towards Sungjin. Warg. The cut on his leg had regenerated by the time it finished screaming. If he had used Salamander's Ash, the fight would have already been over, but Sungjin wished to preserve every bit of black coin he could manage. I guess the same trick won't work on a troll. A troll's physical strength was massive, and with an extraordinary regenerative ability, it was impossible for a human to face off against it using purely physical attacks. But the reason why humans could overcome the trolls is that the trolls lacked the ability to learn. Gra! The troll picked up his club and charged towards Sungjin once more. Sungjin dodged the club and... Whoosh! Sungjin cut the troll's shin and spun around, striking and severing the wrist with which the troll held the club. Crag. While screaming in pain of losing his right hand, the troll swung his fist towards Sungjin with his left hand. Sungjin jumped back to avoid that strike. The tip of the troll's fingers sported nails as sharp as spears. I can't give him a chance to regenerate. Once Sungjin landed on the ground, he dashed forward to re-engage the troll. The troll swiped his left hand once more towards Sungjin, but Sungjin swiftly dodged and closed in on the troll. And all he had to do was to draw out his katana and hold it in the trajectory of the slash. The troll's massive strike met the blade, and the momentum of the troll's own attack severed his wrist effortlessly. Warg! Sungjin got to work cutting and slashing ruthlessly at the troll without mercy. It was a gruesome task, but Sungjin could not let up the pressure since the troll could regenerate all of it in a matter of moments. With both hands gone, the troll could not retaliate against Sungjin's attacks and finally leaned forward to protect his body. The moment the troll leaned over, Sungjin beheaded the troll. And without a pause, the operator announced his victory. All monsters eliminated. Closing the chapter. Ha! Finally, Sungjin let out a sigh. Fighting troll without fire, how annoying. The fallen troll had already regrown his right arm, along with the spear-like nails. It was an unbelievable display of regenerative ability. But despite it all, it was a success. He had saved 6 black coins. The operator announced the reward. Completion reward, stat point 10. Kill reward, black coin 10. The reward for the troll was double that of the orc, which made sense. Actually, considering the difference in the level of difficulty between the two monsters, the difference in the reward amount was perhaps not high enough. In real combat, the troll was more than twice as difficult as compared to the orc. If the orc was an opponent a grown man has a good chance of defeating, then the troll was something only a combat veteran could overcome, assuming he used the black coins in both cases. I think an unimaginable amount of people will be eliminated at this stage. Sungjin's guess was spot on, as many had succumbed to their deaths on this phase and were sent to the purgatory. That may be, but there was no need to mourn the loss of those hunters. In this hunt, only the strong were allowed to survive. In fact, the earlier the weak got eliminated, the better. Especially before the next round. The next round was not an individual round, it was a raid conducted as a team. The operator announced this fact as well. Dear Hunter, you have completed this phase faster than the others. In the next phase, you will be put into teams with other hunters and carry out a raid. Please stand by until other hunters complete their tutorials. Since Sungjin suddenly had downtime, he checked his status for the first time since the restart. Operator, show me my stats. HP, 100 MP, 170. Strength, 12. Dexterity, 23. Endurance, 10. Magic, 14. Concentration, aka -17. Unallocated stat points, 10. Seeing the status window made Sungjin pause. The stat is the same as last time. From the start, Sungjin's stat was on the high side. Before he restarted from beginning, he had asked others for their starting states and found that most people had averaged just around 10. Meaning Sungjin was originally much stronger than an average person. His strength and dexterity were 2-3 points higher than average. And although it was unclear how it was decided, he also had higher than average starting magic power and mind power, mana. Only his endurance was at an average level. Sungjin carefully thought about his stat. I began raising dexterity, which directly improved my speed, but... He lifted up his katana and asked the operator a question. Operator, show me the specs of the sword. Katana, beginning the hunt. Normal katana, strength C, dexterity D. Basic weapon issued by the operator without any significant merits or demerits. If wielded by a master, it can perform extraordinarily well. Strength C, dexterity D. In this hunt, every weapon had a rating for how it affects strength and dexterity. Until the restart, Sungjin had used weapons rated at least an A. He asked operator another question. Operator, how do ranks affect bonus stats? Rank affects stats as follows. Rank E, x 0.1, rank D, x 0.2, rank C, x 0.5. Rank B, x 1.0, rank A, x 1.5, rank S, x 2.0. Rank SS, x 3.0, rank SSS, x 4.0. Generally speaking, blunts and axes are more influenced by strength and less from dexterity. Swords, like the katana wielded by Sungjin, were well balanced between strength and dexterity. If he raises his strength, the damage will increase by a large amount, in this case, by an additional x 0.5, and raising the dexterity will increase damage by a smaller, x 0.2, amount. He would be trading damage for attack and dodging speed in combat. Raising both stats had merits, but Sungjin decided to build on dexterity first. Increasing his speed improved his ability to dodge. Instead of investing in endurance, he opted for combat stats. Not raising his endurance at all was a dangerous gamble. No matter how fast he was, he could still die from 1 or 2 stray hits without investing points in endurance. But he paid no heed to the danger and decided to all in on his gamble. Add all points to dexterity. Dexterity rose by 10 points. Starting with the next phase, which was a raid, points were awarded based on his merit and participation. If I don't excel from the start, I will die in the latter half. Sungjin's immediate goal wasn't merely survival, but to prepare for endgame. So ignoring endurance, for now, he invested solely in dexterity. And he decided to save every black coin he could manage. The average hunter would have difficulty surviving from chapter to chapter without items. But Sungjin decided that he was not going to waste any coins on consumables if at all possible. Synchronization will begin in 1 minute. The operator fell silent after that last message. It appeared that there was still some time before other hunters completed their phases. Sungjin crossed his arms and thought about the next raid. Killing as many monsters as possible within the time limit is a no-brainer. It was the most basic rule, common to all raids. And if at all possible, find the hidden boss and eliminate it. Hidden boss refers to boss mobs concealed in every map. As chapters progressed, hunters realized that hidden boss mobs and items existed in every map. And those secret bosses dropped special items. Problem is, I do not know where it is located. Sungjin knew the location of a few hidden bosses in later chapters, thanks to hunters sharing the secret locations via word of mouth. But for the first raid, Greenskin Wildlands, nobody knew the secret location, because everyone was still new to the hunt. In that case, I need to complete the raid as fast as possible and search the map. Running through the plan in his head, Sungjin pursed his lips and nodded. Finally, the operator announced the next stage. All hunts have been completed. Synchronizing hunters. The background blurred for a moment, and 4 people appeared in the vicinity. Including Sungjin, there were 5 hunters now. What? The other hunters were briefly shocked upon seeing each other, but starting from Phase 5, the hunt will be carried out as a raid in cooperation between 5 hunters. The moment the operator's voice was heard, the other hunters immediately stopped speaking. They had realized that listening to the operator was essential to their survival. Phase 5, Greenskin Wildlands Raid. Target, hunt the Orc Chief Camel. Time limit, 20 minutes. Complete your objective within the time limit. If you cannot, you will die. The others listened carefully to the operator's announcement. Meanwhile, Sungjin took the chance to inspect his teammates. They were all males. Black, white, Asian, Arabic, they were all from different races, and not one of them Sungjin recognized. The teammates were different than in his previous life. I kind of predicted this back when I saw the orc. Sungjin had briefly hoped that he would find the same members in his team from last time, but he knew better than to expect it. The operator was explaining about the rewards of this raid. You will be given freedom to act as you please upon completion of the raid objective. Hunt as many enemies as you can within the time limit. The more you hunt, higher the reward will be. Loot will be distributed based on contribution. Goblin, contribution 1. Hobgoblin, contribution 3. Orc, contribution 5. Troll, contribution 10. Orc Chief Cunning Camel, contribution 50. As expected, there was no information at all about the hidden boss. The operator only went on to explain the importance of cooperation. In order to complete the raid objective, cooperation between hunters is essential. Please discuss with your teammates, distribute your stat points, and purchase items as you deem necessary. Raid begins in 1 minute. I wish you all best of luck. With that last sentence, the operator concluded her explanation. The only thing left now were the 5 hunters. Since this was the first meeting amongst them, it was a little awkward. But finally, someone broke the ice. Well, since we should cooperate with each other, let's introduce ourselves. First to speak out was the muscular black man. As you saw from the previous round, we need fire to beat those trolls. How many black coins do you all have remaining with you? I have 7 left. The black man wore a vest with police written on it, with a large badge. At his words, others began to speak out. This time, the tall white man. 8. Then the short and skinny Asian. I have 6. And finally, the Arabic man wearing a turban. I also have 6. As expected, they all had spent some coins until now. Potions to heal from the damage taken from fighting and the salamander's ash which was needed to defeat the troll. But if they continued to burn through coins purchasing consumable items like this, they wouldn't last until the endgame. Everybody had announced their number of black coins. Everybody except one. They looked towards Sungjin. Finally opening his mouth, he decided to speak. Please listen carefully. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3. Everyone's eyes focused on Sungjin. With his eyes narrowed to a slit, Sungjin continued to speak. You should all follow closely behind me. I will clear this raid quickly for you. Sungjin's plan was simple. Finish the raid as fast as possible and then search for the hidden boss. After all, his objective wasn't to simply clear the raid. Without waiting for anyone to reply, Sungjin continued to explain. And just in case, please go ahead and purchase Salamander's Ash. You don't need potions, so don't get them. The team continued to stare at Sungjin in shock. He added one more line. And as the last bit of advice, if you have any remaining unallocated stat points, please invest them into endurance. Then, you will be able to survive at least a bit longer. Once Sungjin finished, the other 4 men looked amongst each other. Finally, the white man spoke out first. I mean, we don't know what's going to happen soon. The Arab man joined in. He's right. We should carefully consider our options, don't you think? Sungjin bit his lips in frustration. But he didn't have the time nor reason to explain everything to them. And the operator decided this was the best timing to ask Sungjin a question. You currently have 19 black coins left. Will you? I'm not buying. Sungjin answered nonchalantly, but the other 4 men opened their eyes wide in surprise. The black man repeated the number to verify. 19? The white man also asked in response. You didn't use a single coin until now? The 2 men looked upon Sungjin with a sense of admiration, but the other 2 looked horrified. The Asian man narrowed his eyes, full of distrust, and asked Sungjin. 19? You've got so many, and you are making us spend our own coins instead? The Arab man piped in as well. 19. If you have several more times the coins than any one of us do, doesn't it make more sense for you to spend your coins? Sungjin massaged his forehead. He was starting to give up on the idea of trying to explain himself. I am unable to spend my coins. The other 4 men doubted his words. Especially the Asian man. Liar. You're just trying to save up coins to buy yourself lots of potions. So you can survive alone. The Arab man also butted in. Right, to save yourself. Sungjin shook his head. You don't need to help me. Just stick together as a group and carefully hunt goblins on the outskirts of the wildlands. However, the Asian man pointed his finger towards Sungjin and continued to accuse him of trickery. What is your problem? Who do you think you are? Who are you to try and teach the rest of us? You're just a teenager. Sungjin now started frowning. He expected it to be difficult to explain himself, but it still felt annoying to be openly antagonized. The operator interrupted the situation. 30 seconds until raid begins. Okay, let's stop fighting here. Let's all cooperate. We still have 30 seconds. I shall buy 1 Salamander's Ash to start. The black man tried to recover the mood, but it was already beyond salvaging. The Arab man spoke to the cube. Operator, use 6 coins and buy me 2 recovery potions. The Asian man immediately followed suit. Operator, give me 2 recovery potions as well. Both men spent all of their remaining coins to buy potions. The white man began to get angry watching the 2 men. What are you doing? What are you trying to do? The Asian man pointed his fingers at Sungjin. You don't need to spend coins for items. He can just buy it for us if we need it. The Arab man and Asian man continued to work together to blame Sungjin. Yeah, who is he to be giving us orders? The black police officer who had been trying to rally the group also started massaging his forehead. Sungjin stared at the 4 men with narrowed eyes. If this were under normal circumstances, this group would face elimination. The first group Sungjin got into had worked together to overcome the raid together. It was difficult, but as a result of cooperation, Sungjin was able to survive to the end, becoming the last remaining survivor. Groups like this, where members all argued and sought personal gain over the best interest of the group, were almost guaranteed to be eliminated. 10 seconds until raid begins. Sungjin stood up from the rock he sat on and strolled to the entrance of the raid. Hey, wait a minute. The black police officer tried to stop Sungjin, but Sungjin ignored him and waited at the entrance. Soon the operator began a countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Raid commencing. The moment the raid began, Sungjin dashed out towards the wildlands. Star dot. After Sungjin had left, the four men didn't take a single step forward. Who's going to stand vanguard? The weapon I picked is a spear, so I will be in the back. What? What are you talking about? You can stand at the front and use the range to keep enemies at bay. Are you mad? It's obviously better to support from the back. The two who were arguing turned their sights on the black police officer. You're a police officer. You should stand vanguard. Protection of civilians was now a meaningless phrase. But the other men still looked up to him and trusted him to protect them. The black police officer had no choice but to tighten his grip on the club, the most similar weapon to police baton that he was used to, and stood at the front. Let's, try to lure one or two in at a time and avoid being outnumbered. He carefully stepped into the wildlands. But once he was there, he couldn't help but be shocked. What's all this? In front of his eyes were a mountain of green-skinned corpses. The others also expressed their surprise. How is this possible? Did that teenager do this all by himself? Just a glance was enough to see that there were more than a dozen monsters slain in front of them. The others had been going from phase to phase, barely winning one-on-one, barely holding on to their lives. The Arab man asked, "What should we do now?" The black policeman in the front recalled Sungjin's words. "You should all follow closely behind me. I will clear this raid quickly for you." The officer turned around to face the other men. "Let's follow the corpses. If we keep going, eventually we should catch up to him." Following the corpses, the men slowly inched their way in cautiously. Suddenly, the cube lets out a warning. "Caution, boss monster. Orc Chief Cunning Camel has appeared." Simultaneously, a powerful roar could be heard from straight ahead. "Korua!" The black man pointed forward. "Let's go quickly." But the other three were wary. "Do we even have to go?" "Yeah, let's just let them be." The black police officer shook his head in disappointment and ran towards the direction from where the roar was heard. Ahead, he saw numerous green-skinned enemies, from orcs to trolls. But standing at the center was an orc one. 5 times taller than all the other orcs. One could see in a single glance that it was none other than the boss mob. The boss held a massive, fearsome club embedded from tip to tip with skulls. What in the world? Beholding the boss mob for the first time, even the brave police officer stopped in his tracks. But the teenager charged forward fearlessly. Goblins, hobgoblins, and orcs attempted to obstruct him, but they were cut down mercilessly. Each swing of his sword sent heads flying. 2 trolls attacked him simultaneously, but the teenager dodged lightly, and took off an arm of one and removed the legs from both trolls. The trolls who lost their legs struggled on the ground. Ignoring the trolls who lost their mobility, the teenager rushed towards the orc chief. Crag. The orc chief let out a fearsome roar and swung his club. The speed of his attack was unbelievable considering the orc chief's size. But the teenager was faster. He dodged the club as if he predicted the path and timing. Then, he counterattacked and attacked the chief's hands. Few fingers holding the club flew off. Wog! The chief cried out in pain. But no ounce of mercy could be seen in the teenager's attack. With lightning speed tempo, he cut the chief's shin, chest, and shoulders in quick succession. The chief bit back his pain and tried to swing his club once more, but it was nowhere near as fast. The teenager easily dodged the attack and cut the chief's throat. Blood spilled from the neck like a waterfall. Cack, ack. The chief couldn't even scream out properly anymore, and after coughing out blood a few more times, he kneeled over and stopped moving. The operator announced happily. Objective complete. You will be summoned back to the Hunter's Hall in 11 minutes and 32 seconds. The black police officer couldn't help but exclaim. Incredible. The teenager, however, had no time to rest. The trolls had regenerated by now and began attacking the teen again. They were no match for the teen before, they were no match for the teen now. The teenager rapidly ripped apart the trolls. It was evident that given time, the teenager would reduce them to pieces of meat and kill them. But they were interrupted. Help! Save us! The police officer heard screams of terror from behind. 2 trolls were chasing the 3 men he had left behind. What the? There was no time for the officer to say anything. He saw the white turban of the Arab gripped by one of the trolls' hands. The black man had no choice but to run as well. The 3 men ran into the hall where Sungjin was already fighting 2 trolls. Sungjin turned and saw the 3 men run in, and the additional 2 trolls that followed. The trio raced to the other side of the hall as if to hide behind Sungjin. The 2 new trolls swung their clubs at Sungjin. Whoosh! The club split the air, and the black man closed his eye on instinct. And when he opened his eyes, each of the trolls had lost an arm each. Grrrrrrrr. The problem was the original 2 trolls. Because of the new trolls, the first 2 trolls had an opportunity to regenerate. Sungjin, who kept an indifferent expression until now, let out his first words of frustration. Damn it, I don't have time for this. The black police officer realized something from his utterance. Judging from his skill, Sungjin would win against all 4 trolls hands down. But it would take considerable time since the 4 trolls would take turn regenerating. The black man reached into his pocket and retrieved a package. It was the salamander's ash he was forced to purchase. He scattered the ash on his club and spread it evenly on the club with his hands. Foof! His club lit up in flames. He got up close to Sungjin and said to him, "Please immobilize them. I will finish them off." Sungjin rapidly cut the trolls. One moment, their arms would be cut off at the elbows, and the next, the tendon below their knees. The trolls who lost their arms and legs fell to the floor and flailed. The black police officer took his flaming club and struck the trolls in their knees. The fire burnt the wound black and prevented further regeneration. Within moments, the trolls were killed off. Once killing all the trolls, Sungjin wasted no time asking the cube. "Operator, time remaining on the clock?" "You will return to the Hunter's Hall in 10 minutes 7 seconds. He had already wasted more than 1 minute. He had to find and kill the hidden boss in that time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 4. Chapter 4, Greenskin Wildlands, 4. Sungjin took a glance around at the surroundings, still holding his bloody katana. Nothing stood out at the boss's hall. It was also improbable that both the boss and the hidden boss were placed in the same location. Sungjin moved to leave the hall but saw the black police officer. He turned towards him and asked, "Hey, what's your name?" "Baltrun." "Gerald Baltrun." "Good. Listen to me, Baltrun. Take the other 2 and try to search around here. With you 3, and with that flaming club, you should be able to handle anything, including a lone troll. Do you understand?" The black police officer nodded quickly. "And if you find anything out of place, let me know. A hidden location, or a strange-looking monster. But how will we contact you when you're far away?" "You can speak with the operator's cube and request to communicate with the team members. It functions like a police walkie-talkie. Any other questions?" "No, I got it." Baltrun took his club and turned around. "You heard him, right? Let's work together." Sungjin began to walk out once more when the Asian man tried to ask him a question. "Hey, how did you find out there are secrets to search for?" He was shouting and antagonizing Sungjin until just a few minutes ago. Sungjin felt no need to acknowledge that a question was asked. Once Sungjin left, Baltrin took the men and began to move about the wildlands. After a few minutes, Kakaka. The men ran into a group of 5 goblins. "Get into a circle." Under Baltrin's instructions, the other 2 men took their place behind him with their backs against each other. Goblins were less than half a human's height, but they were cooperative with each other. The goblins ran in first, swinging their swords. Baltrin parried the sword away and landed a shot square on the goblin's head. Cack! The goblin who was hit on his head collapsed on the spot. Goblins weren't hard, as expected. Baltrin got more courageous and smashed the head in of 2 more. The white and Asian man also took 1 out each. After all, each one of them had fought against a troll one-on-one and had won, despite having used black coins to do so. Even if they were in large groups, the 3 men could probably overcome anything that wasn't a troll. In fact, they could probably beat a lone troll without many problems. This seems doable. The white man standing next to him seemed to have regained some confidence. But the problem was the Asian man as usual. "Hey, is there really a reason why we need to put ourselves in danger? I thought we already completed our objectives. Don't you remember the sign from the beginning? Stat points and black coins per goblin and etc. It's probably better to kill more monsters." "Ah, is that so?" "Of course. I don't know how or why we started to hunt, but we do need black coins for later." Baltrin, who was listening to the conversation, agreed. "Yes. And that teenager said so himself. We don't need to help him, so just go around the outskirts and hunt monsters." Baltrin recalled his words. "You don't need to help me. Just stick together as a group and carefully hunt goblins on the outskirts of the wildlands." And in the end, he did complete the boss all on his own. Baltrin could tell that the teenager wasn't simply showing off, there was something more. The Asian man stroked his chin while listening and then asked, "How do points get divided? It's not like we can see drops or something." Baltrin was also curious about this point. He thought for a moment when he noticed the cube floating around. He spoke to the cube. "Operator." The cube responded with the operator's voice. "Yes, how may I help you?" He carefully asked the question. How do stat points and black coins get divided?" "The reward per hunter is based on contribution during the raid." "Contribution?" Baltrin asked out of instinct. The operator answered his question anyways. "When hunting, points for damage taken, damage done, killing blow, buffs given, debuffs dealt, scouting and spotting are all totaled up and divided accurately." The 3 men looked amongst themselves. Until now, they have done almost nothing. The white man whispered to himself, "I wonder what's my contribution?" And then the cube next to the white man answered, "Your contribution is 4.3%. The Asian man quickly asked his cube, "What about me? How much is my contribution?" But the cube did not answer. "Why? Why aren't you telling me?" While the Asian man was freaking out, Baltrin calmly asked his cube, "What is my contribution for this raid?" "Your contribution is 7.2%. It wasn't much, but it was much higher than the white man. His help in killing the 4 trolls in the boss's hall had been the cause of the difference in their contribution. The Asian man took hold of his cube and enunciated each word carefully. "How much contribution points do I have from this raid?" "Your contribution is 1.8%. He jolted in surprise. "What?" He had fewer points than even the white man. Acting cowardly and avoiding action as much as possible was coming back to bite him. The white man sighed in regret. We should have just gone hunting as a group earlier, when that teenager told us to. Voltron rallied the men. There's still 10 minutes until the raid ends. It's not too late to try and hunt and make more points. Let's go hunting and keep an eye out for anything strange. Star. Sungjin charged through greenskin wildlands as he kept searching. Eek. Cough. Cack. He didn't stop and cut anything down that got in his way, goblins, orcs, troll. It wasn't necessarily a bad thing since each kill he secured was more stat points and black coins later. The problem was that he could not find any clues as to where the secret boss was located. He had scoured the entire wildlands, searching. But he couldn't find anything that seemed out of place. Operator, remaining time. You will be summoned to the Hunter's Hall in 6 minutes and 24 seconds. Damn it, dot. Sungjin swore out loud as he continued to run without taking a break. But there were more corpses than there were living things. In other words, he had already searched almost the entire map. Kerman cow. One orc charged at the angry Sungjin. It was his bad luck to run into Sungjin. Before the orc could even raise his axe, he was stabbed 3 times in vital points. The orc collapsed on the spot, bleeding. Sungjin took a look around at the surroundings. He could not see anything other than corpses now. Is there no hidden boss because this is the first raid? Once he thought this, he immediately changed his goal. If so, I'll wipe out the whole map. Sungjin now began chasing down every scrap of living thing he could find. Goblins who were trying to hide from him, orcs who were eating away at the meat by the campfire, trolls who stupidly stumbled towards him. Then he ran into the other hunters who were fighting against 3 trolls in a close 3v3 match. Sungjin charged in like a lightning bolt, and beheaded 2 trolls, spraying blood everywhere. Thank you. The black officer Baltrin expressed his gratitude. But Sungjin replied. So, were you able to find anything peculiar? Nothing out of the ordinary. Was there really nothing hidden? No hidden boss, or secret location? Sungjin called over the operator. Operator, what is the raid progress? 95% complete. 95%. Only the 5% reserved for the secret boss was remaining. Since no more monsters could be found anywhere, it was certain that the hidden boss existed. Sungjin wanted to move on to search again, but Baltrin stopped him. But it irritated Sungjin that Baltrin was dragging out his thoughts, so he urged him on. Yes? Please speak your mind. Baltrin pointed towards somewhere with his club. About the palisade that surrounds the wildlands, isn't that area a bit weird? Sungjin looked to the area pointed out by the club. I had worked on traffic control before and had to put up roadblocks. The fact that those wooden barricades there overlap seems inefficient somehow. Sungjin immediately headed towards the wooden roadblocks to check. Now that he got a closer look at it, it definitely seemed strange. The rest of the wooden palisade were more or less perfectly circular in arrangement. But a portion of the wall here was indented inward. Sticking out from the wood was also something like a metal rod. Although it looked extremely crude, Sungjin thought. It looks just like a lever. Sungjin checked behind him. The 3 men were watching him from a distance. Once he checked this, Sungjin pulled the lever. Rattle rattle. A sound could be heard as if something was spinning, and the palisade in front of him was lifted up. Sungjin decided to go in. Inside was a small area surrounded by more palisades, but it resembled the insides of a castle. And deeper inside was a dark red orc chained up to the wall. The fiery red skin somehow clashed with the image of greenskin wildlands. Sungjin was filled with certainty that this was it. Grrrrrrrr. The thing was emitting a deep growl while still chained. When Sungjin took one more step to check on the boss's stats, he heard a warning come out of the cube. Caution. Mad Orc Ruark hidden boss has appeared. Sungjin gripped his katana tightly and prepared for battle. Then, he heard voices of the three men. Where is? What's that? Sungjin quickly shouted, looking back at them. Go back. You'll die. And as if on cue. Grag. Sungjin heard a powerful roar behind him. By the time he turned around, the orc had already cut the chains and was charging towards Sungjin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 5. Sungjin gripped his katana tightly. The orc charged straight towards him as if it saw food for the first time after a long period of starvation. Sungjin stabbed hard and fast towards the charging orc's neck and heart. Stab, stab. Sungjin's blade found their mark. Except, the red orc did not respond at all. Despite aiming for vital points, there was no response from the orc. Orc continued his charge and swung his arms. Sungjin was forced to jump back, and the arms missed their mark. But, just as Sungjin was going to counterattack, he saw that the chains attached to the arms were flying towards him with slight delay. Sungjin ducked in haste. Voom dot. Sungjin felt something metallic sail through the air above his head. When he looked up, he saw the orc swinging his arms once again. The problem wasn't just his hands. Each time he swung his arms, the chains attached to his arms also flew towards him like whips. Sungjin was forced to look at the chains and predict their path. He backed away and concentrated on defense. How annoying. The main boss traded speed for great power, whereas this boss had tremendous speed and reach. It was the worst possible enemy for Sungjin, who had committed all points to dexterity. Because he put no points in endurance, getting hit once or twice by the chains meant that it was game over. Whoa, 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 dot. As Sungjin retreated backwards while dodging and parrying, the other three men were busy escaping at full speed to avoid interrupting Sungjin's fight. To be fair, main boss nor the secret boss was meant to be taken on alone. But the others were absolutely of no help at all. Even as Sungjin slowly backed off and dodged the chains, he kept an eye out for mistakes. Once his arm became vulnerable, Sungjin took the opportunity and stabbed it 3 times. Pa pa pa. But as if taking no damage, the orc continued to swing away. His nickname Mad was probably due to his rapid and wild swinging of arms and chains. Sungjin concluded his rapid attack, and immediately switched back to defense. Something like this guy isn't common even later on, but even though his every stat point was on dexterity, the boss moved and attacked at a comparable speed. First, I've got to do something about those arms. Once he established his plan of attack, he waited for a chance. He ducked from an incoming attack and then kicked the orc's shins. Bam! With the sound, the orc fell over. But despite being downed, he didn't let up the attack. He kept on swinging the chains from the ground. Sungjin had to jump up to avoid chains coming at his feet. The chains rapidly passed by him. Once, twice, Sungjin leaped up into the air, as if playing high-risk jump rope. He embedded his scabbard into the ground between jumps. When he jumped up, the chains from the orc wrapped around it. Did it work? Dot. But after just a brief pause, the scabbard was pulled away by the force of the chains and it flew away. I need something heavier. Meanwhile, the mad orc stood up. Krua! The orc began attacking with his arms and chains even faster than before. Sungjin had no opportunity to counterattack and had to focus entirely on defense as he slowly backed off. Any way to stop his attacks? Sungjin took a look around his surroundings, but he only saw the 3 men trying to escape from collateral damage. Then Sungjin noticed the policeman's weapon. It was a club made of metallic material. While dodging chains with inhuman speed, he yelled at the policeman. Hey, officer! Throw me your club! Baltrin, who was watching from a distance, panicked when his name was mentioned. Sungjin yelled louder in frustration while dodging the orc's attacks. Damn it! The club! Baltrin hesitated for a moment because the red orc's chains were destroying everything within 4-5 meters range. But once he made up his mind, he approached the two combatants. Catch! After yelling loudly, Baltrin threw his club towards Sungjin. Sungjin dodged the chains acrobatically by jumping backward and caught the club with his free left hand. Holding katana on the right and the club on the left, Sungjin bid his time until he could kick over the orc again. Once the orc was tripped, he flailed wildly from the ground again. Sungjin planted the club deep into the ground and leaped up to dodge the chains, and landed on it, like some sort of martial artist from Murim. See note. When the chains came flying, it hit the club and wrapped itself around it. Clink. It spun around few times and then became stuck on the club. For the first time since combat started, his arms were immobilized. Sungjin easily cut off his arm. Graph. Even while screaming in pain, the orc continued to swing his chains about wildly. But he could not land a hit on Sungjin with two chains. Dodging just one was a piece of cake. Sungjin dodged the chains with ease and cut off the other arm as well. Ka-ah! The red orc could no longer stand nor attack due to his loss of arms. Sungjin strolled up to the orc. Be at peace. After bidding goodbye, Sungjin beheaded the orc. Moments later, the operator announced his victory. Hidden boss Mad Orc Ruorc cleared. Congratulations! You have managed to complete all objectives in this chapter. Disregarding the remaining time and ending the raid immediately. HAAA. Sungjin let out a long sigh. He finally found the secret location and hunted every monster. It was Sungjin's first time fighting a hidden boss. First time around, the top priority for each raid was merely survival. After a breather, Sungjin sheathed his sword back in the scabbard. He picked the club out of the ground and tossed it back to the officer. Once the officer caught the club, all the cubes spoke out in unison in the operator's voice. Calculating rewards earned. Monsters slain. Goblins, 100. Hobgoblins, 30. Orc, 20. Troll, 10. Total 390 points. Boss monster slain, Orc Chief Cunning Camel, 50 points. Hidden boss Mad Orc Ruorc, 50 points. Final point count, 490. Distributing points. Now each cube spoke individually, starting with the Asian man first. Your contribution is 0.7%. 3 stat points, 3 black coins awarded. Raid clear bonus 50 stat points and 50 black coins awarded. Distributing 53 stat points and 53 black coins. Asian man frowned and looked around, as if not believing what he's hearing. Next up was the white man. Your contribution is 1.2%. 5 stat points, 5 black coins awarded. Raid clear bonus 50 stat points and 50 black coins awarded. Distributing 55 stat points and 55 black coins. And then the black police officer. Your contribution is 5.2%. 25 stat points, 25 black coins awarded. Raid clear bonus 50 stat points and 50 black coins awarded. Distributing 75 stat points and 75 black coins. Finally Sungjin's turn. Your contribution is 92.9%. 455 stat points, 455 black coins awarded. Raid clear bonus 50 stat points and 50 black coins awarded. Distributing 505 stat points and 505 black coins. Whoa! The three men stare at Sungjin in envy and respect. But Sungjin ignored their response and calculated in his head. 19 coins from before and now. 524? With this, I can get. And now we will distribute items. Once again, it began with the Asian man.
Recovery potion, small x1.
A small potion bottle appeared in front of the Asian man, and he obediently picked it up from the ground, but he looked unhappily at it.
This is it? White man's turn. Recovery potion, small x2. Orc's worn cloak.
He received his items with both hands but likewise looked fairly unhappily at them.
Next was Baltran. Steel shield. Troll's blood x1. A large shield dropped by the police officer's feet. He quickly picked it up.
Because he was wearing a bulletproof vest, it looked just as if he was carrying a riot shield.
Sungjin's turn was last. Yanhorat, Mad God's voice.
Free Arc, Freeman's shackles.
Skull Romabel, Skull Crusher. Troll's blood x4. Recovery potion, small x5.
A bunch of items dropped in front of him, and Sungjin bent over to pick them up. The Asian man spoke to himself.
Wow, what a contribution hog. How selfish.
It was just a complaint expressed under his breath, but Sungjin heard all of it.
He frowned in annoyance. You. If it weren't for me, all of you would have died here. Either by monsters or by running out of time. Understood?
The Asian man didn't know when to give up and kept on complaining.
You don't know that.
That moment and that phrase, it finally pushed Sungjin over the edge.
He had enough.
Sungjin drew his katana and approached the man.
Listen well. I will teach you about a hidden characteristic of the raid you don't know about. What?
Asian man backed up in surprise, but Sungjin swung his katana a few times at him.
Slash.
Following the sound of the blade cutting through the air, the Asian man's shirt and pants were reduced to rags. Once the Asian man realized what was going on, he grew pale and fell over.
Sungjin got right into his face and spoke vehemently. In raids, there is no rule forbidding a hunter from hunting another hunter. Understood?
When the Asian man heard, he nodded vigorously.
Sungjin stood up, still holding his katana out.
Raids were like this after all. As one kills and murders, one's notion of ethics and morality fades.
Sungjin was no exception. Sungjin had long forgotten ordinary ethics and morality after participating in raid after raid in his previous life.
Wielding his katana to take the man's life posed no qualms to Sungjin, but he put away his blade.
With his non-existent reward from this raid, he will die in the next one.
No, he'll probably die before the next raid even begins. Once Sungjin put away his sword, the operator resumed with the last briefing.
Last but not the least, you will be awarded with titles you've earned on this raid. Translator's notes. Nyurim. This is Korean version of cultivation/kung fu genre. Basically he's standing on the club like shown in Chinese movies. Edit, numbers have been fixed by the author.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 6. Titles are granted based on personal achievements during raids.
Variety of titles can be earned from different things. The operator continued with her explanation.
Each title has some form of effect. And the hunter can only have one title active at any given time.
Active titles give 100% of the listed effect, but inactive titles only give 50% of the effect.
Sungjin closed his eyes, hugging his katana tightly.
Titles appear above the hunter's head, and the other hunters may view them. I bid you achieve greatness and earn great rewards.
Initiating distribution.
Once again, it began with the Asian man.
Coward, max HP dropped by half.
Red outline illuminates you to monsters, making you easier to be found by monsters.
What?
The Asian man, who would have complained otherwise, continued to sit where he lay, unable to move or say anything.
The operator skipped next to the white man. Novice Sentinel, spear damage increased by 5%. The man's expression didn't change, as if he wasn't sure if it was a good or bad thing yet. Voltron was up next. Criminal arsonist, increased fire-based damage by 20%. Police officer with the title of criminal arsonist. Voltron whispered to himself unhappily. Finally, Sungjin. Master Hunter, all stats increased by 30%. Sungjin, whose eyes were closed until now, raises his eyebrows. 30%? It was an unimaginably large bonus. He had earned many titles from raids in the past, but never a title with such advantageous bonus as this. Titles were given based on how the raid was conducted. It was based on merit and contribution. Knowing exactly how the title Master Hunter was granted is unclear, but it probably had to do with clearing the raid at 100% with overwhelming contribution percentage at close to 90%. The operator concluded handing out raid rewards and addressed the hunters. Your group has completed the raid faster than other groups. You will be sent back to the Hunter's Hall in 2 minutes and 37 seconds. Please hold. Sungjin called out to the operator. Operator, equip the Master Hunter title. Title equipped. He immediately checked his status. Show me the status window. Title, Master Hunter. HP, 130 MP, 220. Strength, 1512, plus 3. Dexterity, 4333, plus 10. Endurance, 1310, plus 3. Magic Power 1814, plus 4. Mind Power 2217, plus 5, C note. Unallocated stat points, 505. Including dex that he's been raising, all other stats have risen by 30%. With this, finishing all objectives might be possible. Confidence surged within Sungjin. He decided to check what items he had received. He took out a creepy necklace which was decorated with a large eye and rows of teeth. Operator, what is this? The operator summoned the detailed specs of the item in a hologram window. Yanhorat, Mad God's voice. Heroic necklace. Active skill. Zealot, 3. For 30 seconds, increase damage by 300% and attack speed by 300%. Once active duration ends, reduce current HP to 1/3. Cooldown 10 minutes. Necklace worn by the Mad Orc Ruark. If you put it next to your ears, you can make out a faint voice. Forced Zealot mode. It was an item which had well-defined cost/benefit. Sungjin examined the necklace carefully. This item usually incorporated some features of the human face into its design. Infernal staring eyes and a mouth-shaped formation of teeth were key points of its appearance. This horrifying item looked like it could have belonged in Incan or Mayan temples. While he was looking over the necklace. Hey! Sungjin felt as if someone was whispering into his ears. So he brought the necklace up to his ears. Suddenly the phrase became crystal clear. Kill them. He took off the necklace off his eyes. It was an item that felt tainted. But I might need it someday. Sungjin placed the necklace into his pocket. Next item he examined was a familiar shackle connected to chains. It was the weapon wielded by the boss. Free Arc, Free Man's Shackles. Heroic Wrist Armor, Defense 28%. Active Skill. Remove Crowd Control, 3. Removes unwanted crowd control effects. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Shackles bound to the Mad Orc Ruark. Fairly small, it must have been extremely painful for the previous owner to have worn it. Wait, it's not a weapon? Armor piece? He had spent a few minutes mindlessly dodging it, and it turns out it wasn't even an actual weapon. He held up the shackles and instructed the operator. Equip. The shackles stuck to his hands for a few moments before picking an arm and locking onto his wrist. The chains wrapped around the entire length of his arm and protected him. So this is how it works.
It was good. It was on the heavy side, but it seemed sturdy. Sungjin felt he could probably use it as a substitute shield if he ever needed it. And the active effect looked useful as well. Finally, Sungjin held the club with a skull attached to it. He was familiar with it because this club was widely used by others in the previous life. It was common since it was the main boss's item drop. Lots of hunters could be seen using this weapon soon after the first chapter. Skull Romobel, Skull Crusher. Heroic blunt weapon, strength and dexterity D. Passive skill. Illusions of terror, 2. Weaken attack of nearby enemies by 10%. Chief Camel's Club. He broke many skulls with this club. It is said that he had collected skulls that did not break from bashing it and had added them on to his club. As expected, a great item. Special skill was nice, but even more valuable was the A rank stat booster, which was extremely rare in the early game. The problem was that Sungjin had never used blunt weapons before. It's a great item, but I should sell it. Sungjin asked the operator while holding the club. Operator, how much can this be sold at the black market? 50 black coins. Sungjin frowned. It was extremely inefficient to sell directly to the operator. Well, I guess I can't help it since I don't need it. Sungjin opened his mouth to sell it to the operator when he noticed the club which the police officer was holding. He was the only one who sincerely tried to help Sungjin through the raid. He called him over. Come here, old man. Baltran was surprised when Sungjin addressed him again and stared at him. Sungjin seemed like a normal teenager at the beginning. But a few moments ago. In raids, there is no rule forbidding a hunter from hunting another hunter. Understood. When Sungjin said this, he had an expression like as if he was a serial killer. Even the police are intimidated by serial killers. Baltran trembled slightly as he responded. Yes, what? What is it? How many black coins do you have right now? Baltran answered immediately. 76. Sungjin showed Baltran the club and said, buy this. 76 coins. Baltran was shocked. He didn't know that item trading was even possible. Sungjin saw his hesitation and added more explanation. If you intend to continue using blunt weapons, you should buy it. Selling a heroic weapon for 76 coins is basically the same as giving it away for free. Sungjin spoke the truth. Buying a heroic weapon from the black market typically requires several hundred black coins. Sungjin would be able to get just a bit more black coins, and he would be able to obtain a heroic weapon at a dirt cheap price, a win-win situation. Baltran briefly looked over the weapon and then nodded in agreement. No matter what he said, Sungjin was not wrong about anything yet. So how does trading work? Simple. Put the cubes together and declare trade. Baltran nodded. Once the cubes were brought together, they snapped as if they were held by magnets. Sungjin spoke out first. Trade. Sungjin's cube emitted a blue light. Baltran saw and followed suit. Once he did, the cubes gave out an announcement. Trade initiated. Please declare what item you will be trading. Sungjin started. Skull Romobel Heroic Blunt Weapon. Baltran replied. 76 black coins. I accept the trade. I accept the trade. Trade complete. At the same time as the announcement, the club disappeared from Sungjin's hands and appeared in Baltran's. Baltran inspected the weapon in his hands. It was a strange weapon, decorated with skulls. It lowers attack power of your enemies, so it should be useful in keeping you alive. Baltran asked Sungjin carefully. How do you know all this? Even if I tell you, you won't be able to believe me. Baltran decided not to pry. He felt that if he insisted, the teenager would not be willing to give him a satisfactory response.
The operator finally gave them the status update. You will return to the Hunter's Hall in 1 minute. 1 minute. Sungjin closed his eyes and held his katana close. Baltrin sneaked a few glances at Sungjin. Right now, he looked like an ordinary teenager. He even looked somewhat innocent. And to a certain extent, it even made sense why he got upset earlier and made that angry face. He slowly came to the understanding that these raids were to be carried out by betting one's life. Having a coward and an insider like the Asian man represented a risk to one's life. Baltrin rested the club on the ground and thought deeply. At the words Sungjin spoke to the Asian man. You. If it weren't for me, all of you would have died here. Either by monsters or by running out of time. Understood? This declaration, in truth, also applied to Baltrin as well. He couldn't imagine that he could stand up to the secret boss and his wild flailing chains, the giant club-wielding orc chieftain, or even a small group of trolls. If it weren't for the teenager, he would have died. Baltrin understood it perfectly. So he approached the teenager once more. He couldn't rest well without even knowing the name of his benefactor. Please tell me your name. Who are you? Sungjin stared at the police officer. Until now, he had had many comrades. And every single one of them died. Even if he gives this man his name, the only result it could give was regret, disappointment, and sadness. There was no point to letting people know your name. Sungjin shook his head. We will never meet each other again. But Baltrin persisted. You can't know that. Please, I wish to know. Sungjin paused for a moment and gave only the initials of his last name. K, that is my name. K. I've said before, but my name is. Sungjin interrupted him. I remember. Baltrin. Gerald Baltrin. Become strong. And then survive. And who knows, maybe we might cross paths again. With that said, the operator began a countdown. You will return to the Hunter's Hall in 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6. With only a few seconds left, Baltrin expressed his gratitude to Sungjin. Thank you for everything. I was able to survive thanks to you. 5, 4, 3. And Baltrin wanted to say a final goodbye before the time was over. Then he noticed the title floating above Sungjin's head. He combined the title and the name together and bid him goodbye. We will meet again, Master Hunter K. 2, 1. And with that, the hunters disappeared from the Greenskin Wildlands. Translator's note. Mind power effects mana pool, magic power effects magic damage. Editor's note, the legend begins people. Master Hunter K. Hype. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 7. Sungjin was teleported to the Hunter's Hall. The hall was still overflowing with unfamiliar faces. He could not see the end of the crowd. Well, numbers will thin out soon enough. This gathering of hunters represented the top 1% of humanity's strongest individuals. It would have been impossible to clear the first-rate Greenskin Wildlands without considerable individual skill and talent. It was possible that a lucky few were given a free ride to the end, regardless of their individual merit, by overachievers like Sungjin. But those people were typically eliminated during the next raid. No, they won't even be able to make it to the next raid. This wasn't the type of world you could survive by relying on other people. Soon the operator began her announcement. Welcome back. And congratulations to everyone who successfully completed the raid and made it back. The operator's face reappeared on the screen above, but no one was shouting profanities. Most of the people were suffering from PTSD, C-note, or mourning the loss of their comrades. As you might have experienced for yourselves in the first raid. You cannot complete the raids with your current physical limitations. Hence, raising your stats beyond human limits is necessary. There are several ways to achieve this. Most of the crowd appeared to be exhausted, but everyone listened carefully to each and every word the operator spoke. It was self-evident that they could not survive without listening to her tips and advice. First, hunt monsters and obtain status points. I believe you have already learned about this during the first raid. Unallocated stat points do not benefit you. So please remember to allocate them before heading into battle. By now, most people should be well aware of their stats. It is nearly impossible to have survived until this stage without putting in stat points. Second, earn titles and get bonus stat points. Everyone should have earned at least one title from the first raid. Equipping the title enables the selected title to perform at 100% of their listed effect, and inactive titles only provide 50% of their given effects. The more titles you earn, the more advantages you'll gain. Please use the title that best suits the situation as you progress through the raid. There aren't many with a title floating above their heads. Among those that do, most have titles like Scout, Orc Hunter, and Novice Swordsman. Sungjin wore the Master Hunter title, but no one paid much attention to it. Not many understood what it meant yet. Third, is equipment. Equipments are undoubtedly important. They give bonus stats, and some even have special skills imbued upon them. Most of the hunters were focused on the operator's explanation, except for Sungjin. He didn't need to listen because he already knew all of it. It is possible to receive a piece of equipment through the raid reward system, but are readily available for purchase through the black market. Explanation will continue after changing the venue. You will be teleported in 10 seconds. 9, 8. The operator began her countdown. But Sungjin still had his arms crossed and was lost in thought. 19 coins from the first round, 505 from the first raid, 76 traded with Baltrin. Total is exactly 600 black coins. 3, 2, 1. Star dot. The place Sungjin was teleported to was a bazaar, with a canopy draped above. Welcome, welcome. It was a normal marketplace with vendors selling wares at the stalls. Except for one detail. The vendors were not human. To be exact, they were all demi-humans. The axe merchant was half human and half cow, Minotaur, the spear merchant was half human and half horse, Centaur, the fire magic merchant was half human and half dragon. For newcomers, it was a sight to behold, but Sungjin was already familiar with the place. The operator continued her explanation. This place is called the black market. It is a bazaar where black coins are used as currency. Hunters may come here to obtain or sell items by trading with their black coins. The goods are not limited to equipment, you could also purchase magic tomes which are necessarily needed to learn magic. Or consumables and accessories needed for battle, such as the recovery potion. The operator continued with her long explanations covering most of the basics, although she glossed over a few important secrets of this place. You can no longer use cubes to purchase items, so please complete your shopping in this place before going out on raids. Once the operator's explanations finished, Sungjin began walking towards the inner part of the market. Dear customer, please take a look. Someone tried to grab his attention, but he ignored the merchant and kept walking. His destination was a stall run by a half-human half-snake. This is the katana shop called Last Edge, run by the merchant named Kenneth. You will be able to find all sorts of katanas on sale here. Once he entered the stall flaps, a Naga greeted him. Welcome to the Last Edge SSSSSS. There was a large variety of swords hung about in the shop, but there was only one sword Sungjin was interested in. A crimson blade hung on the wall on one side. May I see that real quick? My, what a great eye for quality. SSSSS. The Naga merchant replied with a kind tone. Please wait a moment. I will go fetch it for you. The Naga handed over the crimson blade to Sungjin. Sungjin's face brightened up for the first time since the hunt restarted. This was the weapon he wielded until his last moments. It was like an old friend to him. The operator opened up the weapon status window. Blood Vengeance, Blood's Revenge. Legendary Katana, Strength SS Dexterity A. Active Skill. Baptism of Blood, 4, consumes 100 HP per second from the user to increase attack damage. According to legend, the owner of this katana lost his family to the treachery of his liege, and carried out his vengeance against the betrayer and all the men loyal to him. The operator kept the window open for him, but he did not read it. He already had it memorized. Sungjin swung the sword twice to test it. He wanted to buy it immediately, but the problem was the price. It is worth 9,700 black coins, SSSSSS. The coins in Sungjin's possession now numbered at 600. Not even close. Sungjin returned the sword to the Naga. Right now I can't even use the active skill for more than a second anyway. Sungjin had only come here to see his old friend. Now Sungjin headed towards his real destination. A jewelry shop located deep within the black market. After entering deeper and deeper into the canopied bazaar, Sungjin finally arrived at his actual destination. This place's Merchant Meridian shop by the name Eternal Moment. Various jewelry such as necklace and rings are sold here. Hey there. The merchant here was a haughty catwoman who ran this shop. Once Sungjin was inside the shop, he immediately told her what he wanted. I came to purchase the Heart of Gold. I do have the item, but it's a bit pricey for a hunter who only completed the first raid. I already know. 500 black coins. I have the money, so please give me the item. Oh, how surprising. The shopkeeper's eyes twinkled as she took out the item. Heart of Gold, Ring of the Rich. Rare ring. Passive. Collect interest, 2. Upon receiving black coin as raid reward, gain an additional 10% more. Famous jeweler Dareem's ring. It is said that he lost it while traveling across the Mage's Canyon. A simple-looking ring with a lone blue sapphire embedded on it. It was the ring Sungjin was looking for. Operator, carry out the transaction. Sungjin's cube approached Meridian and emitted a bright light. Heart of Gold purchased for 500 black coins. The ring appeared on top of Sungjin's palm. Equip. It moved on its own and fit itself on Sungjin's ring finger. He inspected the ring on his hand. He was planning on making this item his first purchase with his first 500 coins. The reason was simple, it was an item with an excellent rate of return. He wasn't sure about the payout of the next raid, but later on, it was possible for him to receive more than 5,000 black coins per raid. In other words, the item more than paid for itself with every raid. Of course, Sungjin was the only person capable of taking advantage of this absurd item. It did absolutely nothing to improve his combat capability. If a hunter aside from Sungjin tried to invest 500 black coins in the early game, then their chances of survival dropped near to zero. It wasn't even likely that any other hunter even managed to get 500 coins until now. Sungjin finished his shopping and left the shopping districts for the outskirts. Not too far away, he saw a small inn with an image of a bed on the signpost. Above the entryway, a large sign read 99 Nights. The operator began her explanation. This place is an inn called 99 Nights. It is a place for hunters to rest until the next raid. Sungjin entered the inn straight away. He was already familiar with the place. The inn proprietor was a half-human half-owl. The innkeeper greeted Sungjin politely. Welcome to 99 Nights. My name is Dalyapin, and I am the owner of this inn. I will do my best to take care of your needs. Would you like to check in? Sungjin sat at the nearby table. I'll check in later, please bring me some food. What would you like to eat? The menu is in front of you.
There was a menu placed neatly on top of each table, but he did not reach out for one, he had it all memorized. Medium rare beef rib steak. After a few minutes, the owl demi-human brought a plate. On it was a seared medium rare beef rib steak. Sungjin took a fork and a knife and placed a bite-sized portion of meat into his mouth. The meat melted in his mouth. The quality of the food here would not lose out to any famous restaurants on earth. Sungjin enjoyed his soft and perfectly cooked meat as he asked the operator. "Operator, how much time until the next raid?" 9 hours, 3 minutes and 36 seconds. The remaining time was free time for him to spend as he pleased. Eating and sleeping in 99 nights was free. Not that it alleviated the fear of death. Sungjin left the plate on the table once he finished eating and headed towards the room upstairs. The bath in 99 nights was quite relaxing. Taking a warm bath in the tub was an excellent way to relieve his stress. Sungjin sat inside the tub thinking. Why had the operator revived him? Were all last survivors given the reset chance? But there was no clear answer. After all, it wasn't even understood why it was necessary to host and carry out hunts. All he could think of was that as he fights and survives, the answer might reveal itself one day. Since this is my second chance. Sungjin submerged himself up to his neck. I will perfectly clear all objectives this time, and maybe then I will find the answers. Translator's note. PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder. State of mind-numbing shock after life and death ordeal. Most commonly seen in soldiers, disaster victims, or abused children. In the last chapter, a reader pointed out that the number of coins were inconsistent for Balthrin. He said he had 67 when the operator stated he earned 145 from the raid. Author has been notified. Thank you all for telling us. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 8. In the morning, Sungjin took a quick shower and went downstairs to the dining area for breakfast. Egg tart, 2 croissants, and butter. Downing the simple breakfast, Sungjin checked his time. Operator, how much time is left before the next raid? 15 minutes and 32 seconds. 15 minutes. There was one last thing he needed to complete before the next raid began. It was allocating his stats. 200 to strength, 200 to dexterity, and 105 to endurance. Strength rose by 200 points. Dexterity rose by 200 points. Endurance rose by 105 points. Show me my status screen. Title, Master Hunter. HP, 1500 MP, 220, see note for HP MP calculation. Strength, 276 212, plus 64. Dexterity, 303 233, plus 70. Endurance, 150 115, plus 35. Magic Power, 1814, plus 4. Mind Power, 2217, plus 5. Unallocated points, 0. Sungjin inspected his new status window. He spent a long time last night thinking about how to allocate his points. 200 points to strength and dexterity, and 105 to endurance. With this much, his speed and attack power were probably one of the best in the world, with endurance being within top tier. This was because it was difficult for other hunters to earn anywhere close to 3-digit status points from the first raid. I doubt I'll even take damage, though. Raids were unpredictable, many things could happen. He might have to complete the raid entirely alone. So Sungjin took the minimum safety measures. A moment's slip and a small mistake could lead to death in a raid. Confidence or not, safety should come first, and so Sungjin decided to invest for the first time into endurance. Time? 7 minutes and 27 seconds remaining. Iced Americano. No syrup. Shortly after,
The innkeeper Deliapin brought 1 cup of iced Americano on a tray. Sungjin waited leisurely while drinking his coffee. He downed the last bit and then was teleported away. Star. Oppressive darkness, rustle of leaves in the wind, and a half-lit moon above. The howling of wolves could be heard from a distance. Ayo. Sungjin was teleported in the middle of a thick forest. The operator began her announcement. Welcome. This place is called the Ahena's Forest. It is a place filled with insidious and cunning predators of the night. Same as the previous raid, the first 4 phases will be combat tutorials. If you take fatal damage, or if the enemy is not annihilated within the time limit, the hunter will be killed. Phase 1, Grey Wolf. Time limit, 3 minutes. At the same time, just as the announcement ended, a grey wolf jumped out of the trees. Sungjin took out his katana without taking his eyes off the wolf. Unlike the monsters of the first chapter, it bared its teeth from a distance. Grrrrrr. It growled in a deep rumbling tone. Seeing the wolf brought back memories of the first time he completed the Ahena's Forest raid. I think I remember. This raid is no pushover. The moment Sungjin got distracted by his thoughts, the wolf took immediate notice and charged at him. Cayenne. But as expected, the one that was slain was the wolf. Completion reward, stat point 5. Kill reward, black coin 5, see note on Heart of Gold bonus. Sungjin took a look at the blood on his katana and thought that I don't think clearing the normal part of the raid will pose any difficulty. The biggest problem was the hidden boss and the secret place. No matter how combat capable Sungjin was, discovering secret locations and then defeating the hidden boss within the time limit was no easy feat, especially if done alone. I really hope I get some good comrades this time. Raids were originally designed to be cleared with the cooperation of 5 participants. Even if the teammates are unable to contribute much, at the minimum, Sungjin would need members that were able to follow simple instructions. If any are like Baltrin, it'd be superb. But whoever you met in a raid was a random occurrence. Luck was perhaps the most important factor in surviving the raids. Although, this did not apply to Sungjin since the restart. Passe 2, Shadow Puma. Time limit, 3 minutes. Caution, Shadow Pumas move silently in the darkness and ambush their prey. Despite entering the next phase, Sungjin was still lost in thought. I had pretty good luck in my previous life. Thanks to my comrades, I was able to survive too. Suddenly, Kra! A loud scream erupted from behind Sungjin. He didn't even turn, and threw himself to the side and tumbled. A black-colored puma landed where he stood a second ago. The puma touched down noiselessly, despite being physically larger than the gray wolf. Sungjin raised his katana. The puma, who failed his ambush, watched Sungjin with its eyes. Due to the dark-colored coat of the puma, only its reflective amber eyes were visible in the night. Kra! The puma charged towards Sungjin once more. It was no match for him. Sungjin waited for the puma to get airborne before ducking out of the way and striking with his katana. VSZZT. The sound of flesh ripping off the bone filled the air. Straightening his clothes, Sungjin nonchalantly gazed towards the puma. The puma was cut from the front legs to the other side of its stomach. The cut was so severe that its intestine leaked out. Gore! The puma, so full of life just moments before, collapsed after taking 2 steps and perished. Completion reward, 10 status points. Kill reward, 10 black coins. Sungjin continued to daydream about the past life. I had some really amazing comrades. And not so great ones. Sungjin stopped his thoughts there. He recalled a face he didn't want to remember. Phase 3, Grizzly Bear. Time limit, 3 minutes. Grrrrrr. Third phase's mob was a sizable bear.
It was 1.5 times taller than an average man. Its arms were as thick as a man's waist, and 5 claws as long as a man's arms grew on each hand.
Gra! Unlike the shadow puma, the bear charged straight towards Sungjin.
But this grizzly bear was unlucky.
Due to the upsetting memory, Sungjin was already angry. Sungjin's katana flashed, illuminated by the moonlight for a split second, and the bear collapsed lifelessly on the spot.
For the majority of hunters, this grizzly bear was like a gatekeeper, preventing entry into the raid. But to Sungjin, it was more like a door flap, pushed aside at whim. Completion reward, 20 stat points. Kill reward, 20 black coins. Although he received the stat points, he did not allocate them. Acting out of habit, he only swung his sword once to remove the blood on its blade. Sungjin's katana, whose ranks were only strength C and dexterity D, had cut through the bear in a single strike. The only reason this basic katana was able to demonstrate such power was thanks to Sungjin's oppressively high stats. The sword was good enough for the present, but as the chapters progressed, it would get more and more outclassed by the other weapons. Sungjin couldn't help but recall the familiar grip on his legendary weapon Blood Vengeance. If I collect enough black coins, ... Phase 4, Dire Wolf. Time limit, 3 minutes. Between the trees, a grizzly bear-sized pale wolf appeared. The operator began her explanation. Caution, the dire wolf is slightly weaker than the grizzly bear. But it can command nearby gray wolves.
Awoo! The dire wolf let out a long howl. And soon, 3 gray wolves appeared at its side. 4 wolves including the dire wolf surrounded Sungjin. Wolves were the first monsters who operated in groups using coordinated attacks against hunters.
Sungjin, who had absent-mindedly progressed through the phases, gripped his katana properly for the first time and assumed a battle position. The reason why the upcoming raid was so challenging was due to these wolves. The wolves, who were orbiting around Sungjin, suddenly charged towards him. Once he saw them make a move, Sungjin charged towards the weakest one of the pack. In one smooth stroke, he severed the wolf's head. And to follow through, he kicked the stomach of another wolf that tried to pounce on him.
Cayenne. The wolf collapsed on its side, whimpering like a hurt dog.
The other 2 used that opening to attack him simultaneously.
These wolves would even sacrifice their members in an attack to outmaneuver their enemy.
Sungjin swiftly swung his katana towards the larger dire wolf. The dire wolf saw Sungjin turn towards him and stopped to dodge the katana. Sungjin, who was facing the dire wolf, had to use his unarmed left arm to stop the other wolf.
Cayenne.
The wolf bit into the chains on his left arm, causing metallic sounds to ring out.
Creak.
The wolf, struggling to bite through the steel chains, quickly lost its head to Sungjin's blade.
Only 2 wolves left.
Even though the dire wolf was still alive, this fight no longer posed any challenge to Sungjin. This time, he made the first move. The 2 remaining wolves tried to outmaneuver him, but Sungjin's katana knew no mercy.
Within 2 to 3 swings of his blade, the wolves collapsed powerlessly. All monsters eliminated. Closing the phase.
Completion reward, 25 stat points. Kill reward, 25 black coins. Sungjin examined the shackle and chains binding his left arm, free Arkansas.
The wolf didn't even manage to leave a dent on it.
This is quite useful. You have completed all phases faster than the other hunters. Please wait until the others complete their phases. As expected, Sungjin finished early.
The environment changed once the tutorial was completed.
A campfire appeared in the middle of the forest. This was where the hunters were being gathered. Sungjin sat by the fire and waited for the other hunters to show up, keeping the katana in his embrace.
All hunts completed. Synchronizing hunters. Along with the operator's words, the environment warped slightly as Sungjin watched patiently. One by one, hunters appeared out of thin air. Translator's note.
HP is calculated by 10x the total endurance and MP is calculated by 10x the total mind power. In the stats, first number is total, second is allocated stat points, and third is modifiers. So endurance 150-115 plus 35 means total equals 150 stat points invested into endurance, and 35 additional stats from titles/items/buffs. The Heart of Gold bonus only applies to final raid completion reward. It does not apply to these phase completion reward. Edit: the author has updated the numbers fixing the inconsistencies in the earlier chapter regarding Baltran, and so we have also made the necessary changes. Thanks for reading. Please do consider supporting us. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 9. Chapter 9, Ahena's Forest, 2. The people that emerged in front of Sungjin were, once again, of different physique and races. A bespectacled young Westerner, a white-haired old man, a very short Southeastern Asian, and a tall white man. But truth be told, their actual physique, size or race did not matter. The more reliable indicator of their strength was the titles they earned until now. Sungjin looked up and glanced at the titles. The young Westerner had Novice Swordsman, the Southeastern Asian had Novice Scout, the white-haired old man had Lumberjack, and the tall white man had the Hooligan title. Sungjin shook his head in disappointment upon seeing their titles. No one was particularly talented. But it was all right. As it was now, Sungjin had enough combat spec to solo this raid's objectives for a full clear. The operator began the mission briefing. Phase 5, Ahena's Forest Raid. Objective, hunt the Wolf Queen Ahena. Time limit, 25 minutes. Complete the objective within the time limit. If you cannot, you will die. Once the operator's briefing ended, the tall white man with the Hooligan title stepped forward and addressed the group. Gentlemen, gather up so we can see your ugly mugs. The man truly embodied the word hooligan, a tattoo covered his shoulders, and he carried himself with a subtle air of arrogance and authority. The novice scout Southeastern Asian man and the bespectacled novice swordsman hesitated for a moment and moved closer to join the hooligan. The hooligan complained. Wow, all I get are these weaklings. The lumberjack old man and Sungjin maintained their distance from the campfire, watching wordlessly. The hooligan took a note of it and addressed them. Hey, old Jack, can't you hear me? Get over here. And you, Master Hunter? Get over here if you don't want to die. The mood was just horrible, much like the first raid. I'll have to carry out this raid by myself again. Sungjin gave up trying to solicit cooperation. It didn't even matter as he did not require their help. He had enough skill and power to complete the raid by himself. The only part that gave Sungjin insecurity was the secret location and the hidden boss. Even though Sungjin was confident he could fight any battle perfectly, he didn't feel the same when it came to searching and defeating the hidden boss within the time limit. In the end, the biggest obstacle is the time limit. The raid begins in 1 minute. Before the raid began, Sungjin called upon the operator. Operator, add all stat points to dexterity. Dexterity rose by 60 points. Raising dexterity was the obvious choice. After the tutorial, he didn't feel that anything in this raid could seriously threaten him. He could already cut the strongest mob in this forest, the grizzly bear, in a single strike. Instead of raising strength, it made more sense to invest in dexterity to increase his speed even further. But now that he had invested in dexterity, he was regretting investing into endurance. Maybe I wasted the points. I know I have to raise it at some point, but speed is more important right now. And while Sungjin was reflecting over his point allocations. Hello. From the woods, a thin man walked out. The sixth person. Everyone's gaze was drawn towards him. He was carrying a rucksack almost as large as his body. When Sungjin saw him, he recalled his memories from the past.
Oh yeah, he exists. I am the wandering merchant Eindel. Please purchase some goods from me before the raid begins. Since we are way out in the boonies, the goods here will be more expensive than those in a regular shop. Hee hee. The operator's cube only sold items during the first chapter. Now the only place available to buy them from was the black market. But from time to time, wandering merchants arrived at the raid location to sell on site. The hooligan approached him. Who the fuck are you? The merchant smiled sheepishly. As I explained, I am the wandering merchant Eindel. I sell potions and other small goods. Also. The hooligan gripped him by the collar and lifted him up threateningly. You don't get coins, give me all you've got, bitch. A warning came from the cubes. Warning. Attacking a non-hostile lifeform will cause penalties from the raid rewards. The hooligan let go of the merchant immediately. Whoa. That's no good at all. My bad, sorry about that. Cough cough. Eindel let out few fake coughs and continued. As I was saying, the wildlife here are afraid and weak to fire. So I recommend purchasing some salamander's ash. For archers, I also sell fire arrows. I don't need to explain how useful recovery potions are, right? At his sales pitch, novice swordsman, novice scout, and even lumberjack lined up and bought items from the merchant. 3 salamander's ash please. How much are the fire arrows? I want 3 salamander's ash too, and 3 recovery potions. The others quickly spent their coins earned from the previous raid on consumables. Their actions made sense since they all just wanted to survive. Raid begins in 30 seconds. The hooligan watched for a few moments, and then hesitantly asked. Hey, give me some salamander's ash too. He was also able to purchase an item. The merchant did not hold a grudge against the hooligan and magnanimously sold it at the same price. Eindel directed his gaze towards Sungjin once he was done finalizing the transaction. Sir, do you need any items? Sungjin declined, shaking his head. He understood. He smiled and laughed jovially. But Sungjin found that to be even more unsettling. He could not tell if this was a human or something else. Is it like an NPC in an MMORPG? The operator finally began the countdown. Raid will commence in 10 seconds. 10. I guess it's nothing strange when there's even an operator. Sungjin pushed aside his thoughts and drew out his sword. Hey, I told you to get over here. The hooligan tried to get Sungjin to join him, but Sungjin replied. Be careful and move as a group. Hunt the lone wolves and bears so you won't die. Be careful about the pumas that suddenly drop out of trees. Sungjin suggested to them. 2, 1, 0 The raid begins. At the same time as the raid start, Sungjin dashed into the dark forest. He heard Eindel's voice from behind. I will remain in this location. If you need consumables during the middle of the raid, please come by at any time. Hearing that, Sungjin thought to himself. There is no chance of that happening. I need to save up money and buy my katana. Star. Sungjin rapidly hunted every wild beast he could lay his eyes on as he charged through the forest. He hunted packs of wolves led by the direwolves, as well as pumas that silently dropped out of trees. Gua! A grizzly bear charged at a speed unfitting of its size. But Sungjin cut it down in one swift strike. Thanks to more than 200 points invested in both strength and dexterity, any wildlife that came in contact with his sword was cut down like a piece of paper. Sungjin didn't concentrate on the fights, but rather on finding anomalies in the area. Clearing the raid was not high on his priority list. Clearing the chapter and having high contribution points were nice. But because Sungjin had both the Heart of Gold and the Master Hunter title equipped, missing out on a few stat points and black coins were acceptable. The most important thing was the item rewards obtained from the hidden bosses and locations. These items were guaranteed to be rated heroic at the minimum. Items he would gladly spend tens of thousands of black coins in the market to buy.
From time to time, Sungjin saw direwolves mixed within the crowd. Unlike other mobs, even he couldn't take them on lightly. They were strong, dexterous, and most importantly, cunning. They called upon gray wolves to perform cooperative attacks. Of course, the side that perished were the wolves.
Ha! Operator. Sungjin addressed the operator after spending a considerable amount of time cutting the animals apart to pieces. Time? 19 minutes 49 seconds remaining. He spent almost 5 minutes turning the forest inside out. It should be fairly close now. The wolf queen Ahenna was not in a set location. She appears automatically after the number of wolves slain pass a certain threshold. Qua.
Sungjin quickly twisted his body and spun around with his katana. Above, a shadow puma was cut from the neck to its armpit.
These guys always ambush just as I forget about them.
When Sungjin was about to sheath his katana, he spotted a gray wolf between the trees.
Sungjin drew the katana out once more. But, unlike other gray wolves, it neither attacked nor watched him. It faced the sky and let out a howl. Awu. Soon, other wolves in the area joined in. Awu. The surrounding was now filled with the howl of the wolves. Awu.
With so many wolves, the howling continued without an end. Listening carefully, Sungjin could tell.
She's here. And as if to confirm his feelings, the operator announced the arrival of the boss. Warning! Boss monster. The queen of wolves Ahenna has appeared.
A moment later, a wolf twice as large as a grizzly bear appeared.
Cunning eyes and a coat as white as snow, Ahenna looked almost divine. But foes are foes.
Sungjin prepared himself, drawing his katana.
Awu.
Ahenna howled in the wind, and a dozen or so dire wolves appeared at her side. Each of the dire wolves brought with them several gray wolves.
Sungjin quickly estimated their numbers. Just a rough guess. 50 to 60.
The most difficult part about this raid was that there was a massive numerical disadvantage. Last time, I had great teammates, and so we were able to overcome this boss somehow. And while lost in thought, he was interrupted by voices coming from behind him.
Where is she? That queen bitch? I think I heard the howling from over there, sir. Wait, wah? What the hell? That gigantic beast is a wolf? We're supposed to fight that? Sungjin did not turn. It was obvious who it was. He gripped his katana tightly and bit his lips. Translation notes.
Edit: the author posted updates as we requested, and we have updated our numbers to match the ROS. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 10. Chapter 10, Ahenna's Forest, 3. Awu. Ahenna let out a long series of howls.
On the surface, it sounded like an ordinary wolf's howl, but the intonation and pitch subtly changed, as if she was speaking.
Upon hearing her voice, the giant wolf pack began moving as a group. What the hell?
While the other 3 hunters were panicking, the wolves closed in surrounding all 4 of them.
Whoa. One of the hunters who was backing up walked into Sungjin's back.
Sungjin, already out of patience, spat out a declaration to the other hunters.
The boss is mine. I don't care what you all want to do, just don't get in my way.
Sungjin charged into the army of wolves towards Ahenna, as soon as he was done speaking, leaving behind the 3 hunters.
Ahenna, who was giving orders to the other wolves via her voice, stopped and prepared for battle.
In the blink of an eye, she attacked with her claws at an incredible speed. But Sungjin dodged her claws with an even greater speed, ducking under her attack. It was 1/100th of a second, but Sungjin saw her eyes grow wide as if to say, "How can you dodge this?" And it was reasonable for her to be surprised, as there were very few hunters capable of evading her attack this early in the raids. Die! Sungjin initiated an upward slash as soon as the paws were out of the way. Ahena leaped back thanks to her animalistic instincts, but the tip of Sungjin's katana still managed to reach her snout. Ka! Ahena retreated, screaming in pain. Sungjin felt the feedback from the strike. It was a shallow cut. Not enough damage. Sungjin prepared to charge in to initiate a follow-up strike, but... Cow! A dire wolf charged at Sungjin from the side. Sungjin dodged it by ducking under his attack, but another charged at him. Sungjin was forced to take a step back. And within moments, Ahena had backed off and was immediately surrounded by a dozen dire wolves. Grey wolves rushed in to encircle her completely. Sungjin frowned. How diligently they served their queen. Suddenly. Pew! Sungjin heard the sound of an arrow flying through the air from behind him. He saw the arrow fly in his direction. While deliberating whether or not he should knock it out of the air, he realized it was flying above his head. What was that about? When Sungjin checked behind him, he saw that the other hunters were fighting for their lives. Fuck! Kill it! The novice scout was shooting arrows randomly, missing every shot. The novice swordman and the hooligan were waving flaming weapons, imbued with salamander's ash, wildly without thought. Stay away! Stay away! Ahena howled a command to the wolves. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa! The wolves, upon hearing her call, stopped attacking and moved as one. They orbited around the four hunters. Although they were wolves, they were orderly and precise in the execution of their queen's commands. Sungjin fixed his grip on the katana and entered battle stance. I need to kill the leader first. Sungjin scanned the sea of wolves. It was not difficult to find her. Snow-white fur, with an unnaturally large body size. His gaze met hers. Ahena was bleeding from the long cut on her face, which went from her nose to her forehead. Once she looked into his eyes, she called out again. Aowa! The moment her command went out, the largest of the dire wolves stood between Sungjin and her. She's smarter than I thought. It will be difficult to complete this raid solo. Sungjin briefly turned to look at the other hunters. The hunters were all grouped up together with the hooligans shouting commands. Together, together. Then, the novice swordman accidentally touched the hooligan's shirt and lit it on fire. The hooligan jumped up in surprise, quickly putting it out. He then cursed out at the novice swordman. Motherfucker! You wanna die, boy? I'm so sorry. Sungjin shook his head in disappointment. Wolves are better than humans. Sungjin felt that asking for their help would be unfavorable and might cause even more headaches. He gripped his katana tightly. He couldn't think of a way to reach Ahena at the moment. Let's start by decreasing their numbers a bit. Sungjin, changing his tactics, searched for a thinner section of the encirclement. But the first one to make a move was Ahena. Arg! With her short command, the wolves surrounding the hunters attacked all at once. Fuck! The novice swordman diligently swung his sword, but the fire on the sword eventually went out. The moment he hesitated, the hand holding his sword was ripped off. Within seconds, he was torn apart to pieces. The hooligan saw that the novice swordman's weapon went out, and understood his club would soon lose the enchant. He searched his pocket. But the moment he paused to reach into his pocket, a wolf pounced on him. He hurriedly swung his club to hit the wolf, but another wolf charged from his blind spot. It jumped up and grabbed him by the neck in its jaws. Mother foo. He couldn't even finish swearing before his neck was ripped off by the wolf. The novice scout launched fire arrows all over the place, but his arrows only struck innocent trees. Once his protector, the novice swordman, and the hooligan died. Help! He tried to run towards Sungjin, but was bit in the neck and killed. Sungjin genuinely felt sorry for them, but he wasn't available to lend a hand. The strongest of the wolves was busy attacking him. After exchanging a long series of blows. Awo. Upon Ahena's command, the wolves separated from Sungjin and backed off. When Sungjin looked around to search for the reason, he saw that there was a light in Ahena's forest. The fire arrow from Novice Scout had started a forest fire. Ahena and her loyal wolves backed away from Sungjin and the fire and continued to encircle him from afar. Surrounded by wolves and the fire, Sungjin was drenched in their blood. He took this chance to look around. So many. He cut down the wolves without rest. But their numbers never seemed to decrease. Whenever he would wipe out a large number of wolves, Ahena would let out a cry which would summon an even larger number of beasts to her. It reminded Sungjin why this place was named Ahena's Forest. Sungjin asked the operator. Operator, time remaining? 14 minutes 29 seconds remaining. Killing the orc chief took him less than a minute, and Ahena had already dragged out the fight by 5 minutes. After all, no matter how strong Sungjin was, he only had 2 hands and 1 katana. Recklessly charging into a well-coordinated formation of beasts was nothing short of suicide. I really need to kill the boss first. Sungjin searched for the queen. She was bleeding from her snout and forehead, and only glanced at him from time to time. She instinctively knew she was no match for him. How annoyingly smart. It was as if she knew that she would win by dragging out the time. Sungjin, surrounded by the wolves, couldn't help but recall the wandering merchant Eindel. Maybe I should have bought a few salamanders. Sungjin had 180 coins left over, see notes. He had been so focused on saving coins for the late game that he might have penny-pinched too excessively. Consumables. Now that he thought of it, he recalled that the necklace Yanhorat was inside his pocket. Keeping the wolves at bay, he took the necklace out to inspect it. Is it time to use this? Yanhora's special active effect was Zealot 3. For 30 seconds, increased damage and speed by 300%. Once the effects were over, his HP would drop to a third of what it was. But the effects were well worth the harsh penalty of the item. Sungjin, who was already abnormally powerful, would benefit immensely from using it. But he had seen the fate of those who had relied on the power of Zealot. Those addicted to Zealot had always met a bad end. There were many who placed their bets heavily on Zealot's active effects. Many who swore by it, forming the core of their strategy around its use. But those who became dependent on its effects someday couldn't handle the penalty and faced gruesome deaths. Sungjin held the necklace in one hand as he kept the wolves at bay. Then, kill. He heard an ominous voice originating from his palms. Sungjin looked from the corner of his eyes towards the necklace. The Yanhorat stared back at him with a hideous smile. The necklace continued to whisper to him. To put it around his neck, to fight. I didn't want to use this. But as he deliberated his options, time kept on ticking by. He knew he could eventually overcome the sea of wolves and complete the objective, but the longer he took, the less time he had available to search and defeat the hidden boss. I will kill the queen within the next 30 seconds. Coming to a conclusion, he swallowed his inhibitions and placed the necklace around his neck. The voices could be heard much more clearly now. Kill them. Sungjin charged towards Ahena with all due haste, ears filled with the mad whispers from the necklace. A wolf attempted to block his way. Sungjin easily cut through him. Blood splashed onto his chin. The whispers from the necklace sped up by several times. Kill them, murder them. A gigantic direwolf pounced upon Sungjin. The moment he noticed the wolf, he cut it apart with lightning speed. Sungjin's blade moved even faster than usual. The dire wolf collapsed to the floor without even being able to let out a sound. Drawing blood twice, the necklace again picked up speed. Kill them, murder them, rip them to pieces, end their lives. Gra! A grizzly bear charged towards Sungjin, but with a single slash, the bear became slices of meat. The voices grew louder and stronger. Kill them! Kill them! Kill them! Kill them! Just hearing the necklace made his adrenaline pump wildly. His eyes felt as if they were threatening to pop out, and he unconsciously started grinding his teeth. Sungjin made a beeline for the queen. Innumerable beasts stood in the way to protect their queen, but Sungjin in zealot mode was 3 times faster and 3 times stronger. His speed and strength were like that of a hurricane, sweeping away his enemies in a rain of blood. The beasts, who came in contact with his path of destruction, were cut apart like pieces of paper. He cut and cut and cut. And all the while, the maddening voice sped up without end. Kill! 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 Ayo. A hyena let out a voice full of fear, and all the wolves in the vicinity launched their attacks towards Sungjin to stop him. The sound of a hyena's cries and the voices from the ring overlapped. Kill! 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 And once the sounds overlapped, Sungjin couldn't help but yell towards the endless stream of wolves. I'll kill you all. You sons of bitches. Translator's notes. The correct count of Sungjin's black coins is 160, according to how much he was rewarded. We will shortly inform the author that more numbers slipped through his editor's notice. Until he updates it, we will keep the number as is shown in the ROS. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 11. A tree was burnt to the core and transformed into charcoal. Unable to withstand its own weight, it collapsed into a pile of ashes. Novice Scout's fire arrows had started a fully fledged forest fire. The wind carried embers of the inferno and began to spread across the whole of Ahena's forest. But not a single creature could be seen running away from the flames. Sungjin pulled his katana out from the chest of the last wolf in the forest. Ha! Sungjin finally let out a long sigh. Behind him were mountains of corpses. Among the corpses was the queen of the forest, Ahena herself. Sungjin had fought in a frenzy. He had fought so wildly that he did not even recognize himself. The effects of zealot was powerful, but it made it impossible to maintain a sound mind during the fight. Sungjin ripped the Yanhu rat off of his neck. Kill them. Rip them to pieces. The necklace's insane shouting seemed to continue to echo in his ears. He was unhurt during the fight, but he still felt a rush of exhaustion wash over him. Operator, my HP. HP, 500/1500. His HP had dropped exactly to a third of what it was. The item activation period was exactly 30 seconds. It was fine to fight mindlessly for 30 seconds, but the problem occurred when the period ended. Disoriented, exhausted, and with only a third of the total HP remaining, finding yourself surrounded by enemies, the same enemies you did not manage to defeat with 3 times the strength and speed. This was the reason why so many people who entrusted their lives to zealot mode had succumbed to death. Sungjin realized that in a truly life-threatening situation, unless he had the absolute certainty that all hostile forces could be eliminated during the active time, it was better not to use it. Against Ahena, he could have easily completed the chapter without using it. But he was short on time. Time. Operator, remaining time? 13 minutes and 49 seconds remaining. Not even a minute had passed since he had previously asked. Yanhurat's mind-corrupting voice had saved him lots of time. Operator, take out 2 small recovery potions from the inventory. The cube summoned 2 small potions upon command. Sungjin drank them both. The effect of the small recovery potion was fill 1/3 of the total HP. Drinking the 2 potions recovered his whole HP.
Sungjin now wanted to leave to search for clues about the hidden boss when snap! He heard something step on a branch, breaking it. Was one left alive? Sungjin looked towards the origin of the sound. Whatever caused the sound, it was trying to hide itself. Sungjin approached the tree, katana at the ready. As he grew closer towards the source, he could hear the sound of breathing growing louder. When Sungjin walked around the large tree, die! A large axe came swinging at him. But it was swung at an ordinary speed. It was in slow motion compared to a hyena's claws. Sungjin swung his sword faster than the axe to intercept it. The katana cut off the axe head, and the axe blade flew off into the distance, landing somewhere in the forest with a thud. Disarming his attacker, Sungjin inspected the assailant. It was the white-haired lumberjack old man, who stood stiffly holding the headless axe like a sword. Ah! He saw Sungjin's face and collapsed backward in fear. Sungjin stared for a moment at the old man. Oh yeah, I forgot about him. Aside from Sungjin, the old man was the only person who had been acting independently from the hooligan group. He must have been put off by the hooligans' arrogant behavior from the camp. It was not a bad decision. In the end, it was what kept him alive. The lumberjack swung his headless axe towards Sungjin and shouted, Stay away. He had no reason to approach the old man. Sungjin sheathed his katana. But the lumberjack added one more word. You monster. What? Sungjin looked into the old man's eyes again. The old man must have seen Sungjin fight under the effects of Yanhorat. If that was so, his reaction made sense. Sungjin decided to give him an advice. Hey, Grandpa. Go back to the campfire where we started the raid and sit there. If you do so, you will be able to avoid death. With that, Sungjin ran deeper into the forest. Sungjin ran through the forest with his katana in hand, searching for clues. But no enemies could be seen. Sungjin then realized something and asked the operator. Operator, raid progress? Raid is 95% complete. Sungjin immediately sheathed his katana. I guess that was all of them back there. A hyena's cries must have summoned every remaining beast in the forest to the fight. And every single one of them, without exception, was eliminated by his hands. It was rather nice to know that there were no loose ends. It was just him and the hidden boss. After roaming the forest for a while, he saw rows of trees turning black. This must be the boundary line. The raid was always conducted within a systematically enclosed area. Just because it was a forest did not mean it continued on forever. If a hunter attempts to leave past the boundary, a terrifying warning was given. Please return to the hunting grounds. This area is off limits to hunters. If you remain in the restricted area after 10 seconds, you will die. 10-9. If this is the boundary. Sungjin withdrew his hands from the boundary line. Then turning around, he ran straight back perpendicularly from the boundary line. No matter how much he searched his surroundings, he didn't see anything out of place. Soon, he returned to where a hyena and her beasts lay strewn about the forest floor. Where the hell is the hidden boss? Sungjin decided to return to the starting location. At the campfire, the old man lumberjack and the wandering merchant Eindel were sitting by the fire. Ah! Monster! Oh, you were able to defeat a hyena. Congratulations, Mr. Hunter. Sungjin scanned the campsite briefly. Go away. Do you wish to purchase some supplies? The lumberjack begged him to leave, and the merchant bid him to stay. Of the two, he decided to listen to the lumberjack. He didn't have time to waste on those two anyways. As time passed, the forest fire continued to spread. A hyena's forest was now lit as bright as day. But he didn't spot anything particularly out of place. Operator, time? 8 minutes and 39 seconds remaining.
He had been searching fruitlessly for 5 minutes. He had been probing like a madman, combing the forest. But the only thing he could find was the boundary.
Where is it hidden? Sungjin was starting to become annoyed when hoo-hoo. Short but unmistakable sounds of an owl could be heard from above. Sungjin looked up into the night sky.
If it were still dark, it would have been hard to spot it.
But thanks to the forest fire, it was easier to see. On top of a tree, an owl was nested.
The owl did not appear to be a hidden boss, but it was still suspicious. Sungjin unhesitatingly jumped up the tree, climbing it.
Sungjin's dexterity had long surpassed human limitations.
Climbing the tree posed no difficulty for him. Once he got closer, the owl flew away. Only the nest remained. He decided to check the nest. Within the nest was not an egg, but a round white crystal.
Found it. Sungjin reached out and lifted up the crystal. The cube began an announcement. Congratulations!
You have obtained the hidden piece.
Perfect moonstone.
Sungjin inspected the perfect moonstone.
The operator opened up a hologram for the item. Perfect moonstone, crystal of the moon. Rare jewel. Crystal hidden inside an owl's nest.
It is said that it contains the powers of a full moon. There are no special effects associated with this item. In most cases, this kind of item could be sold off to the black market for black coins.
Operator, how much can this be sold off for in the black market? 100 black coins. Only 100. Sungjin placed the item in his pocket for now. He left to search for the hidden boss. Compared to the items hidden bosses can drop, 100 black coins were nothing.
Then, he stopped. He recalled something he heard long ago in the past. From the earlier days of the hunts, he once heard from his teammate. I heard that a party was able to find and kill the hidden boss in the hyenas forest. Sungjin paused for a moment to try and recollect his memory. None of the original party members survived until now, but from what I've been told, the hidden piece found in the second forest, it's not supposed to be sold.
Not for sale? Sungjin reached into his pocket and took out the moonstone one more time.
As the name implied, it was perfectly round, and the crystal was a perfect replica of the full moon.
Sungjin looked up into the sky.
Above the burning treetops and the smoke, he could see the third quarter moon.
He looked back and forth between the moon and the stone. Half moon and round moonstone, that is to say, a full moon.
Sungjin, while looking back and forth between the crystal and the moon, he recalled the operator's explanation about the forest. It is a place filled with insidious and cunning predators of the night. The answer was on the tip of his tongue. All the pieces were there.
Then, just who is? Sungjin put together the final piece. He quickly moved his feet.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 12.
At the campfire located at the entrance of the raid, two individuals were exchanging words.
You mean you only lived in the city your entire life? Yeah. I've never even held an axe in my life before. I don't know what's going on anymore. Old Man Lumberjack and the wandering merchant Eindel were having a conversation. I see.
I hope you have a long life, sir.
That would be nice.
But that crazy guy from before,
At that moment, that crazy guy appeared, interrupting the peaceful atmosphere.
Their reactions were polar opposites again. Wandering merchant Eindel bowed, greeting him.
Welcome, dear customer.
And the old lumberjack was startled, pointing his fingers at Sungjin.
Why?
You.
Why are you here? Sungjin, for the first time, approached the two. The lumberjack was being incredibly cautious, but he ignored the lumberjack and approached the merchant instead. "Hey, do you know anything about hidden bosses?" Eindel tilted his head as if confused and replied. "Hidden boss? I don't know. Is there something like that here?" He smiled innocently for a moment, and then his expression brightened up. "Oh, I think I've heard of something like that before. A secret boss hiding somewhere in the raid zone. Finding it is really difficult, and it possesses incredible strength. Please be careful, Mr. Hunter, in case you ever run into something like that." Sungjin couldn't help but smile when he heard the reply. And drawing out his katana, he pointed the sword at the merchant. "So you have incredible strength?" As if not understanding his words, the merchant tilted his head again. "What is this about, dear customer?" The lumberjack grasped the merchant's shoulders and said to him, "Don't listen to him, son. He's a crazed monster. You don't need to listen to him." Sungjin addressed the old man. "Come to my side if you want to live. The crazed monster is him, not me." The lumberjack seemed to be on Eindel's side. The old man stood even closer to Eindel as he replied back to Sungjin. "Stop your lies. Didn't you see what happened when that hooligan fellow tried to threaten him? You don't get coins. Give me everything you've got, bitch." The lumberjack was probably referring to that situation from earlier. The operator definitely said at the time. Warning. Attacking a non-hostile lifeform will cause penalties from the raid rewards. Sungjin knew better than anyone about this rule. There was no way he was not aware of this. That only applies while he is a non-hostile lifeform. But the lumberjack refused to listen. "You bloodthirsty animal." He seemed to view Sungjin as a battle-crazed maniac ever since witnessing him in Zealot 3 mode under the influence of Yanhorat. Sungjin shook his head in disappointment. Almost nobody believed in Sungjin since the reset. At the very least, the old man seemed naturally distrustful. "Well, fine. Do what you like. But, if you don't run away by the time I count to 3, I can't guarantee your safety." 1 inch. Sungjin put his hand inside the pocket and began to count. 2. He gripped the perfect moonstone. 3. At the same time when he said 3, he tossed the stone towards Eindel. What is? Eindel looked down at the stone he caught on instinct. In his hands, the crystal displayed the words full moon. And the moment his eyes landed on the words, his blue eyes turned amber. Sungjin knew. This is it. And to confirm his suspicion, the operator announced in an urgent tone. Warning! The hidden boss werewolf Eindel has appeared. Gra-ah! Eindel's short stature grew rapidly, growing hair all over his body, his face extending into a snout. His fangs grew out and extended past his lips. The time it took for wandering merchant Eindel to transform into werewolf Eindel was 3 seconds. The lumberjack had fallen over in surprise at his transformation. Sungjin yelled at him. Hey, run away. But... He didn't even have the time to scream or shout. Eindel, upon transforming, immediately turned towards the lumberjack. Gah! The lumberjack, who until moments ago was sharing a pleasant conversation with the merchant, had his neck ripped out by the werewolf Eindel. Drenched in human blood, the werewolf let out a howl. Sungjin frowned and took out his katana from the sheath. I'm getting real tired of that sound now. The werewolf turned his gaze upon Sungjin. Sungjin clenched his teeth. Moments later, they clashed. Sungjin swung his sword and leaned his head back as Eindel's claws cut through the air above him. Because Sungjin had tilted his head back to dodge, he could not visually confirm the result of the first clash. However, Sungjin did not feel any recoil from the strike. He dodged it. Instead of launching a follow-up strike, Sungjin watched for the wolfman's next move. And just as he predicted, Eindel launched his attack towards Sungjin's unguarded left. Sungjin quickly let go of his katana from his left hand to guard. Kaka. Eindel's claws and the chains of free arc collided, sending sparks flying. If he had not equipped the free arc, he would have lost his hand. Deliberate and planned attack. Sungjin leaped back in surprise. In the previous strike, Eindel had aimed to strike Sungjin's arms to disarm him rather than go for the kill. There was no question about it. Sungjin decided to try to communicate. "What are you?" And in a rough and deep voice, he replied. "You already figured me out. What an interesting human." Sungjin red-ripped his katana as he spoke. "I just thought it was strange that the operator would willingly throw in a random weirdo to help out in a raid." The wolf gestured to the old man he killed and replied. "That man was too old, his meat tasted no good. Let's see how you taste." The two combatants resumed the battle. They dodged, attacked, dodged, swung. They exchanged blows at a breakneck speed. Eindel was even faster than a hyena. Despite Sungjin's unmatched investment into dexterity, Eindel did not lose out on speed. The two exchanged a few more blows, and mutually took a step back. The fight suddenly came to a pause. Eindel and Sungjin both understood that the other was a formidable foe. Eindel looked nervous. Sungjin gazed into his own reflection on the katana. This was designed to be difficult to clear alone. Similar to Mad Orc Ruark, this was not a contest of strength and endurance, but of speed. The problem was compounded by the fact that the speed on both sides was roughly the same. Sungjin considered using the Yanhorat inside his pocket, 3 times the speed for 30 seconds. "If I use this, it'll take 30 seconds to kill. No, 10 seconds is enough. But I promised myself I wouldn't use it unless absolutely necessary." For a moment, Sungjin wavered, but he made a firm decision and withdrew his hands. Sungjin decided against using it. If he wasn't strong enough to overcome a chapter as early as Chapter 2 without relying on cheat mode, then his future looked grim. Cow! Eindel charged once more towards Sungjin. Sungjin lowered his stance and backed off, dodging and blocking all of Eindel's attacks. Meanwhile, he calculated his next move. "If we reach that area." Sungjin leaped back further and further to lure Eindel in. Being unable to land a hit, Eindel gave chase as he entered into a frenzy. And suddenly, Sungjin stood his ground. He was standing next to the campfire. He kicked the logs up towards Eindel. Fire attack. Eindel paused for the first time to stop the log. The moment he made contact, the fire spread to his fur. For a thousandth of a second, Eindel stiffened up when the fire spread to his fur. And that brief moment of hesitation was all Sungjin needed. He cut the werewolf's unguarded abdomen from side to side. Ka-ah! Eindel let out a strange scream. It was difficult to make out whether it was a scream of a wolf or a human. But Sungjin's katana was devoid of any mercy. Sungjin swung and slashed Eindel's legs. His thin legs were severed without giving resistance. Sungjin had been eyeing them for a while. Without being able to hold himself up, Eindel collapsed to the ground. He still tried to put up a fight by thrashing about from the ground, but Sungjin stomped on his stomach and simply cut off both of his arms. Cock! Eindel let out another cry of pain and began to pant. Even in his last moments, he glared at Sungjin with eyes filled with malice. How cruel! Sungjin held his katana upside down and addressed him. Yeah, that's the problem with you talkative ones. And he thrust the katana deep in his chest. Craw hag! He let out one last cry of pain and perished. Sungjin looked down at him and said his parting words. You said it yourself.
Wild beasts are afraid of fire. What kind of idiot teaches his enemies his greatest weakness? The operator soon gave out an announcement. Hidden boss werewolf Eindel cleared. Congratulations! You have managed to complete all objectives in this chapter, disregarding the remaining time and ending the raid immediately. Upon hearing the announcements, he finally wiped off the sweat from his brows. Sigh. Maintaining 100% completion for a raid, even for Chapter 2, was no easy task. Ahena and Eindel both were extremely difficult opponents to defeat. Will I be able to go until the end like this? Once he thought of it, he understood the difference between this life and his previous life. The difference was his luck with teammates. The reason why he was struggling so much despite the massive advantage granted by the restart and his unbelievable stats was due to his luck with teammates. Previously, he was able to make it to the end because he consistently met reliable and rational teammates. But for some reason he had absolutely the worst luck with his teammates this time. Of all the teammates he met so far in 2 chapters, Officer Baltran was the only one who was somewhat decent. Sungjin paused for a moment to look up at the night sky. The half moon was still there. Sungjin briefly thought of Baltran. I wonder how he's doing. Baltran's words echoed in his mind. We will meet again, Master Hunter K. Meet again. The chances of meeting someone again from the previous raid was astronomically small. Baltran was reasonably strong and had good leadership qualities. But if he gets matched up with poor teammates, he'll just get killed. And for a moment, Sungjin felt depressed. But the operator's voice interrupted his thoughts and brought him good news. Calculating rewards. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 13. The operator announced the rewards with her well-enunciated and clear voice. Monsters slain. Grey Wolf, 80. Shadow Puma, 30. Grizzly Bear, 15. Dire Wolf, 16. Total 1,500 points. Boss Monster slain, Wolf Queen Ahena, 150 points. Hidden Boss, Werewolf Eindel, 150 points. Final point count, 1800. Distributing points. Reward distribution ended quickly. Why? Because there was only one recipient. Your contribution is 100%. 1800 stat points, 1800 black coins awarded. Raid clear bonus 400 stat points and 400 black coins awarded. Item effect additional 10% gained activated. Distributing 2200 stat points and 2420 black coins. 100 black coins remaining from Chapter 1, 60 from Chapter 2 tutorial, and now getting 2420. Total is 2580 black coins. Sungjin completed his calculations quickly and looked down at his hands. Heart of Gold's blue sapphire glinted in the firelight. Sungjin happily petted his ring. The ring allowed him to receive 10% extra coins this round. And now we will distribute the items. Swift Paw, Wolf's Step. Grand Kin, Ahena's last descendant. Mystery Pouch, Wandering Merchant's secret stash. Recovery Potion, Small X5. Salamander's Ash X3. Items appeared in front of his eyes and land in a heap. Except for 3 items, he put all the consumables in the cube. Last but not the least, you will be awarded titles you've earned on this raid. Sungjin crossed his arms and gazed down at the cube. He wasn't expecting much. He already had Master Hunter, which had the strongest stat boost he had ever seen. I don't think I'll need to switch out Master Hunter no matter what titles I receive from this raid. But Sungjin's assumptions were thankfully wrong. Treasure Hunter, twice during raids, you have rights to ask the operator for hints about where the secret location is or the hidden boss is located. What? Listening to the operator's explanation, Sungjin immediately uncrossed his arms. He took the cube into his hands and asked the operator once more. Say that again. What does the treasure hunter title do? The operator repeated herself. Treasure hunter, twice during raids, you have rights to ask the operator for hints about the hidden locations. And if I don't equip the title? If you do not equip the title, you will only receive half of the title's effects. In other words, you'll be given the right to request hints on the hidden location or boss just once per raid. He had such low expectations, but he received a pleasant surprise. In fact, now he faced a dilemma. Does he remain with Master Hunter's 30% bonus to stats, or take 2 hints from the treasure hunter? He is only allowed to pick one title to equip for the duration of the raid. Okay, understood. Sungjin decided to dwell more on it later. He could always mull over his choices while taking a bath in 99 Nights. Sungjin finally looked over to his items. First was the boots built out of a wolf's foot. I remember being jealous of people who wore these. How fortunate. This was a henna's drop item. So Sungjin was able to see a few hunters wear it around. Swift Paw, Wolf Step. Heroic Shoes, Defense 22%. Active Skill. Swiftness, 3, when out of combat, move at 1000% the normal speed for a brief period of time. 30 seconds duration. 5-minute cooldown time. Shoes in the shape of a wolf's feet. It normally has the claws hidden. The shoes Sungjin wore now was the sneakers he had on when he was summoned to the Hunter's Hall. Sungjin lifted up the shoes and spoke the command. Equip. Moments later, the shoes were placed on his feet. It fit him perfectly. The active skill would be useful when searching for the hidden boss or the secret piece. The other 2 items were probably drop items of the hidden boss Eindel. The first one he inspected was the small wooden carving of a wolf. Grand Kin, a henna's descendant. Heroic Summon. Active Skill. Spiritual Link, Grand Kin, Loyal Familiar, Summon Grand Kin. If summon is killed, or if 10 minutes pass from the time of summoning, it disappears. A summon. Sungjin threw the statue of the wolf into the air. It burst midair, and a normal-sized wolf emerged. The summon looked handsome for a wolf. For like untouched snow, eyes as beautiful as gems, he was without a doubt a henna's descendant. Sungjin gestured towards Grand Kin. Grand Kin, come this way. The wolf obediently approached Sungjin. Sungjin placed his hands on Grand Kin's head. The fur was soft to touch. Oh yeah, I noticed that you wolves are much better than humans. In the 2 chapters he's overcome so far, he's had nothing but disappointing teammates. If he is a faithful familiar like the operator claimed, then he will be useful in raids. Sungjin spoke to himself while petting Grand Kin. But Grand Kin is too long. Grand Kin. Grand Kin. Kane? Yeah, I'll call you Kane from now on. It's okay, right? Grand Kin responded with a short bark. Woof. It seemed as though the wolf understood all his words. Sungjin couldn't help but smile. Yes, nice to meet you, Kane. I look forward to working with you later. The last item was a small rucksack. It was miniaturized, but the rucksack was otherwise identical to the one the wandering merchant Eindel carried with him. In truth, this rucksack was what Sungjin was most curious about during the whole reward process. Where is this used? Operator? The operator immediately opened up a hologram to reveal information about the rucksack. Mystery pouch, wandering merchant's secret stash. Heroic treasure. Active skill. Roulette, 4, receive 1 legendary class crafting material. Pouch disappears after use. Wandering merchant Eindel's stash of crafting materials. His pouch is filled with crafting materials.
Legendary crafting material?
Sungjin was honestly surprised. The heroic tier he had equipped had excellent bonuses and effects, but legendary tier items were on an entirely different scale. With a legendary tier item this early in the chapters, one could almost beat the whole chapter with just that item alone.
Should I open it now?
While Sungjin deliberated, the operator announced the remaining time.
You will return to the Hunter's Hall in 1 minute. He only had 1 minute left.
Well, I guess there's no harm knowing what I've got before I head into the black market.
Finally making up his mind, Sungjin untied the rucksack and opened up the top. Pop.
With a small sound, the operator conveys a congratulatory message.
Congratulations! You have obtained Ancient Stories of the East. Wait. What? Sungjin was shocked.
This Ancient Stories of the East was a legendary item among legendary items.
Its effects were extraordinary.
But it was difficult to obtain because the item was divided into 3 parts, and only one person could own the completed item. Before Sungjin died, and only at the very last few chapters, he was able to see it once or twice.
Ancient Stories of the East, Part 1. Legendary Crafting Material. Omnibus of Ancient Stories of the East.
Once parts 1, 2 and 3 are gathered, it can be made into a complete volume.
If I can just recreate this item. If he were to obtain this item, early and mid chapters will become unimaginably easier to complete. Operator, how much are part 2 and 3 of Ancient Stories of the East? I am unable to give you that information.
For the first time, the operator did not provide the information to Sungjin. He searched in his memories for a moment and recalled that in the black market there was a bookstore.
I'll probably be able to find some information there.
The operator began her countdown for his return to the hall. You will return to the Hunter's Hall momentarily.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Star.
The Hunter's Hall was still filled with a large number of people. Less than 0.1% of all humanity were present, but humans were many.
Unimaginably so.
But as chapters progressed, the numbers continued to dwindle. Sungjin recalled the past.
They kept on dying until there were less than a dozen remaining, less than.
The operator interrupted his thoughts and announced a congratulatory message.
Congratulations! You have all marvelously completed Chapter 2. Not one person celebrated the completion of the second chapter.
And rightfully so, until just moments ago, they were struggling for their lives to survive. You, who have completed Chapter 2, are now a fully fledged hunter.
Sungjin crossed his arms and stared at the operator's face. And here comes the bad news. Chapters from now on will skip the tutorial.
And jumped straight into the raid. This sentence was exactly why Sungjin was cynical about her congratulatory message. There will be no more 1 versus 1 phases designed to get you familiarized with your upcoming enemies.
You will be entered into active combat straight away.
All hunters who managed to survive until now are considered to be above able to fight 1 versus 1 level.
So opportunity to safely scout out an enemy is no longer provided. What?
Several hunters already figured out what kind of disadvantage this was, and let out sounds of disappointments.
On the other hand, yawn.
Sungjin stretched as he yawned.
Tutorials did not affect him one way or another.
The operator continued on, and Sungjin paid her no heed.
Please do not be alarmed by the discontinuation of tutorials. A note with the information about the next raid
will be delivered to the Inn 99 Nights shortly. The other hunters listened to her words carefully. For them, it was a question of life and death. Among them, only Sungjin stood crooked, arms crossed and complaining like some high school delinquent.
Shut up and send me to the black market. Note, the author has fixed inconsistencies which were seen in previous chapters, like Baltron's reward coins and Sungjin's dexterity increase in the Ross. We have followed it by updating the chapters here as well. If you like our work, please do consider to support us through a donation. Every bit helps us in buying Ross and paying our upcoming website costs. Thank you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 14. After a long and exhaustive explanation from the operator, Sungjin was finally teleported to the black market. Once you have finished shopping, please feel free to return to the 99 Nights Inn at any time. The operator continued to speak, but Sungjin had had enough. I got it, thank you. Sungjin waved the cube away and entered the black market. Bookstore, where was that again?
Sungjin had been to the black market numerous times, but couldn't recall the last time he had entered a bookstore.
There never was a really good reason to enter one.
Sungjin roamed the black market aimlessly until he found a bookstore hidden away in a corner.
This bookstore dry mouth is run by bookkeeper Gourmet. Various books and information can be purchased here. The shop owner was a quiet-looking goat man. He was so absorbed in his reading that he did not notice that he had a customer waiting. Sungjin eventually let out a fake cough to attract his attention.
Cough, The goat man finally noticed that he was not alone, only his eyes moved as he gazed up from his book.
He saw Sungjin and greeted him. Ah, please excuse me for not noticing you there. I hope you can understand, this is a great paragraph you see, so, was there something you wanted to buy? Sungjin shook his head. No. I did not come to buy a book. Sungjin carefully took out the part 1 of Ancient Stories of the East from his vest and showed it to Gourmet. Do you recognize this book? Gourmet's eyes grew wide in surprise. Oh. My goodness. His eyes took turns looking back and forth between the book and Sungjin. This is a very precious item. Where did you manage to obtain one?
Sungjin replied matter-of-factly.
What do you mean? I obviously got it as a raid reward. Gourmet shook his head in disbelief and replied, licking his dry mouth. I thought chapter 2 just ended. How is it possible to obtain a legendary crafting material this early on? I didn't know it was possible either. So, do you carry any of the later parts of this book?
Please wait for a moment.
Gourmet closed the book he was reading and stood up.
Behind him were mountains of books.
Some were even taller than Sungjin.
He dug into the mountain and disappeared from sight. Once a minute had passed since his disappearance, the mountain seemed to collapse with books cascading down.
After 2 major and chaotic book avalanches, Gourmet appeared holding 2 volumes.
In his hands were the Ancient Stories from the East Part 2 and the Ancient Stories from the East Part 3.
Gourmet proudly announced. As I thought, I have them. So, have you come to purchase them? Sungjin instinctively swallowed. How much are they? 5,000 black coins per volume. Sungjin couldn't believe his ears. What? 5,000 black coins per volume. Did you already lose your hearing at such a young age?
5,000 black coins per each crafting material, it was expensive.
Far too expensive. That means, the final item has the component cost of 15,000 coins.
In my humble opinion, the complete item is incomparably more valuable than 15,000 coins. Sungjin fell quiet.
Gourmet was right.
For now, he decided to leave the shop.
Understood. I will come again at a later date.
He needed 10,000 coins to purchase the 2 components.
Haggling or intimidation did not work with vendors.
If you want to read to pass the time before the next raid, feel free to browse.
Any book unrelated to combat is free after all. Sungjin waved his hands and left Gourmet's bookshop. His destination, 99 nights. There was nothing he wanted to purchase. There were only 2 items that he yearned for. I currently have 2,580 coins.
My old sword is 9,700 coins, but the remaining 2 crafting materials cost 10,000 coins.
Mr. Hunter, please look at my wares.
A vendor shouted for his attention, but Sungjin paid no heed.
He was deeply troubled by his dilemma.
Finish the book, or reunite with the old sword. Sungjin was short of about 7,500 coins needed to purchase either of the 2 items.
He would need to complete at least 2 more raids to earn the required amount. Sungjin debated on which item to get first as he walked back to the 99 Nights Inn.
Once he returned to 99 Nights, he found that a familiar friend was waiting for him at the table.
It was the wolf Grand Kin. Kane barked once as if to greet Sungjin.
Woof!
It was unexpected. But the operator gave an explanation. Beings connected via spiritual link skill will be available at 99 nights from now on. Sungjin welcomed the information.
He didn't feel comfortable with other people, but being able to spend time with a loyal companion like Kane had no demerits.
Sungjin walked up to Kane and petted him. Kane, let's go in and eat dinner or something. Sungjin entered 99 Nights. Owlbear Dalyapin greeted Sungjin as always. Welcome back, Mr. Hunter. He bowed deeply until his back was nearly level with the floor. Ah, thanks.
Whoa. Hearing an unfamiliar wolf voice, Dalyapin turned his head around to look at Kane from his bowed position. Sungjin was reminded that owlmen could turn their neck around at 180 degrees.
This wolf, Sungjin answered casually. He's my ally.
Please take care of him when I am not around.
Understood, sir. Dalyapin finally stood up straight and asked. You must be famished. What would you like for me to prepare today? Sungjin deliberated for a moment. Sushi.
Various kinds, about 20 pieces.
Oh, and make about 5 fatty tuna. Dalyapin nodded. Understood. I will prepare them right away. Ah. And raw meat for Kane. A good cut of beef around 500 grams. It's okay, right? Dalyapin nodded once more. Not a problem. Sungjin picked up the last remaining fatty tuna sushi with his chopsticks.
He had been saving it for last. He dipped the tip of the rice in soy sauce before putting it in his mouth. The soft meat of the tuna, with the perfect ratio of fat mixed in it, almost seemed sacrilegious to swallow such a perfectly prepared culinary masterpiece. But eventually, the tuna was masticated and swallowed. Should I order 5 more fatty tunas? Sungjin considered his options for a while. After carefully weighing his options, he decided not to. If he overindulges on food today, it could cause problems in the raid tomorrow. Sungjin took a glance down once he was done eating. Kane finished his meal and licked his plate clean.
I'll see you tomorrow, Kane. Sungjin petted Kane one more time and returned upstairs.
He asked the operator as he took off his clothes.
Operator, time left? 10 hours 49 minutes 21 seconds until the next raid.
Until the next raid, there were 2 things he had to do: distribute his status points, and decide on a title. Sungjin sank himself into the tub and called upon the operator.
What is my status right now? Title, Master Hunter. HP, 1500 MP, 220. Strength, 275 212, plus 63. Dexterity, 381 293, plus 88. Endurance, 150 115, plus 35. Magic Power, 1814, plus 4. Mind Power, 2217, plus 5. Unallocated points, 2,200. 2,200 unallocated points after completing Chapter 2. I don't think my total stat points added up to 2,000 after 4 chapters last time though. It was certainly an incredible amount. It helped that Sungjin took the majority of the contribution points from both Chapter 1 and 2, as well as clearing them at 100% completion. I guess it's because I did everything by myself. The most important question that needed an answer now was how to distribute his status points. After thinking about it carefully while idly splashing about in the tub, he decided to invest 700 into strength, 800 into dexterity, and 700 into endurance. The reason why such a high percentage of status points went into endurance was simple. There will be mages starting with the next chapter. There were magical attacks that cannot be dodged no matter how dexterous you were. In order to clear a raid safely, investing in endurance was necessary. Of course, investing so much into endurance could lead to shortage in attack power, but if I really need to, I could always rely on Yahura to get me through rough spots. His next dilemma was what to do with the titles. If I use Master Hunter, I receive bonus stats. If I use Treasure Hunter, the opportunity to find hidden pieces would increase. It was a difficult decision. After much thought, Sungjin finally decided to keep Master Hunter for one more round. The reason was that it was such an excellent title. Even to the final chapter, Sungjin had never even heard of such a good title. I will decide on the Treasure Hunter after trying the active skill at least once. Couldn't hurt to wait and see first. Sungjin finished his bath and wrapped up his thoughts. Fatigue from the battle today, and the subsequent relaxation at the bath made him drowsy. He felt drawn to the bed and laid himself on its soft sheets. But knock knock. He heard a knocking at the door. Who is it? Daliapin answered from the other side. Dear Hunter, it is the information pertaining to the next raid. I don't need it though. But Sungjin opened the door anyway. He felt it was against etiquette to refuse gestures of kindness. Especially against Daliapin, who provided him excellent meals and a place to lodge. Once Sungjin opened the door, Daliapin handed him a piece of paper. Sungjin accepted the note and said, "Thank you. Hope you have a restful evening." Daliapin closed the door and left. Sungjin took a glance at the piece of paper. It goes without saying that there was no hint regarding the hidden piece. Information mostly pertained to terrain, the different kinds of monsters dwelling in the area, and about the boss that ruled the place. Ordinary things. Everything that Sungjin already knew by experience. Sungjin placed the paper on his bedside table. The title was illuminated by the lamp. Information pertaining to the Grey Soul Cemetery. But he turned off the lamp. While other hunters diligently studied the note, Sungjin laid on the bed and went to sleep. Note: here is today's chapter. The next one will be posted as per schedule, which is on Saturday unless a chapter's sponsor queue fills up. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 15. Next morning, Sungjin made his way down to the first floor of 99 Nights. Toast and vanilla latte. He ordered his breakfast. Woof. And noticed Kane, whom he had forgotten about. Ah, that's right. Give Kane something too. After ordering food for Kane, Sungjin took his feet out of his shoes and rested them on top of another chair. Daliapin left to prepare his breakfast. While munching away on the toast and vanilla latte, Sungjin thought of the next raid, Grey Soul Cemetery. He felt his appetite draining. He put down the toast he was eating. That's not really a place I wanted to return to. Sungjin put down his half-eaten toast and left the 99 Nights with his cup of latte. Kane also, as expected, followed him out. The weather was beautiful. The black market could be seen in the distance. Should I buy some holy water now? The thought ran through his mind.
But he needed to save every black coin he could muster so that he may purchase a legendary item later on.
Operator, remaining time? 3 minutes 12 seconds.
There was still some time left before the raid. Sungjin downed the rest of his vanilla latte and returned to the table he had his breakfast at. He decided to allocate his points the way he had planned last night. Operator, allocate 700 to strength, 800 to dexterity, and 700 to endurance. Strength has risen by 700, dexterity by 800, and endurance by 700 points.
Sungjin was now prepared mentally for the upcoming raid.
No matter how high his status points were, it was no easy feat to finish the chapters at 100% completion.
Especially alone. Soon, the operator began her countdown. Raid will begin shortly. 10, 9, 8.
Sungjin pet Kane briefly.
See you in a bit, Kane.
And after a moment, he disappeared from 99 Nights.
Star.
Late at night, worn-out street lamps dimly illuminated the surroundings, casting shadows upon the rows of tombstones nearby. A crow flies off of a twisted dried-up tree devoid of leaf or life.
Caw caw.
The place Sungjin was teleported to was an eerie cemetery. The operator began her explanations.
Hello. Welcome to Grey Soul Cemetery.
It is a place filled with regrets and grudges of the dead. As announced before, starting with this chapter,
there will be no more tutorials, and the raids will begin right away. I can never get used to this place. Sungjin took a look around his surroundings and licked his lips.
It still tasted sweet from the vanilla latte.
Synchronizing hunters.
The space around Sungjin blurred for a moment, and 4 hunters emerged.
Sungjin read the titles before even looking at the teammates themselves.
Bear Hunter, Mid-Level Samurai, Scout, Veteran Spearman.
Oh.
This time there were 2 impressive titles.
Mid-Level Samurai and Veteran Spearman.
Sungjin inspected the owners of the 2 titles. Anyone could tell that the Mid-Level Samurai was a Japanese man. He looked to be about in his early 20s, maybe even younger than the current Sungjin. He had grown out his chin hair and had shaved part of his eyebrows to make the tips pointy. Of China, Japan, and Korea, only Japanese men would sport such a look at such an early age.
I guess he's a real samurai.
Sungjin took a look at the veteran spearman. This man was completely black. Compared to black men in America or Europe, his skin tone was of an even darker shade. It was hard to make out his features due to the dim lighting, but the whites of his eyes were prominently visible.
I think he's African. The last 2 individuals lacked anything noteworthy about themselves.
The bear hunter was a tall Westerner, and the scout was a thin, agile-looking man.
He guessed that he was probably from India. Sungjin was checking the vibe of the group. If it was going to be awful, he wanted to tell them. Gather as 4 and go hunt small mobs.
Just like he had done with the others until now. But before he got his words out, the mid-level samurai stepped forward and stole the show.
Hey, you 4 should group up and hunt trash. I'll go and solo the boss in a flash. The other 4, including Sungjin, stared at the samurai. Sungjin especially so. The samurai had invested well into his equipment.
From top to bottom, he wore normal to rare items. The katana he held appeared fairly high spec.
Probably an item sold in the last edge. Sungjin couldn't help but think. He sure bought a lot of things. He must have been an ace in the other raids, carrying his team. The scout Indian man piped in. Well, isn't it better if we stick together? The bear hunter agreed with the scout. Yes, I agree. Chinese kid, no matter how strong you are, wouldn't we be stronger if we all worked together?
With the exception of the mid-level samurai, the rest of the team seemed rather agreeable.
Hey! Don't you see the katana and the title? I am Japanese. Japanese. Anyway, sure, we can go together. But, when we face the boss, stand back. No matter how hard you try, I'm going to take the highest contribution. Sungjin reflected over his actions. Was I like that? Chapter 3 Grey Soul Cemetery Raid. Objective, hunt the Lich Deathmond. Time limit, 25 minutes. Complete the objective within the time limit. If you cannot, you will die. The raid begins in 3 minutes. Once the operator completed her mission briefing, the White Bear Hunter said, "Well, I think we should introduce ourselves before we begin. We are going to be fighting for our lives, and trying to yell, 'Hey Master Hunter, help me!' might take too long. The white man was looking up at Sungjin's title above his head. I will start. My name is Henrik Sondegard. Since my family name is long, please just call me Henrik. What are your names? Henrik must be from the Northern Europe. Call to. I am from Nepal. The man Sungjin assumed to be from India was actually from Nepal. And finally the mid-level samurai. My name is Watanabe Hiroaki. Shorten my name and call me Hiro. What a lively youth. Until now, he should have been through life and death struggles, forced to kill or be killed, yet he maintained such a positive attitude. He must be like this naturally. The only two remaining men who didn't reveal their names were the Master Hunter, Sungjin, and the veteran spearman, but once the three men stared at him, Sungjin spat out words he had prepared beforehand. I am K. Henrik nodded. Okay. K. He must have liked that his name was short. The last one remaining was the veteran spearman. But he only stared blankly. After he had taken turns looking at the others, he said, Akana. And thus the introductions were over. The bear hunter Henrik did his best to rally the team and exert leadership. Let's work hard together. Don't we all have a family we wish to save? The mid-level samurai gripped his hands hard at Henrik's words. Yes. My mother and sister are being held by them. Sungjin thought Hiro was perhaps not as crazy as he first seemed. The Nepali Kultu also nodded. I probably have the largest family to save. Since there are 30 members in my immediate family. Once again, Sungjin and the African were the last ones left. Sungjin, in particular, didn't have anything to say. He grew up in an orphanage. The people the operator showed him as a ransom for clearing the raids were just some orphanage workers. They were good people, but it was nothing like a parent. No one knew what Akana thought. He only blinked his eyes with a vacant stare. He did not speak up. It wasn't like he couldn't speak, nor unable to understand. He didn't seem normal. The raid begins in 1 minute. The operator informed the group about the remaining time. Now, the other men became nervous. You read the information pamphlet, right? Arrows don't work against skeletons. I will deal with the skeletons with my axe, so please take care of the zombies and ghouls if I am busy. Understood. Hiro approached Sungjin meanwhile. Hey, Kay, what country are you from? You're definitely not Japanese. Chinese? Korean? Probability-wise, you're most likely to be Chinese, but I feel like you might be Korean. Hiro might have been interested in Sungjin for choosing the same weapon. Sungjin continued to stare expressionlessly, but Hiro did not stop there. Wait, you're still using the basic katana. Where did you spend all of your black coins? And what is that shackle for? Why are you swinging your sword while being bound with chains? Sungjin frowned. Annoying. Even though Sungjin did not give a single word in reply, Hiro continued to speak. I actually finished first place in Kendo Regional Championship in Osaka. After taking the regional title, I was preparing for the nationals, but I ended up here instead. That last part sounded interesting. Sungjin had also taken Kendo. If he had taken first place in Osaka, he must have had considerable skill. So Sungjin gave a single word of reply. So, that's how you got the title of mid-level samurai. Yeah. This operator or whatever has good eyes. This title is awesome. It gives 20% increased damage to all attacks done by a katana. How is it? Amazing, isn't it? Sungjin was at a loss for words. He wanted nothing less than to quickly kill the boss and search for the hidden boss. What's that title, though? Master Hunter? It sounds really cool. What are the effects? Sungjin sighed. Go get it. You'll know then. Yeah, I'm going to smash this raid or whatever. I'll take all the titles and all the items. His confidence was great. But his contribution from this particular raid wasn't going to be high at all. Unless Sungjin decided not to participate. How should I proceed with this raid? Sungjin took a quick glance at the others. These were all somewhat talented individuals with potential. At their level, they should be able to survive this chapter without protection. Problem is contribution. But the most important factor is who are the last few survivors at the end. There was no reason to be considerate with every random stranger he meets at the beginning. Because the chances of them surviving to the end was minuscule. The only ones who are needed to complete all raids and objectives are the final few individuals. To eliminate uncertainty caused by having to rely on good teammates and cooperation, he needed to be overwhelmingly powerful. Enough to finish all the raids solo if need be. Sungjin decided on his course of actions. And just like he had done every time, he let the others know. I will go alone. And as was with Hiro, the others turned to look at him. Truthfully, I am more of a lone wolf. If there is any need of my assistance, I will come to help. Please, stick together as a group of 4 and hunt only the normal monsters. Henrik, who tried hard to encourage teamwork, was shocked. What? What's wrong now? Why are you saying this? Kultu also chimed in. He's right. Isn't it better to hunt together? Hiro was actually impressed. Ho. K. How cool. Alright. It's a race. Finally, the operator began her countdown. The raid begins in 10 seconds. 10. Sungjin took out his katana and stood in front of the gates of Grey Soul Cemetery. 9, 8, 7. Henrik tried one more time to change Sungjin's mind. Hey Kay, don't do this. Let's talk about this. But Sungjin only turned to say. I can't. This raid. It's like this. TL note, at the bottom for context. Henrik's eyes grew wide. Sungjin felt pangs of guilt. Just, consider me a troll. You probably had 1 or 2 until now. 3, 2, 1, 0. And the moment the gates opened, Sungjin ran ahead. Alone. TL note. This part is really subtle. In the Korean version, this sentence implies that betrayal is part of the raid's design, one person sacrificing the entire group to take all the reward for himself. He's basically apologizing to Henrik for screwing him over for the next round. He considers his own action as a direct threat to the well-being and survival of his teammates in the next round, same as if he attempted to kill them himself. Hence, he considers himself a troll. If you like our work, do consider supporting us. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 16. Once Sungjin was gone, the remaining 4 people decided to work together as a group. Yeah, just leave it to me. I got this. Hiro was too talkative. Akana was too quiet. But regardless of their differences, they agreed to stick together to clear the graveyard.
In the front stood Henrik with his axe and Hero with his katana. In the middle stood Akana with his spear, and in the back stood Kultu with his bow. Before entering the cemetery, Henrik and Kultu both took out the lantern they had prepared. "What's that?" Henrik answered matter-of-factly. "What, this lantern? It was on the information page, you know. It says the cemetery is dark, so you should buy a lantern at the black market." Hero tilted his head. "Is that so?" Akana also blinked with a blank expression. Henrik shook his head. "Mine in the front and Kulta's lantern in the back will probably be okay with the lighting. Let's just go." Henrik made his way towards the cemetery. Sometime later. Grah! Few zombies appeared. Zombies. All right. Hero fearlessly ran ahead. Wait. Henrik had been planning on watching his enemies and responding defensively. Hesitantly, he ran forward to assist Hero. However, Hero proved to be better than he thought. He wielded his blade as if possessed. Once the zombies reached his strike zone, their arms and legs were cut off and sent flying. When the zombies stumbled and fell due to the loss of their legs, they were beheaded with a lightning-fast attack before they even hit the ground. Henrik instinctively swallowed. I see why he's acting so cocky. While he was distracted, a zombie charged at him. Henrik hurriedly swung his axe instinctively and cut off the zombie's wrist without resistance. But this became a problem. A living being would have hesitated from pain, but the zombie continued to charge at Henrik, disregarding the physical harm. Henrik, having just finished his attack motion, was in no position to defend himself. He was vulnerable to the zombie's bite. A moment of peril. Aho! Akana's long spear penetrated the zombie's head through its face. IHO! Whenever Akana thrust his spear shouting out strange words, holes appeared on a zombie's face. The zombies hit in the face by his spear all fell powerlessly on the spot without being able to so much as wave their arms. Thanks to the spirited fighting by the two men, Henrik and Kulta did not have much to do. Aurea. K-ho! All Henrik and Kulta could do was provide light for Hero and Akana to fight properly. Alright, Henrik. Bring the light a little closer, please. At least Hero actually needed the light to fight. Aho-ho! Akana would run into the impenetrable darkness alone, and kill the zombies on his own. What the hell am I watching? Henrik, who had lived in Copenhagen all his life, had difficulty adjusting to what he was witnessing. But thanks to the effort of the other two men, Henrik and Kulta could progress through the raid without much trouble. Sometimes ghouls, which were faster than zombies, would threaten Henrik and Kulta. But whenever they were in danger, Hero and Akana protected them from harm. Henrik thanked the two of them. Thanks to you too. I think we will be able to clear this raid without much trouble. Of course, we would have to see the boss first to know, but from what I could see, we should be enough. The real concern is that teenager K from earlier. I worry about what might have happened to him. However, Hero's expressions were strange. Hero spoke as if he was put off by something. Yeah, I guess so. But isn't something weird here? This round? What's weird? I mean, well, I guess something like the number and strength of the monsters. Don't you feel that somehow it's even easier than a henna's forest? Kultu agreed with his observations. I think you're right. Compared to the endless wave of wolves from the previous raid, there does seem to be too few enemies in this raid. There are ghouls too, but bears were far more threatening. Is it because we haven't entered too deep inside yet? IG. Akana interrupted the conversation by making strange noises. Henrik looked over to him. What is it, Akana? Do you have something to say? Akana wordlessly motioned for Henrik's lantern. Henrik understood his gestures and obediently handed it over. But the question remained. Akana, you.
I thought you didn't need light to see? IG. Akana left the other three and ran off somewhere. He then stopped and put down the lantern on the ground. The other three men opened their mouths in surprise. What the? Not far from where they had fought, there was an unimaginable number of zombie and ghoul corpses lying around. Henrik walked up to Akana to pick up his lantern. He looked around the area with the lantern held low to the ground. There he found not only corpses of ghouls and zombies, but also chopped up remains of skeletons as well. Henrik murmured to himself, overwhelmed by the implications. What in the world? Star. Sungjin wielded his katana like a bolt of lightning. Kuyu. In a single strike, 2 zombies were cut down at once. The blood and bile splashed all over Sungjin's face. Kra gra. Smelling the thick scent of blood, ghouls appeared from nowhere. Deeply bent back, jagged and uneven teeth, rotting flesh. Sungjin instinctively swung his katana. Anything that his sword touched was cut apart without resistance. Of course, spewing disgusting unidentifiable liquids everywhere. There were largely 2 main complaints about the Grey Soul Cemetery. One was that the enemies were smelly and gross, mostly zombies and ghouls. The second was that these things were only dangerous when overrunning their opponents with sheer numbers. Although they did not pose any significant threat to Sungjin, fighting them was in no way hygienic. I can't wait to clear this map. It was already his second time, but he couldn't get used to this. Hidden piece or not, he just wanted the raid to end. Once he finds a red magic circle hidden within the cemetery, he will be able to locate the boss monster Deathmont. Kill the boss with all due haste, and search for the hidden piece. That was his plan. Where was that again? But he couldn't remember where the magic circle was located. Grey Soul Cemetery was far too dark, so dark that it was hard to tell where anything was. Last time, the 5 of them roamed the cemetery aimlessly until they accidentally stumbled onto the magic circle and just barely beat the boss within the time frame. Maybe I should have bought a lantern. Without a doubt, the information pamphlet about Grey Soul Cemetery would have urged the hunters to purchase at least 1 lantern. He, once again, penny pinched too hard to save money to buy legendary tier items later on. Recalling something, Sungjin called upon the operator. Operator. Yes, esteemed hunter? Take out the salamander's ash that I received as reward last time. A package appeared on top of the cube on command. It was a reward he had received from Ahena's forest. Sungjin lifted it up. Salamander's ash. Normal consumable item. Special effect, Flame Eye. Flame Eye imbues an item with a weak flame. 5-minute duration. Ash collected from a dead fire lizard, salamander. It is said that there is a place in the world where salamanders are raised on a farm to be harvested for their ash. Sungjin rubbed the ash over his katana. Soon, Sungjin's weapon lit up on flames illuminating the surroundings. Useful. It was an item originally meant to be used to strengthen attack power, but Sungjin treated it as nothing more than a source of light. His damage was already high enough. Selling the salamander's ash only gave back a single black coin. With the 5-minute duration, he was confident that it was plenty of time for him to find Deathmont. Clack clack. Perhaps it was due to the burning katana that an army of skeletons was marching towards him. Sungjin preferred these guys though, at least they didn't have rotting flesh and blood. Instead, they each carried spears, swords, or axes. And it goes without saying that they were no match for Sungjin's speed. Wielding the katana in one hand and the scabbard in another, Sungjin fought as if performing two-handed sword-style combat. Cutting and bashing. No matter with what Sungjin hit, he shattered the bones to pieces. Once the enemies were destroyed, Sungjin paused to look up at the night sky. The moon was nowhere to be seen. He had no sense of directions. He didn't know where he came from or where he needed to go. I don't know where that magic circle is. What should I do?
Sungjin pondered for a moment before coming to a plan of action: brute force everything and search as wide and as quickly as possible. If he ran into enemies, then it was a place he hasn't been to, and if it was an area filled with corpses, then it was a place he had searched before. Although Sungjin was sick and tired of creating mountains of zombie/ghoul corpses, he decided to swallow back his disgust and do it all over again.
Star. Did that K-person do all this by himself? Henrik asked in disbelief. Hero replied. Who else could it be? Hero sounded angry. Well, I guess it is a good thing as long as we clear the raid, right?
Henrik consoled him, but Hero kept his arms crossed and remained quiet. It appeared as though he felt some sort of rivalry between Sungjin and himself. The four hunters fought with the survivors as they searched through the Grey Soul Cemetery.
When suddenly, Akana stopped on the spot. He could see far into the darkness.
The others tensed up, but he put down his spear.
Amero hum menye demandi.
He fell to his knees and started bowing feverishly. The others looked over to see what he could be bowing to. There, they saw a person in the distance clad in a white dress.
Eek! Hero started screaming like a woman and hid behind Henrik. What's wrong? Hero answered Henrik's question. Gee, ghost. Henrik looked over again.
He saw the white-clothed person. Pale face, long hair, white dress. She was approaching them. But her motions were too smooth. When he looked carefully, he saw that there were no feet under the hems.
Henrik tried to encourage Hero. We should fight then. Hero held onto Henrik's clothes and murmured. Gee, ghosts are scary. Akana continued to pray and chant. Rayom Kani Bessemers. Henrik was starting to panic.
The two aces of the team showed zero will to fight and were behaving strangely.
Henrik looked over to the ghost again.
Even now, the ghost without legs was gliding towards them. Note: next release is on Wednesday as per the schedule unless there is a sponsored chapter in queue. Also, please do check our recruitment post on the homepage. We are in need of Korean translators to bring to you another novel.
Thank you.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 17.
Henrik raised his axe and shouted.
Kultu. I got it. At least Kultu was still acting sane.
The ghost approached very slowly.
Kultu knocked his arrow and carefully aimed for the ghost's head.
Pulling back on the string, and then letting go of the arrow, he let it fly.
Phew! The arrow flew straight and true.
But when it reached the ghost, it simply passed through it.
Damn it, what are we supposed to do? Henrik looked around him briefly.
I'm so scared. Hero continued to cower behind him, hanging onto the hem of his shirt.
Labe ahandi rusoo. Akana continued to chant and bow. What should we do?
Kulta stared at him, terrified.
There was no one dependable. Henrik looked ahead again.
The female ghost was now nearly upon them.
Henrik tightly gripped his axe.
It was the only thing he could depend on. Pale face, crimson lips, bloodshot eyes. For a moment, Henrik and the ghost stared at each other.
Ha!
Henry had been planning to swing his axe as soon as the ghost approached close enough. But once he looked into the ghost's eyes, he froze up. He found that he could not move. The ghost stopped moving closer as well.
She raised one arm. Hiya-iya. And let out a strange noise. Come on, move.
Henrik commanded his body to defend itself, but he couldn't shake off the petrifying terror taking over his body.
But after a few seconds,
The ghost turned around and left in the direction she pointed. Once she disappeared, Henrik was able to move again after a moment. Finally, he let out a sigh of relief. What was that? Is it gone? Kultu answered Hiro's question. It's just leaving without doing anything? Once the ghost left. Emma Gordy Sabbath. Akana stopped chanting and stood back up. Everyone else turned to look at him. And for the first time, Akana spoke words they understood. Thank you, blessed ancestor. Henrik was shocked and blurted out. What? Akana can speak. Akana closed his mouth in response and blinked few times. Henrik was at a loss for words. Kulta spoke up. Excuse me, but since the ghost is gone, let's get moving again. It's been about 10 minutes since the raid began. Shouldn't we go and clear it? Henrik snapped himself awake and fixed his grip on the lantern. Why, yeah. I guess that ghost was not a monster. The four men quickly moved from the spot. They did not wish to remain long where the ghost had appeared. But... Awu. They heard a wolf's cry in the distance. It was a sound none of them wanted to hear again after completing Chapter 2. Hiro said. Wait, was that a wolf? Kultu also tilted his head and asked. There are wolves in the cemetery? Henrik bit his lips. This chapter had too many surprises. He didn't know what to expect. Star. Sungjin searched feverishly through the Grey Soul Cemetery. Already living monsters were becoming difficult to find. In other words, he was running in circles. But he didn't have any other choice. It was so dark in Grey Soul Cemetery that it was difficult to tell right from left. Finally, the flame on the katana went out. 5 minutes had elapsed. Sungjin was plunged into the oppressive darkness once more. Wait, 5 minutes passed already? I don't have much time. Sungjin called the operator out of instinct. Operator. Yes? Give me. He was about to ask for another salamander's ash when he remembered that he had cane. Ah, right. Please go on. Ah, never mind. Sungjin reached into his pocket to retrieve a small wolf figurine. He threw it in the air. Before reaching the ground, the small figurine transformed into a large wolf. Sungjin couldn't help but smile looking at Kane. Wolves have superior night vision. Kane, who made an appearance for the first time in a raid. Awu. Let out a long drawn-out howl to announce his presence. Sungjin walked up to Kane. Kane, it's too dark for me to see properly. Let me in the way. We're searching for an altar with a red pentagram. Understood? It should resemble a pile of rocks. Kane let out short barks to convey that he understood. Woof woof. Search for corpses, not the unmoving ones on the ground, but the ones that are still moving. Seeking out surviving enemies should lead us to the boss. Sungjin tried to explain in detail, but Kane had already begun his search. Sungjin followed behind Kane's wagging tail. After a while, Kane stopped and bared his teeth. Growling. He let out a warning. What did you find, Kane? Sungjin caught up with Kane, and from afar. Creak click. He could hear the sounds of ghouls and skeletons. Enemies. The numbers were great. Kane must have growled to warn Sungjin of what's ahead. Sungjin drew out his katana. Star. Sigh. No enemies. Hiro complained about the lack of enemies to fight. Henrik agreed with him. Yeah. Henrik preferred safety over recklessness, but Hiro was right. Once in a while, the group would run across some bones or rotting tissue, but they were always found to be ripped apart to pieces. And while wandering around bored, the four hunters heard another strange noise. Shing. Woof. Cock. It was a sound of conflict. The hunters gazed towards the source. Henrik looked at each of the other hunters and asked, "Should we go check it out?" No one refused. Since the run-in with the ghost, they had not seen a single enemy alive. They headed towards the source of the conflict. Peerless warrior. Akana said his second coherent sentence. The hunters raised their lantern high and continued to walk towards the commotion. And soon, they were able to see K fight. He, who wielded his katana with speed and power that rivaled bolts of lightning. Each swing of his blade cut apart 3 or 4 zombies. Ghouls attempted to launch surprise attacks from his blind spot from time to time, but Sungjin seemed to have eyes on the back of his head. He would stop them with his scabbard and bisect them with his katana's follow-up attack. Krughag. In the face of Sungjin's mighty blade, ghouls were cut away like pieces of paper. A skeleton attempted to stab Sungjin with a spear, but Sungjin dodged it easily by leaning back. And Ka-ah! The skeleton was knocked down by the wolf. The skeleton struggled for a moment on the floor, but the wolf ripped it apart with its claws. Wow! Henrik whispered in awe. Hero was good, but when judged as a human being. What he witnessed in K's fight was beyond the level of a mere human being. It was like watching a war god of old. Hero. Henrik remembered Hero and turned to look at him. Hero was watching the fight with his mouth agape as well. I wonder what he's feeling right now. And by the time he finished his thoughts, the commotion ended. The sound of fighting stopped, and Henrik looked over to Sungjin. He was surrounded by nothing but undead corpses. K frowned as he wiped off the blood and gore from his katana. The wolf next to him turned to look at them briefly before barking. Ow! K finally turned to look at the 4 hunters. Ah! You've come. But Gar. The wolf next to him bared its fangs threateningly. K noticed and chastised the wolf. Hey, don't do that, Kane. These hunters are not enemies. At his words, the wolf relaxed and walked in between Sungjin's legs. He was tame and loyal to his master. After telling off his wolf, Sungjin looked up. Star. Sungjin quickly did a head count. 1, 2, 3, 4. Evidently, no one died. No one seemed particularly injured. He didn't have a chance to see, but most likely the veteran spearman and the mid-level samurai had protected the group well. It is a rather talented group. Unbeknownst to him, the main reason for their safety was that nearly all the monsters were annihilated by his hands. The North European standing at the front approached him and began to speak. That was amazing back there, K. Sungjin welcomed him. I am glad that all of you are fine. I couldn't believe how skilled you were. Enough to survive alone. Ah, thanks. Sungjin glossed over his praises. There were more important things to discuss. He pointed out the pile of rocks forming an altar. So, I am about to go for the boss. What would you like to do? It was the magic summoning circle used to summon Lich Deathmond. It was discovered by Kane while searching through the darkness. The North European man saw the altar and tensed up. The Japanese boy next to him stepped forward. What do you mean? We fight. The African man behind them continued to stare with a blank face. The Nepali behind the whole group seemed anxious. Sungjin directed his words to him. Well, I won't ask you not to participate. But even I can't fight and protect at the same time. If you don't feel like you can handle it, please feel free to drop out of the fight. In fact, it'll be okay if you don't participate at all. I can clear the raid for us. The boss Lich Deathmond was a troublesome enemy. He used magic attacks. Many strong individuals had met their sudden demise by his magic. At his words, the North European Henrik and the Nepali cultist stepped back. Only 3 remained.
Sungjin, the Japanese teenager hero, and the African Akana. Sungjin quickly glanced over them. Well, at the very least they're not at a level where they would do more harm than good. Sungjin stood in front of the altar. On top, a satanic pentagram was drawn.
Arranged at its center were ribs and pelvic bones emitting blue lights. Hey samurai, there should be some blue glowing bones laying around.
Go get them for me.
Hiro silently gathered the bones as Sungjin asked.
Sungjin also searched and found 3 bluish bones. Right femur, right humerus, and the skull.
The samurai brought the left humerus and the left femur.
Sungjin pointed towards the magic circle and explained. Arrange those on the pentagram over there.
The body forms the center, so place those 2 bones on the left side.
You understand, right?
And as instructed, the samurai placed the bones on the left side of the ribs and pelvic bone.
Sungjin followed suit and placed the right femur and humerus on the pentagram.
He paused for a moment before turning to the other 2 hunters. Get ready, mid-level samurai and veteran spearman. The 2 men nodded slightly.
Sungjin placed the last piece, the skull, on the pentagram.
The red magic circle lit up, casting shadows all around. The bones began to reattach themselves to each other.
The operator gave out an announcement. Warning! Boss monster! Lich Deathman has appeared.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 18.
With ribs and pelvic bone at the center, the skull, scapula, humerus, and femur attached themselves to the existing skeletal structure. Once the bones settled in their proper locations, smaller bones such as the fingers and toes came to attach themselves to existing pieces, soon forming the shape of a human. Blue strands emerged from the skull and entangled the bones, and a staff emerged from the top of the altar and flew into its hands. The jaws began to move. Come, those who are fated to die. As soon as he spoke, Sungjin, who had been waiting with his katana drawn, charged at him.
Lich Deathman was a mage.
To combat enemies who used magic, it was essential to attack them with all due haste before they could complete their incantations. Seeing Sungjin move, the Lich lifted up his left hand and shouted.
Frozen wall, to me. Ice shield. A blue crystal wall appeared in front of Sungjin. But Sungjin cut down the wall without hesitation.
The wall of ice split in half and fell apart. The Lich quickly tried to swing his right arm holding the staff but Kane leaped up and bit the staff, holding on. Taking advantage of the opening created by Kane's surprise attack, Sungjin quickly swung his blade. Caught off guard, the Lich's left arm was cut apart to pieces and sent flying. Gasp! The Lich floated up slightly and leaped back. Sungjin wanted to press in to continue the attack, but the Lich began chanting.
Push away my enemies.
Gust. The Lich's short incantation was followed by a powerful gust of wind. There was no damage, but Sungjin, who was in the air, was carried by the wind and pushed away from the Lich. At the same time Sungjin landed on his feet, Hiro launched his attack on the Lich's right arm. Ice shield. The Lich summoned another ice wall. Hiro tried to cut through the block of ice like Sungjin had before him. With a crack, the katana clashed with the wall, but the cut was too shallow.
Hiro's katana stopped halfway through the ice.
What? Hiro shouted out in surprise. The Lich took the time to cast another spell.
Piercing spears of ice. Ice lance. The Lich's staff formed 3 icicles in the air around it.
Once they took shape and solidified, the icicles flew towards Hiro, who was still struggling to free his katana from the ice wall. Hiro hastily pulled his katana free from the wall and deflected the icicles.
He knocked one out of the air, and then another, and then... Qua!
Hiro didn't manage to block the 3rd icicle and was stabbed in the stomach, falling over. But Hiro's actions were not in vain. while he was dealing with the boss's magic attacks. Ho! Akana appeared from the darkness and shattered the lich's right arm holding the staff. Upon losing both the arms, Gust! The lich called forth his wind magic once more to push Akana back. Defy gravity. Flight! The lich lifted up into the sky. And with the three hunters watching, the legs fell off from the hips and attached themselves to the elbows. It was a strange sight to see, arms replaced by legs, with feet where hands used to be. The staff flew up from the ground and placed itself between the toes. Cold which burns, blade that severs. Scythe of ice. Upon his incantations, a large blade formed on the tip of the staff, like those of Grim Reaper. Growling. Cain began to growl upon seeing the lich's scythe. Second phase. Sungjin fixed the grip on his katana. Yuho! Akana turned his spear around and readied his combat stance. Hero gulped down a potion as quickly as he could. Once the lich was done transforming, it returned to the ground. Sungjin, Akana, and Hero all charged at the lich simultaneously. The lich moved back as it swung the scythe. Due to the staff's length, the length of its legs, and the length of the humerus, the reach of the lich's attack was enormous. And because the lich continuously swung his scythe, no one, not even Sungjin, could easily approach him. Taking advantage of the hunter's hesitation, the lich recited an incantation. Spreading death, orb of ice. A small spherical orb appeared on the lich's hands and started floating towards the hunters. The orb was moving even slower than it looked. It was doubtful whether it would hit anyone who was paying attention. Then, Sungjin recalled something from his past. I've seen that before. And the moment he recalled just what it was, he shouted as he threw himself onto the floor. Get down! The orb exploded and scattered shrapnel everywhere. Sungjin braced himself. There was no way to avoid all the debris. But Sungjin felt no pain after the explosion. When he raised his head, he saw Cain standing over him bleeding. Shrapnels were embedded all over his body. Whine. Wrath took Sungjin's heart, and he leaped to his feet infuriated. Hero and Akana both were hurt and couldn't move properly. Sungjin charged at the lich alone. The lich swung his scythe like a whip, but Sungjin dodged every swing and moved closer to the lich. Once Sungjin got close enough, the lich hurriedly recited an incantation. Ice shield. But the ice wall could not hold up to Sungjin's blade guided by anger. The wall crumbled away to nothing. In moments, Sungjin bisected the lich's arms, made of leg bones. Gust. The lich, who was now without arms or legs, retreated after reciting the incantations. Just the skull and the torso left. Sungjin dashed forward to finish off the boss. Aurea. Oh ho! Behind Sungjin, Akana, and Hero got up and also charged together. The lich saw the three hunters and began an incantation. Cold which obstructs. Frostbite. Ice pillars emerged from the ground and froze the hunters' feet to the ground. The lich attempted to use the opportunity to shout an incantation, but free arc. The shackle on Sungjin's arm gave off a brilliant light, and the ice holding his feet gave away without resistance. Freeing himself of the magical bindings, Sungjin sped towards the boss like a bullet. The lich, who assumed the frostbite would last a bit longer. Wind which freezes all, ice which rips everything apart. Because of Sungjin, who freed himself in an instant and had charged towards him, he wasn't able to complete the spell. Blizzard STO. Sungjin, in his extreme anger, cut the lich from the bottom up, starting from the tailbone and reaching all the way to the jawbone. He cut the lich apart in half. Objective complete. Returning to Hunter's Hall in 17 minutes and 52 seconds. The cube announced victory, but Sungjin was not happy at all. He walked up to Cain, who was laying on the ground. Cain was bleeding out and dying. Shortly after, he disappeared with a bang and returned to the form of a wooden carving,
Sungjin picked up the figurine. Thank you, Kane. You worked hard.
After a moment, Sungjin placed the figurine in his pocket.
Star. Objective complete. Returning to Hunter's Hall in 17 minutes and 52 seconds. Once they heard the announcements, Henrik and Kulta came back to see the other three men. Good work, all of you. Though, are you alright? Henrik was right to be worried. Akana and Hiro were dripping with blood. Shards of ice still pierced their skin in many places, and small and large cuts covered their bodies. Only Kei was left devoid of cuts and bruises. Kei swung his katana a few times and then turned to leave. But... Kei. No. Kei-sama. Hiro stopped Kei.
Kei turned to see what Hiro wanted.
Hiro got down to the ground and gave a deep bow on his hands and knees.
I, Watanabe Hiroaki of 20 years of age, have been shown new heights of greatness. I wish to make you my sensei, so please accept me as your pupil. Kei looked uncomfortable. No, he looked alarmed.
What are you talking about? We're going our separate ways after this chapter. Hiro was insistent.
Please accept me as your pupil anyway.
You never know if we will meet each other again in another chapter.
Kei returned his sword to the scabbard and replied. Even if you say that, there is no option other than to become stronger on your own. But even though the chapter was completed safely, Kei looked distraught.
Suddenly he called to the operator. Operator, how much time left? You will return to the Hunter's Hall in 17 minutes and 24 seconds.
After asking for the time, Kei turned to leave. Hiro, who had his forehead touching the ground, looked up and stood up to follow.
Sensei, where are you going? I will go with you.
The other two people, Henrik and Kultu, looked at each other. The boss monster was killed, but there was bound to be more undead mobs remaining somewhere. In other words, the safest place right now was standing close to Kei.
Let's go too. The two men understood each other without communicating. They, too, followed Sungjin.
Akana briefly wiped the blood off of his face and followed behind the others. The other hunters followed Kei like a shadow. Hiro stayed close to Kei and continued to try and make conversation with him.
Sensei, please give me one word of advice. How can I become powerful like you?
Kei finally broke the silence and half-heartedly gave a response.
Operator already said how. Increase your stats, get good items. And stuff. He recited a textbook answer. Do you have no comment about my kendo skills?
Kei bit his lips for a moment and pondered, but he gave another half-hearted answer in the end.
Just do a lot of fighting. Forget everything you learned at the dojo. Excuse me? Kei explained himself. We're not fighting humans. We fight monsters. Real combat experience here is more important. Ah. Thank you for your teaching, Sensei. Kei shook his head at Hiro's words. And along the way. Sensei? Where are you headed to anyway? Don't go too far. A ghost appears somewhere ahead. At that moment. A ghost? Kei, who was responding in a half-bored and half-annoyed manner, changed his tone of voice.
He stopped in his tracks and turned to interrogate Hiro.
What ghost? Seeing Kei's sudden spike in interest, Hiro excitedly explained what he knew.
Well, you know, a female ghost like those you see in scary movies. With pale skin and blood dripping from the lips.
Kei took hold of Hiro's shoulders and spoke once more. Where did you see it? Way over there, it was flying around. Right before we saw the boss. You know, it's pretty hard to tell where we were though. Kei glanced at Kultu and Henrik.
The two men shook their heads.
Kei returned his gaze to Hiro. That ghost, is it very noticeable? Very. She wore a white dress and seemed to glow slightly. she should be visible from far away. K suddenly turned his head. Hidden. He muttered something under his breath and suddenly shouted. Swift paw. His boots suddenly grew claws. And before the others recovered from the surprise, K began running away at an incredible speed. No, it was beyond incredible. It was completely outside the boundary of human limitations. Although Henrik and Kulta stared with their mouths open, Hiro yelled. Sensei! Wait for me! Only Hiro chased after K in the darkness. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 19. Sungjin blazed through Grey Soul Cemetery, searching. Swift Paw, Wolf's Steps effect was stronger than anticipated. Because it gave 10 times the normal movement speed, Sungjin was actually forced to slow down. But the result was magnificent. It effectively reduced the time spent on searching to a tenth. Sungjin thought of what he had just heard moments before, as he continued to search between the many tombstones. Well, you know, a female ghost like those you see in scary movies. With pale skin and blood dripping from the lips. A hint came from an unexpected source. I am certain that the ghost has something to do with the hidden boss or the hidden piece. Now that he thought of it, he had heard some rumors of a ghost in Chapter 3. Hunters from the previous life sometimes gossiped about it. And here I thought that I should have used the treasure hunter active skill right after the boss. Sungjin saved his active skill for now. He already got a hint about at least one of the two things, and there was a possibility that the hint the operator provides is on the same subject. There was not one undead remaining in the entire Grey Soul Cemetery. Most were wiped out during his search, and the stragglers were hunted down by the other 4 hunters. Ghost, where are you? Sungjin checked his surroundings as he sped through the cemetery. And finally, his speed gradually started decreasing. It's been 30 seconds already? I haven't located the ghost yet. Soon Sungjin was back to running at his normal speed. He paused for a moment. He was surrounded by an indistinguishable sea of tombstones. Damn! Sungjin turned his head while swearing, and just then he saw something white floating in the distance, a woman in a white dress. There! Sungjin sprinted at his normal speed towards the ghost. Star! Sensei! Hiro tried to keep up with K, but it was impossible. K ran at impossible speeds, and Hiro lost sight of him in mere moments. He paused and stared towards the general direction K disappeared to. Anyone else would have given up at this point. But not Hiro. Holy cow! Sensei is so amazing, that. After taking a quick breather, Hiro continued with his chase. After about 2 minutes, he spotted the ghost he saw earlier. Eek! Hiro stopped immediately. In fact, he subconsciously took a step back. He was alone without Henrik, Kultu, or Akana. Hiro was not afraid of skeletons or zombies, but the ghost scared the wits out of him. Then, he spotted K next to the ghost. What should I do? Hiro nibbled on his nails and began to fret. He was in a dilemma due to the forces of attraction and repulsion being gathered in one spot. I am a man of martial arts. I need to overcome my fears. Hiro finally made up his mind and approached K and the ghost. Once he got within earshot, K turned to look at him. What? How did you catch up, Dot? Moments later, the ghost turned to look at him as well. Being stared at by a ghost with an ashen face and completely black eyes, Hiro wanted to run away. But K stopped him. Don't worry. This ghost is non-hostile. K was right. The ghost never showed intentions to attack anyone. But Hiro still could not approach the apparition. Hostile or not, the appearance of the ghost was enough to inspire fear in a man's heart. And while Hiro was keeping his distance from the ghost
the ghost looked towards Kay. And in a similar manner, as she had done with Henrik, she raised her hands to point far in the distance and hey yee! Let out a strange noise. Kay was completely unafraid of the ghost. He simply stroked his chin. This thing. I think it's trying to say something, was all he said. Suddenly, the ghost began to float away towards the direction she had pointed out moments ago. Kay followed her without another word. Hiro watched for a moment. Sensei. He called after Kay, but Kay did not respond. Hiro had no choice but to follow the two, albeit from a few steps behind. After a long while, the ghost stopped again and ha-iya! Let out a strange noise. Kay stopped next to her. Is there something here? He mused to himself. Operator. He suddenly called out the operator. Salamander's ash. He took out a salamander's ash from the inventory. Hiro was familiar with that item. He used it in Chapter 1 to hunt the trolls, and against the wolves in Chapter 2. Kay opened the package and spread the ash across his katana. Foof. The katana lit up on fire and illuminated the area. Using the katana as a torch, he checked the immediate surroundings. And exactly under the ghost, he spotted a stone crypt door engraved with an image of two identical girls, standing back to back. Twins? Kay spoke to himself and sliced the door open with his katana. Kaha! The ghost screamed out loud. It was still layered with an unholy cadence, but, this time, it seemed happy. She spun in the air once and then flew into the stone entrance. Kay and Hiro peeked into the opening in the stone doorway. It was difficult to see what was inside. Once Kay inserted the sword between the crack, a large pile of bones could be seen below. Hi! Hiro gasped in terror again. On the other hand, Kay moved to enter the crypt fearlessly. Hiro grabbed his shirt and pulled him back. Sensei, are you not afraid of ghosts? Kay looked back towards Hiro and I've already died once. Why would I fear ghosts? Said something Hiro didn't quite understand. Before Hiro could respond, Kay entered the crypt. The entryway was too small and dark. Hiro made an excuse for himself. I can just wait for Sensei out here. He sat down in front of the crypt. What Kay just said moments before, I've already died once, was completely and utterly ignored. Sungjin entered the columbarium alone. Using the katana as a torch, he illuminated different parts of the room. The columbarium was damp and narrow. Despite it all, Sungjin entered confidently, taking no mind to the environment. For him, it was beyond a doubt that this place was what he had been searching for all along. At the end of the narrow walkway, a small space of about 30 meters cubed emerged. And within, the female ghost who led him here was waiting for him. Standing inside of a crypt surrounded by bones, looking up at a bloodied ghost, Sungjin thought. Yeah, I think I can understand why people might be afraid. Hi-ya! The ghost let out a strange noise and once again raised her hands. When Sungjin saw her hands, he thought it was different from before. Her hands were not in a grip and were held in their natural state with the fingers slightly curled. But Sungjin thought she had her pointer finger raised slightly higher than the rest, as if pointing towards something. What is she pointing to? Sungjin followed the direction of her finger. She was pointing at one of the walls of the columbarium. Sungjin slowly moved towards the wall. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that one of the bricks was slightly pushed out compared to the rest of the bricks of that wall. Sungjin carefully gripped the brick and pulled it out gingerly. The brick came out much easier than expected. And inside of the wall, Sungjin could see a wrapped object. What is this? Sungjin reached in and pulled it out. The wrapped object slid out easily and kept on coming out of the wall. Much like a sword.
Once Sungjin had it all the way out, the wrappings unwound themselves with a pam.
And a sword sheathed in extremely shabby and worn-out scabbard revealed itself. The grip was so weathered that it looked as if it would break if pulled too hard from the scabbard. Sungjin gently grasped the handle of the sword and drew the blade.
Holy! Sungjin couldn't help but exclaim out loud.
Hidden within the worn-out grip and scabbard was a pristine blade, giving off a soft blue glow. Once the blade was drawn, the ghost next to him disintegrated into a cloud of smoke and was sucked into the blade.
Kaya-ha!
Without fail, the ghost managed to let out a strange noise.
Once the ghost was gone. Congratulations! Sungjin could hear the operator's voice. You have found the hidden piece.
Moonspector, possessed sword obtained.
Good. Sungjin grinned as he inspected his sword. Moonspector, possessed sword.
Legendary katana, strength S dexterity A B.
Passive skill. Soul absorption, 2. Recover 2% of the total mana per hit. Active skill. Deathly Wail, 4.
A ghost will induce fear to all nearby creatures.
Cooldown 10 minutes. Katana imbued with the power of ghosts.
It is unknown if the vengeful spirit was originally the owner of the katana, or if the soul became vengeful upon being slain by the katana.
Legendary?
He received a completed legendary item.
It was unbelievable.
He wished he had known about such an easy-to-obtain legendary class weapon the first time around.
Sungjin glanced over to the specs. The most eye-catching stats were obviously the S-rank strength and a rank dex bonus damages. Operator, what was the bonus per ranks again? Rank effects stats as follows. Rank E, x 0.1, Rank D, x 0.2, Rank C, x 0.5.
Rank B, x 1.0, Rank A, x 1.5, Rank S, x 2.0.
Rank SS, x 3.0, Rank SSS, x 4.0. Sungjin had not come across an enemy yet that he could not kill in a single strike with his Strength C Dex D basic katana.
And yet, he just received an S and an A grade legendary katana, effectively raising his damage by 4 times.
Well,
I guess for the next few chapters, all the enemies are basically going to be made of wet paper mache. Sungjin mused over his stats as he read the notes for skills. Deathly Wail, 4, seemed fairly useful. And upon realizing that there was more to the stat bonuses, he returned to the sword's ranks.
Rank B bonus damage from mind power.
This meant that raising STR by 1 would increase his damage by 2, but raising MND would also provide 1 bonus damage.
Putting MND stat damage boost on a katana means.
Furthermore, it also had a passive skill, Soul Absorption, 2, as well.
In other words, this is a sword designed for a magic swordsman.
The base stats were great, but Sungjin needed to think about this one.
I'll come back to it another time. Sungjin finally put the sword back in the scabbard. Shink!
The sound of the blade sliding into the scabbard was crisp. Sungjin left the columbarium, with the Moonspector hanging from his side. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 20.
When Sungjin exited the columbarium, he found Hiro waiting for him at the entrance.
Sensei. Are you alright? Sungjin nodded nonchalantly.
From start to finish, the ghost had no intentions to hurt anyone. Her existence was a form of a test, designed to protect the Moonspector from cowards.
Hiro saw the Moonspector and commented. Sensei, what is that god-awful sword? It's... He didn't really want to explain.
It looks even worse than the starting sword you were using until now.
No. Don't judge a book by its cover. Sungjin gave up on giving an explanation. Annoying little brat, I hope we never see each other again. I just saw it lying around. Sungjin made a half-hearted excuse and called the operator. Operator, cube, dot. Sungjin returned his basic katana into the cube. Hiro looked strangely at Sungjin, but Sungjin ignored him and said, Operator, how much time left? Returning in 14 minutes and 34 seconds. 14 minutes. He still had the hidden boss to kill. Sungjin decided to use Treasure Hunter for the first time. Operator, activate Treasure Hunter skill. Titled Treasure Hunter is not currently equipped. The skill can only be used once. I know, I understand, so just use it. The operator seemed to sigh due to Sungjin's attitude, but she quickly recited the hint about the hidden boss. Cemetery, final resting place of the dead. But, to he who disturbs the coffins and reawakens the departed souls. Necromancer, a cemetery is but a farm. Destroy the farm and those who care for it will inevitably intervene. Hiro tilted his head, confused. Sensei, what is? Sungjin placed his pointer finger over his lips. Hiro stopped speaking while Sungjin mulled over the operator's hint. Destroy the farm. Sungjin looked around him. Grey Soul Cemetery contained a staggering number of tombstones. Destroy. Destroy, eh? Sungjin looked down at the closest tombstone. R.I.P. Chris Ben. It was a tombstone with a stranger's name. It looked like there used to be more engravings after his name, but it was too weathered to make out the words. If there is an owner of this grave, I apologize. Sungjin bowed to apologize, and in one swift motion, he pulled the katana out and cut the tombstone in half. Wow, dot. Hiro exclaimed in awe. It was not directed at his swordsmanship since Hiro had already witnessed it. Neither was it directed at his destructive power. That, too, he had witnessed it. He was awed by the blue glow of the Moon Specter's blade. Despite the nearly non-existent moonlight, the sword still shined bright blue. In that crappy-looking scabbard. Sungjin placed his finger over his lips again. Shoo! Anyone would understand the second time. Hiro closed his mouth once again. Sungjin walked over to the next tombstone and cut it down again. This time. Cough, cough. Sungjin heard sounds of a cough from somewhere. He turned to look at Hiro. Did you cough? No, I have not, sensei. I was closing my mouth. But I also. The two men scanned their surroundings wordlessly. The undead do not cough. It was also possible that it was one of the three other hunters, but they were nowhere in sight. And amongst them, two carried a lantern, so they should be easy to spot. Quiet down again. Hiro nodded at Sungjin's words. Sungjin moved from tombstone to tombstone and cut down every tombstone in the way. Cough. Cough. Pa. Sungjin and Hiro exchanged glances. This time, the voice even spat phlegm. This is it. Filled with certainty, Sungjin addressed Hiro. Hey. You said your name was Hiro, right? Being called by name for the first time, Hiro answered enthusiastically. Yes, sensei. My name is Watanabe Hiroaki. I don't care. Go break some tombstones for me. Right away, sensei. The two of them began the work of destroying tombstones. Sungjin simply held the Moon Spectre horizontally and ran by the graves. The Moon Spectre, as if to demonstrate its rank dexterity bonus boost, cut through the tombstones like a hot knife through butter. Ha! Hiro shouted and cut the tombstones one by one, striking with all his strength. And with each tombstone that fell. Cough, cough, wheeze. A loud and rough cough could be heard coming from somewhere. And as the numbers of desecrated tombstones continued to increase, the volume of the cough increased as well. And after Sungjin had cut down several dozen tombstones, a voice loud enough to shake the entire cemetery spoke out. Who dares disturb my fields? It was a voice amplified by magic. The cubes gave out announcements. Warning! Hidden boss. Gravekeeper Oryx has appeared. Sungjin quickly scanned his surroundings. But he did not spot the hidden boss Oryx. Just where? Sungjin bit down hard and ground his teeth. It appeared as though he would have to go searching for the hidden boss somewhere in the cemetery. So annoying. Sungjin activated the Swift Paw once more. Swift Paw, activate. Claws emerged from the wolf boots. Sungjin began searching the cemetery at a breakneck speed. Star. Henrik and Kulta put their lanterns down and chatted. They did not move away from the location where the lich had appeared and died. Is Northern Europe a good place to live? I heard there are no beggars or anything there. Meh, it's not all that it's cracked up to be. How is Nepal? From what I hear from people coming back from climbing the Himal. Interrupting them. Cough. Wheeze. Loud coughing and wheezing sounds could be heard. The two men turned to look at Akana. Akana raised both his hands to show he didn't do it. Then who? As Henrik looked around to see where the sound came from, the operator gave out an announcement. Warning! Hidden boss. Gravekeeper Oryx has appeared. Hidden boss? While Henrik was still recovering from shock, Akana leaped up, spear at the ready. He stared into the distance and said, Enemies. Many. At his words, Henrik and Kulta picked up their weapons and prepared themselves. In the distance, they could see a green light flickering. And around it followed a horde of zombies, skeletons, and ghouls. What? What's that? Henrik and Kulta both started panicking. And they heard a loud amplified voice ring out. You must be the culprits who defiled my cemetery. Cough, cough. Henrik and Kulta looked at each other. They were no match for the approaching horde. Run away. Wordlessly, they agreed. If they could just run until they find Kay and Hiro, they could probably survive. But unholy power, strip the skin and expose the bones. Frenzy. When the voice finished his incantations, the ghouls charged forward at incredible speeds. Outrunning them was impossible. Kultu and Henrik both prepared to fight the horde head-on. Ho! Akana began swinging his spear. But behind the ghouls, a sea of zombies and skeletons followed, also with the massive speed boost. Running at least twice the normal speed. Star. Sungjin heard the magic incantations from afar. Unholy power, strip the skin and expose the bones. Frenzy. There. Sungjin ran as fast as he could towards the sound. But when he arrived, aha! He came just in time to see Kulta being ripped apart to pieces by ghouls. Fuck! Save me! Help! Henrik tried to run towards Sungjin as soon as he noticed him. How? Akana was still fighting against the waves of undead. Powers of corruption, unleash the blight upon the living. Decay of death. He was hit by a magical bolt fired by the necromancer. His arm began rotting away starting from the fingertips. Akana dropped his spear in surprise, which was the only thing that was keeping him alive from the undead horde in front of him. He was trampled by the wave of skeletons charging at him. Fuckers! Sungjin had made haste to try and save them, but a thick wall of zombies blocked the way. Thanks to the necromancer's magic, they moved at twice the normal speed. But still, it was no match for Sungjin's dexterity. He swung the Moon Spectre with lightning-fast strikes. Sungjin originally had no trouble cutting them down with the basic katana. With Moon Spectre, fighting zombies was no different from swinging a sword at leaves falling through the air, so much as touching the enemies with the sword disintegrated them. Then suddenly, decay of death. Another bolt of magic flew out from the boss. Sungjin was forced to retreat. Ka!
A kana, buried under a mountain of skeletons, met his end.
Fuck! Sungjin worked as quickly as possible to destroy his enemies around him.
But the gravekeeper Oryx chanted another spell.
Awaken and become my slave. Rise of the dead.
Kultu, who had been ripped apart to pieces by ghouls, and Akana, who was stabbed to death by the skeletons, stood up upon hearing the gravekeeper's command and picked up their weapons.
All the while gushing with blood. My God!
Henrik stammered out in shock, and Sungjin finally hit the limits of his patience. He glared at the necromancer who took control of the recently deceased and swore under his breath.
You little bitch, ...
But as if responding to his anger, he heard a voice from somewhere.
Kill! It was the mad god Yanhurat's voice.
Sungjin fought against the temptation.
Shut your mouth.
But the voice continued, disregarding his wishes.
Kill!
And while he was distracted,
Ho!
The zombified Akana attacked Sungjin with his spear.
It was a precise and dangerous strike aimed at his neck. But nowhere near fast enough to seriously threaten Sungjin. Even if his title was Veteran Spearman, Akana couldn't overcome the absolute difference in stat points.
Sungjin easily broke off and pushed the spear to the side with his hands.
And then, sorry,
apologized into his ear and swung his katana.
Ka-hak! Akana perished once more. Twice, back to back.
Killing a zombified hunter with his own hands left a bitter taste in his mouth.
My God! My God!
Henrik was completely out of it, whispering to himself repeatedly.
Sensei!
He heard someone's call from behind. He didn't want to kill any more hunters with his own hands.
I am going to kill you with everything I've got, Gravekeeper.
Sungjin prepared his Moonspectre and charged towards the necromancer head-on.
Translation note. A correction has been made. We have asked the author to clarify what the name of the sword was.
Because no Chinese name was provided, we could only guess as to what the actual meaning behind the name of the sword was.
The most direct translation being Moonphase.
It turned out that the word the author intended was actually shadow. But because Moon Shadow didn't exactly sound like a sword, he agreed that Moonspectre is an acceptable interpretation of the meaning.
So going forward, the name of the possessed sword will be Moonspectre.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 21.
Zombies, skeletons, and ghouls charged at Sungjin from all sides. Sungjin swung his katana, and with each strike, dozens of enemies fell where they stood.
But whenever Sungjin would call their numbers, Rise of the Dead,
the necromancer would call forth more and more undead from their graves. The ability was similar to Ahena's, but this was far worse. It was impossible to gauge how many more undead would emerge from the ground, especially in the cemetery where graves continued as far as the eyes could see.
Soon, the sheer volume of the enemies forced Sungjin into a stalemate.
Kill!
Yanhurat beckoned Sungjin, but he did his best to ignore its temptations. Shut up! Meanwhile,
phew! Kulta's arrows came flying at him. Instead of deflecting the blow with his weapon, Sungjin snatched it out of the air with his bare hands.
Kulta wordlessly drew another arrow and knocked it on the bow.
If he were a human, he would have hesitated due to surprise at Sungjin's overwhelming display of strength.
Are the undead unable to feel fear?
Sungjin paused to think about his Moonspectre and the active ability Deathly Wail.
It's worth a try.
And while Sungjin was contemplating, the necromancer cast another spell.
Frenzy!
The undead began to ramp up speed. When Sungjin saw them, he instead returned the sword into the sheath.
Shing, click.
And when the masses of undead had completely enveloped him, Sungjin pulled it out of the sheath and shouted, "Deathly Whale!" The moment the sword left the sheath, Kaya ah ah! An unbelievably loud and otherworldly screech filled the air. Immediately, the ghouls, skeletons, and zombies which surrounded him scattered. The same enemies who had fought apathetically disregarding their lost limbs or his display of strength escaped as fast as their legs would carry them. They trampled each other in their haste to get away from Sungjin. Bones broke, limbs were lost, they clamored to climb over one another, it was pandemonium. Soon, the cemetery was bare save the gravekeeper Oryx. He, too, trembled in fear, backing off slowly, holding his shovel defensively. "You? That sword." It looked like there was something he wanted to say, but Sungjin did not care. He did not want to listen. Sungjin walked up to him and shing! Along with the sound of the blade slicing through the air, Oryx was beheaded. And the moment his head separated from his shoulders, the undead dropped down in unison, as if marionettes were cut from their strings. Nothing stirred in the vicinity. Hidden boss Gravekeeper Oryx cleared. "Congratulations! You have managed to complete all objectives in this chapter. Disregarding the remaining time and ending the raid immediately." Once the hidden boss was cleared, the raid completion suddenly became 100%. It seemed that killing the necromancer simultaneously killed all the remaining undead as well. Sungjin took a glance at his sword Moonspectre again. That worked better than expected. Never mind the undead, it even paralyzed the boss. With this much effectiveness, it was undoubtedly a very potent ability. Excellent. Sungjin smiled and resheathed his sword. But... He heard someone screaming. Looking around, he saw Henrik laying on the ground trembling in fear. It was probably due to Moonspectre's deathly wail. Sungjin also saw Hero disappearing in the distance, running away. It's also effective against humans. It was a good opportunity to learn what Deathly Wail was capable of. The legendary weapon lived up to its name. Sungjin scanned his surroundings since the fight was now over. Close by, Akana and Kulta's corpse lay wrangled on the ground. Seeing them, Sungjin bit his lower lip. I didn't want for this to happen. If he had not summoned the hidden boss, they would not have died. Sungjin closed his eyes and hung his head to give them a moment of silence. He felt pity and remorse for the dead. Meanwhile, Henrik had recovered enough to approach Sungjin and offer some kind words. Don't let it get to you, K. According to the operator, they didn't die, they were just sent to the purgatory. They'll all be revived along with the others once the raids are complete. Henrik was right. At this point, the only thing Sungjin could do for them was to complete the raids. If he could manage to do that, then the two men would be revived along with everyone at the end. Of course, if he failed, none of them would ever see the light of the day again. Hero, who somehow managed to make it back, offered his words as well. Sensei, with your skills, you will definitely see the raids to the end. The two people that died today would have believed in you as well. Their words eased Sungjin's sense of guilt. He looked at the corpses again and bid. Please believe in me. He gathered his hands and closed his eyes. He didn't have a religion, but he felt that he had to offer them prayers. The operator interrupted him with an announcement. Calculating rewards earned. Monsters slain. Zombie, 120. Skeleton, 60. Ghoul, 40. Total 2,400 points. Boss monster slain, Lich Deathmond, 300 points. Hidden boss Gravekeeper Oryx, 300 points. Final point count, 3,000 points. Distributing points. Henrik's cube began the distribution. The person with the lowest contribution always went first. Your contribution is 6%. 180 stat points, 180 black coins awarded. Raid clear bonus 800 stat points and 800 black coins awarded.
distributing 980 stat points and 980 black coins. Hero's Cube was second. Your contribution is 18%. 540 stat points, 540 black coins awarded. Raid clear bonus 800 stat points and 800 black coins awarded. Distributing 1340 stat points and 1340 black coins. And finally, Sungjin's Cube spoke up. Your contribution is 76%. 2280 stat points, 2280 black coins awarded. Raid clear bonus 800 stat points and 800 black coins awarded. Item effect additional 10% gained activated. Distributing 3080 stat points and 3388 black coins. 3080 points and 3388 coins. Sungjin memorized the numbers for now. And now we will distribute the items. First to receive the items was Henrik. Skeleton's Scimitar. Recovery Potion, small x3. Followed by Hero's Brief Item Reward Payout. Skeleton's Bone Armor. Spellbook, Frostbite. Recovery Potion, small x4. Finally, it was Sungjin's turn. Sail's Breath, Mantle of Freezing. Manyata, Master's Bell. Ring of Deathmond, Lich's Finger. Spellbook, Frostbite. Spellbook, Rise of the Dead. Recovery Potion, small x4. By now, everyone was familiar with collecting their loot. Sungjin put everything, except for his 3 equipment pieces, into the cube. Last but not the least, you will be awarded titles you've earned on this raid. Of course, first was Henrik. Guide, the path to the boss monster becomes visible. Henrik became disappointed. I'll probably just die if I get to the boss, what's the point of this? Next was Hero. Undead Hunter, deal 30% bonus damage to undead-type monsters. There's going to be more undead in the future? Phew. Finally, Sungjin. Elite Samurai, increases damage dealt by katana-type weapons by 40%. Wow! Sungjin didn't have to respond, Hero was exclaiming loud enough for both of them. That's so amazing, Sensei.
On the other hand, Sungjin listened quietly.
Elite. At least it's the highest tier. Damage increases to 1.4 times the normal and 1.2 times while unequipped. It was an amazing spec to have.
But, ever since Sungjin obtained the S-grade Moonspectre, he already had enough power to one-shot any non-boss enemies for the next 2-3 chapters. This title was like pouring oil onto a raging inferno.
Well, I suppose it will come in handy in the late game.
Sungjin quietly and nonchalantly accepted his new title. Once the distribution of rewards was over, Sungjin called over the operator.
Operator, will there be debriefing once we reach the Hunter's Hall? No. There will be no debriefing. You will be sent to the black market directly in 6 minutes and 32 seconds. Sungjin nodded. My memories were correct.
Although he had an easier time compared to the earlier 2 chapters where he didn't have the proper items to face the monsters, confronting the undead tired him out mentally.
Sungjin couldn't wait to return and get a good rest at the 99 Nights. However, Hero ran up to him and asked, Sensei, please. What are hidden bosses?
Sungjin looked at Hero carefully.
Should I tell him or not? Sungjin deliberated for a moment.
Hidden bosses were always stronger than regular bosses.
In fact, even bosses were supposed to be difficult to clear for an average hunter.
Being greedy and carelessly attempting hidden bosses was the surest way to get eliminated.
Sungjin shook his head in response. No. It's too difficult for you. But I've never seen 3 heroic items drop from a single raid. I want to become strong like Sensei. Sungjin shook his head.
He had countless experiences behind him, overcoming obstacles and death. He did not wish to unwittingly send a child younger than himself to his own death. You saw earlier what happened to Akana and Kultu. Do you still want to know? Hiro could not be dissuaded. Yes, I wish to know, sir. Hiro was making a serious face for the first time. Sungjin struggled in his mind for a while and finally responded. To be fair, there's nothing for me to tell you at all. The only thing I can say is that every chapter also hosts a hidden boss and that the hidden boss is incredibly powerful. You probably figured it out by now, right? What do you mean, Sungjin answered Hiro's question. That I am also figuring things out as I go, and I don't have all the answers. Is that so? Sungjin nodded. Yes. Then I guess I should start searching for them starting next chapter. Sungjin waved his finger in response. Ah, that's exactly why I didn't want to tell you about it earlier. Hidden bosses are stronger than regular bosses. So if you do ever want to challenge a hidden boss. Sungjin swallowed before continuing his explanation. Only attempt to search for the hidden boss if all 5 members of your party survive the regular boss. Only attempt the hidden boss if your team has great synergy and you feel confident that your team can overcome even the hidden boss. Otherwise, you're just going to get everyone killed in vain. But at Sungjin's serious response, Hiro fell quiet again. Sungjin watched him and thought to himself. He wouldn't carelessly put himself into unmanageable danger with this much warning, right? Even killing the boss with all party members intact was no easy feat. 10 or so seconds later, he finally responded. I understand, sensei. With the remaining time, Sungjin decided to inspect the 3 items he had received. Ah! I didn't even check what these items do. Due to his conversation with Hiro, Sungjin didn't even have the opportunity to inspect his new equipments. Sungjin lifted one up to check it. Returning to the black market in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. The operator began a countdown. Hiro bid him goodbye. Then sensei, I promise that the next time we meet I will be much stronger. Sungjin responded to Hiro's farewell. Well, if you don't get stronger, you won't survive very long anyway. And it was the truth. Hiro was gifted with talent, but he was still very likely to die before reaching endgame. The final few chapters were impossible to survive without having the skill and luck of the chosen ones. Henrik, who was stuck between the 2 men, awkwardly gave his farewells. Oh. I was able to survive thanks to you too. Thank you very much. Yes, you worked hard too, Henrik. Take care. And thus the farewells were said, and the 3 of them disappeared to the black market. Note, this is an extra chapter and does not affect our release schedule in any way. The next one will be posted on Thursday as per schedule unless a sponsored chapter is in queue. If you like our work, do consider supporting us. We hope that you liked our new website. If you have any suggestions or if you face any problems regarding the website, do tell us via comments or email at email protected. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 22. Once Sungjin materialized in the black market, he walked until he reached a street-side tea shop. He entered the shop and took a seat. The operator began an explanation. This is a street-side tea shop run by shop owner Shio-ran, First Drop. You can enjoy various flavors of tea for free here. A large panda demi-human approached Sungjin. What would you like to drink, dear hunter? Black tea, royal blend please. Understood. We'll be right out. Moments later, the shopkeeper handed Sungjin a Chinese-style tea. The aroma filled the air. Tasting the tea, Sungjin took out his equipment to inspect it. He needed to know which items were worth keeping so he could decide to sell it or not. First up was a cape which had the consistency and appearance of a jellyfish's skin. It was extremely thin, billowed easily in the wind, and was partially opaque. Parts of it were frozen. Sail's breath, mantle of freezing. Heroic mantle damage reduction 5%. Passive skill. Protection from flame, 3. Reduce damage inflicted by fire-based attacks by 60%. Active skill. Solidify, 4. Mantle instantly freezes, briefly reducing damage taken by 99%. Cooldown 5 minutes. Mantle once owned by Ice Queen Sail. She, who froze a large number of people around her due to her inability to control her magic, learned to control her power thanks to the love and effort by her younger sister. Note at the end. 99% damage reduction. It would definitely come in handy when facing enemies with undodgeable attacks, like the Lich's Orb of Ice. The passive was also very helpful. Sungjin held up the mantle. Equip. The mantle left his hands and attached itself to his back, and swayed in the wind. He could almost not feel the weight of the cape at all, save for the slight chill he felt on his back. The next item was a strange-looking handbell. It was small and had minuscule engravings. Manyata, Master's Bell. Heroic accessory. Active skill, Call of Madness, 4. Owned summons become invulnerable for 10 seconds and raises damage and speed by 400%. Cooldown 10 minutes. Gravekeeper Oryx's Bell. He used this weapon to drive his subordinates like a slave. The bell was well suited for the necromancer. Summons. Summons A? Where can I get one? Now that he thought about it, he remembered he had Cane. If I use this on Cane, I'll keep it on me for now. Sungjin placed the bell inside his pocket. The next item he checked was a long skeletal finger. Ring of Deathment, Lich's Finger. Heroic Ring. Active skill. Lich's Beckoning, 3. Absorb mana from the corpses. Recovers 75% of the total mana. Cooldown 10 minutes. Boost Magic, 2. The next magic cast by incantation becomes doubly powerful and costs twice the mana. Cooldown 5 minutes. Lich Deathman's Finger Bones. His finger caused many hearts to freeze over. This was the main boss's regular drop, so it was rather common. During his last life, many magic users had kept this ring around. It was because both the active skills on it were extremely advantageous for a mage. Magic. Sungjin had been purely a swordsman in his last life. His primary weapon Blood Vengeance had SS strength and a dexterity bonus stats, so he had raised strength for extra damage, dexterity for combat speed, and endurance for the preservation of his life. Surviving chapter to chapter was always a struggle, so raising INT or mind were avoided entirely. Naturally, he never had an opportunity to use magic. So whenever he received a mage-type item, he would trade with other hunters or sell it off at the black market to buy potions. But things were different now. I think this time I should invest in trying out magic as well. He had invested a significant amount of points into strength, dexterity, and endurance to get through the first 3 chapters, but investing in magic for late game was a good idea. Trying to beat later part of the raids with purely physical attacks had its own limitations. Since he had a title which raised all stat points by 30%, he could afford to try investing somewhat into magic power and mental power. Investing into becoming a magic swordsman would definitely prove to be advantageous later down the line. It would be preferable if there was an actual magician though. He couldn't help but recall memories of his past life. Leave your back to me. Sungjin shook his head. He could not trust anyone. It was great if they were helpful. But he had to prepare for moments when others were not dependable. Sungjin lifted up the Lich's Finger and said, "Equip." The Lich's Finger moved to his left ring finger and creak made uncomfortable noise as it formed a ring around his hand by curling up.
Judging purely by its appearance, it was an extremely unattractive ring.
After Sungjin had examined his 3 equipment pieces which he received from this round, he called the operator. "Operator, give me both of the spellbooks I got this round."
The operator gave Sungjin 2 spellbooks from the cube.
On the cover, the name of the spells was written.
Spellbook, Frostbite. Second class blue magic.
The ground freezes, binding, rooting enemies to the ground.
I don't know when I'll ever use it.
Since he opted to try magic this time, he decided to try the spells he had obtained. Sungjin lifted up the book and shouted,
"Memorize."
The spellbook, Frostbite, emitted bright blue lights and spontaneously combusted.
The operator gave an announcement.
Spell, Frostbite memorized.
Incantation for the spell is Binding Frost.
The operator explained expressionlessly about the spell.
Okay.
Sungjin looked over at the other spell he had received.
Spellbook, Rise of the Dead. 4th class black magic. Revive fallen enemies as undead summons to use in combat. 10 minutes duration.
There was no question about how this spell would be used. The only problem was how much utility he could squeeze out of revived monsters. Sungjin shouted without hesitation.
Memorize.
The spellbook, Rise of the Dead, emitted black light and burst into flames.
Spell, Rise of the Dead memorized. Incantation for the spell is Awaken and Become My Slave.
And so Sungjin was now able to use 2 magic spells. I think I wouldn't have any trouble clearing the next few chapters with just the sword, but I might as well try the spells out in the next round. Once he finished inspecting all his new items from the last raid, Sungjin wanted to stand up and leave. But he was reminded that there was yet another item which he had received from the raid. It was the Moon Spectre hanging from his side. Sungjin pulled the sword out of the scabbard to inspect it.
Moon Spectre, Possessed Sword. Legendary Katana, Strength S, Dexterity A, Mind Power B. Passive Skill. Soul Absorption, 2. Recover 2% of the total mana per hit. Active Skill. Deathly Wail, 4.
A ghost will induce fear to all nearby creatures.
Cooldown 10 minutes. Katana imbued with the power of ghosts.
It is unknown if the vengeful spirit was originally the owner of the katana, or if the soul became vengeful upon being slain by the katana. Deathly Wail, it was much more powerful than I expected. The effectiveness of the skill was awe-inspiring. It caused fear to all beings, even undead, within 20 meters distance.
It was like obtaining another ace in the hole card like Yanhurat. And this doesn't even have a side effect.
It was a skill well suited for a legendary class item. The status boost on this sword was slightly lower than the Blood Vengeance, but Sungjin already had extremely high number of points invested in strength and dexterity compared to the chapter he was in, enough that even boss monsters were in danger of being instant killed by so much as grazing them with his sword.
The B-rank damage boost attached to Mind Power was quite good.
Especially if Sungjin starts using magic spells, he will need to raise Mind Power. Being able to improve damage by boosting Mind Power was definitely a big advantage. The passive Soul Absorption was also great.
Legendary sure deserves its reputation. After taking a moment to appreciate the blue glow of the katana, Sungjin emptied his teacup and stood up. Thank you for the tea.
The fat panda Shio-ran came to see him out.
Be careful now. Sungjin left first drop and headed towards the last edge. Welcome, dear hunter. SSSSSS.
As always, Naga Kenneth greeted him.
Sungjin asked. Let me see that crimson katana. Blood Vengeance again.
Understood, dear hunter. Kenneth entered deeper into the shop and retrieved the Blood Vengeance for Sungjin. Here is the sword you requested. Sungjin gripped the handle of his beloved sword.
The handle felt nostalgic. But I don't think I can use you this time.
Sungjin apologized to the sword as if it was his lover. He already obtained a legendary class sword, Moonspectre. Purchasing Blood Vengeance was too inefficient to justify. It would have been great if Sungjin was able to dual wield, but he was not able to do so. Sungjin was right-handed. Even if he were to hold a weapon in his left hand, it would become nothing but a useless accessory. Sungjin returned the Blood Vengeance to Kenneth. "I'm sorry, I'm just looking without buying anything." Kenneth obediently accepted the katana from Sungjin and replied, "It is no problem at all. Do you have any other requests for me?" At the Naga's words, Sungjin thought of what other requests Kenneth could complete for him. "Hey, operator? Please go on. Give me the basic katana, dot." Sungjin extracted the first katana he received from the first raid. "I want to sell this." "Understood. The basic katana can be sold for 10 coins. Do you really want to sell it?" Sungjin nodded. Kenneth handed Sungjin 10 black coins. Once his business was complete, Sungjin bid Kenneth goodbye. Then, bye. I hope to see you again, esteemed hunter. SSSSS. Sungjin put the 10 coins away into the cube and said, "Operator, how many coins do I have?" "Currently, you have a total of 5,978 black coins. 5,978 coins. I need 22 more to complete it." He no longer had any dilemma about which item to buy first. There was only one choice left. Sungjin decided to use Moonspectre rather than Blood Vengeance this time. As he walked back to the 99 Nights, Sungjin thought to himself, "I will obtain 4,022 coins and complete the book with the next chapter." Star. When Sungjin returned to the 99 Nights, Awu. Kane came to greet him. He was healthy without a trace of injury caused by the Lich's attack. Kane circled around Sungjin few times, expressing his joy. Sungjin embraced Kane by his neck and said, "Hello, Kane. You did well earlier." "Thank you." Woof. Kane gave a short bark as if he didn't mind. Sungjin and Kane entered into the 99 Nights together. Like always, the innkeeper Dalyupin greeted them. "Welcome back, esteemed hunter." Sungjin nodded. "For today's dinner." Sungjin ordered the food that came to his mind immediately. "1 slice of cheesecake, please." "Raw lamb for Kane too." "Understood." Moments later, Dalyupin returned with a radiating dish of cheesecake and a bleeding slab of lamb meat. Sungjin picked up his fork to eat, but Dalyupin handed him a piece of paper. "Ah, this is the next raid's information." Sungjin cut the edge of the cheesecake with his fork and placed it into his mouth. "Put it on the table. I will take a look after dinner." "Understood." Dalyupin placed the piece of paper down next to Sungjin's plate. Sungjin glanced at the paper. Information regarding Giant's Canyon. He only checked the title. Order is still the same. And resumed eating his cake. The cake melted in his mouth, and each bite spread delicious cheesy flavor and aroma across his taste buds. Translator's note. Reference to Frozen. Basically, he got Elsa's ice cape. The glittery thing she summons. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 23. Next morning, Sungjin came down to 99 Nights earlier than usual. Dalyupin greeted him. "Good morning, sir, did you sleep well? You're up much earlier than usual." Sungjin nodded and then replied, "I slept well. What would you like for breakfast?" "Baguette made into a sandwich with vegetables and bacon. 1 cup of Americano espresso and something for Kane as well." Understood. Dalyupin acknowledged Sungjin's request with a bow. But before he returned to the kitchen, Sungjin interrupted him. "Ah, before you get me breakfast,
would you mind getting pen and paper for me, please? Daliapin obliged and brought him pen and paper. Thank you. After receiving the writing tools, Sungjin asked the operator. Operator, show me my status window. The cube displayed a hologram in front of Sungjin. Title Master Hunter. HP 10600 MP 220. Strength 1186 912 plus 274. Dexterity 1421 1093 plus 328. Endurance 1060 815 plus 245. Magic Power 1814 plus 4. Mind Power 2217 plus 5. Unallocated points 3080. Sungjin wrote at the top of the page. 3080. After writing down his available stat points, he wrote the totals of his current strength and dex. 1186, 1421. These numbers represented his allocated points plus the 30% buff due to the Master Hunter title. In truth, with these stats, he would have no trouble clearing the next 2-3 chapters. His status points surpassed 1,000, plus with the S rank, x 2.0, damage boost to strength and the A rank, x 1.5, damage boost to dexterity from Moonspector, and effects of the Elite Samurai title. Sungjin already had enough damage to one-shot even hidden bosses, and enough speed to dodge every strike. It was proven in the previous raid against Gravekeeper Oryx. Well, advantage is advantage. So Sungjin wrote the following next to both strength and dex. Plus 1,000. He didn't need them immediately, but there were stronger enemies the further he progressed through the raids. There was a need to invest into his strength and dexterity regularly and consistently. Even if he starts using magic, swordsmanship was the basis of his power, he needed to maintain its power at absolutely domineering levels. The next stat he looked at was the endurance. He didn't need this immediately at all. Sungjin had never needed it so far. There was only one case where he was hit, and even then, Kane blocked most of the damage for him. The only time he lost any significant HP was due to the side effect of Yanharat's Zealot mode. But he wrote the following next to endurance. Plus 500. Sungjin had fought every boss until the very end and knew how to deal with all of them. But he had not even seen most of the hidden bosses yet. There was always a chance that any one of them could attack using dangerous magic or abilities he's never seen before. He needed to have some form of failsafe put in place ahead of time. The remaining points were now 580. As a test, Sungjin decided to invest these points into magic power and mind power. The main reason for getting up earlier than usual was so that he could write out the stats on paper and think carefully about them. Especially the two stats related to magic. Operator, how is mana consumption calculated? Spells class level X magic power. The information matched what he had heard from other hunters. For example, if he wanted to cast class 2 Frostbite, its cost would be calculated as 2 by 18. The total cost of mana was currently 36. The root of the problem was he needed to figure out a good ratio between magic power and mind power. If his magic power was significantly lower than mind power, he could use the spells many times, but at very weak levels. Inversely, if his mind power were significantly lower than magic power, the effectiveness of each spell would be great, but he could only use it a limited number of times. The problem was that because Sungjin had never used magic before, so he didn't know what was the optimal allocation of stats. Since this is my first time, Sungjin decided to try out the magic in the next chapter to get a feel of its power. I'll start out with 1-to-1 ratio and try out different combinations later. I might have to readjust stat distribution once higher class spells are unlocked. Sungjin decided to write plus 290 next to magic power and mind power each. Once he was finished writing, he noticed the sandwiches set in front of him. He was so focused on the stat distribution that he had not noticed Daliapin come by. Sungjin picked up the baguette sandwich and took a bite. While chewing on the sandwich,
he began speaking to the operator.
Operator.
Put 1000 points on strength, 1000 points on dexterity, 500 on endurance, 290 on magic power, and 290 on mind power.
Points have been allocated. Show me my status window. Title, Master Hunter. HP, 17,100 MP 3990. Strength, 2,486 1912, plus 574.
Dexterity, 2,721 2093, plus 628.
Endurance, 17 10 13 15, plus 395. Magic power, 395 304, plus 91. Mind power, 399 307, plus 92. Unallocated points, 0.
So with stats like this,
Sungjin picked up the pen one more time and began to write. Frostbite will take 395 by 2, or 790 mana per shot.
Rise of the Dead takes 395 by 4 for 1580. Since total mana is 3,990, I can cast Frostbite 5 times, or Rise of the Dead twice without refills.
It was enough for trying out magic for the next round.
And if he wanted, then he could use Lich's Finger and Moonspectre to recover lost mana if need be. For now, it was more important to get used to casting spells than checking the spell's effectiveness. When Sungjin finished his calculations, the operator gave an announcement.
Raid will begin in 30 minutes. Sungjin spent the remaining time leisurely enjoying breakfast in the inn.
Soon, he was teleported away to Giant's Canyon. The sun was setting in the west, its crimson lights dyeing the world red. The tall canyon walls which stood on either side, with rays of lights falling exactly down the middle, illuminating the dry cracked ground. The place Sungjin was teleported to was an enormous canyon. The operator began her announcement.
Welcome to Giant's Canyon,
where races of giants gather and live together.
Please be warned, giants are as dangerous
as they are large. Sungjin looked around without much care.
The Grand Canyon in America would probably look something like this. Although he's never actually been there himself. Synchronizing hunters.
To be fair, Sungjin no longer worried about who were going to be his teammates. He had enough stat points to clear the next 3 chapters alone safely within the time limit.
Yawn. Sungjin let out a yawn. Waking up earlier than usual to do the stat distribution made him drowsy.
Blinking away tears that came out from the yawn, Sungjin checked the titles first. Guardian, Assassin, Mid-Level Spearman. The titles were all somewhat decent, only the strong could move forward and survive. Sungjin were reading the titles with half-closed eyes.
But, the last title. Elite Sniper. What? Sungjin's eyes grew wide in surprise.
His head snapped down to look at the owner. And he was surprised once more. The elite sniper had shoulder-length hair.
Woman.
It was impressive for anyone to have achieved the rank of elite sniper already.
Translator note. And a woman at that.
Furthermore, a beauty. The Asiatic trademark of straight black hair ran down slightly past her shoulders. She wore no makeup over her pure white face. Sharp eyes and a high nose with a cool visage, as well as slender body devoid of excess fats, she exuded feminine beauty. It goes without saying she must have regularly exercised to achieve such healthy and athletic body conformation. Sungjin stared at her for a moment. For some reason, she looked familiar. Where did I see her before? The other 3 hunters also stared at her. Starting from Chapter 1, there were an extremely low number of women who could survive until now.
And among them, the Asian mid-level spearman approached and addressed her. Excuse me. Saran Han, right? Archery gold medalist Saran Han? TL note number 2. Ah. Sungjin finally recalled her. Archery gold medalist Saran Han.
She attended the Olympics and won the individual gold in archery. She got additional coverage for her exceptional beauty, even appearing in Sexiest Olympic Star rankings, becoming famous overseas. She even appeared in various street signs and TV commercials for makeup, so even Sungjin, who didn't regularly watch TV, was familiar with her. TL note number 3. Mid-level spearman extended his hands to her and greeted her. I am a huge fan. My name is Xian Wang. I saw you often appearing as a cosmetic model in China, but Saran crossed her arms, ignoring his outstretched hands, and nodded. Ah, okay. Cold. It wasn't like he couldn't understand her. The raids were barbaric, anarchistic business. There was no guarantee her own teammates wouldn't turn against her during raids. Just like there were no rules against killing other hunters, there were also no rules protecting hunters from each other in other ways. But, if she attained the rank elite sniper, there shouldn't be too many men who could easily take her down. Sungjin looked around with that in mind. The last two teammates were dark-skinned but were also quite different. The Guardian held a club embedded with nails and held a large shield, like Kultu. He looked like he was from India. While the assassin who held a dagger looked South American. Raid will begin in 3 minutes. Xian Wang clapped his hands upon her announcements. Come now, let's group up. Let's discuss a strategy on how we're going to proceed. Not a single person responded to him. Not Sungjin Master Hunter, nor Elite Sniper Saran Han, nor Guardian, nor Assassin. Sungjin glanced at the other members. It's a collection of social recluses. I think I like it this way better though. No matter who his teammates were, Sungjin's objective did not change. Find the hidden piece, hidden boss, and gather rare loot. Now that he thought of it, he had another objective. And also practice casting magic. Sungjin briefly extracted his moon specter out of the sheath before sliding it back in. Click. It had such a satisfying ring to it. Then, he felt someone's gaze fall upon him. It was Saran Han. She must have seen the otherworldly blue glow on the blade of the sword attached to the world's most beat-up sword handle and sheath. She stared at the sword, transfixed for a moment. When Sungjin turned to look at her, their eyes locked onto each other. And after a brief stare, she turned away. He didn't know if it was because of her pride, but she seemed even more unapproachable. Sigh. I'm not going to do anything to you, no need to act so cold. Sungjin instead turned his sights to the sunset in the distance. Raising his arms high, he stretched. Yawn. He couldn't help but yawn again. Sungjin twisted his neck and began stretching the rest of his body. There were only 3 minutes left until the raid began. TL Note 1. Imagine that Sungjin, with 90% contribution in 3 chapters, finally qualified for an elite rank for his weapon. Though titles could have different requirements in order for their attainment, but even then it's very impressive for a hunter to gain elite rank title this early in the raids, hence Sungjin was astonished upon seeing it. TL Note 2. There is only one Han Saran showing up in Korean search engine. And that person is a race car model. Here is the picture. My guess is that Saran Han is based on the author's fantasy that in an alternative world Saran Han actually became an Olympic gold medalist for archery. View post on Imager.com. TL Note 3. In Korea, becoming cosmetic model means that you achieved one of the highest and most rigorous benchmark for standards of beauty. Having commercials with cosmetic companies is a huge deal in Korea and basically highlights how beautiful and successful someone is. Another important factor is that almost no one outside of actors or singers become cosmetic models. The fact that she became a cosmetic model as an athlete means she's extraordinarily beautiful, to overcome boundaries of her profession. Her beauty was so great that her posters were even exported to other countries, like China, where Xian was able to see her. A big thank you to our sponsors for this chapter, G-Con, JM Montero, and Blubber. Thank you for your support. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 24. Chapter 24, Giants Canyon, 2. Giants Canyon Raid. Objective, hunt Ogre Magepatch and Chorok. Time limit, 1 hour.
Despite the operator's mission briefing, the hunters continued to stare among themselves wordlessly.
The mood was stiff. Xian Wang clapped his hands one more time to gather their attention. Let's introduce ourselves at least. I'll start. My name is Xian Wang, Chinese.
I am 30 years old, and I use a spear in fights.
Again, no one responded.
This time, Xian asked Saran to help him out.
Miss Saran, could you please introduce yourself? I already know, but most people here still don't know who you are. Addressed directly, she finally opened her mouth. I am Saran Han. Korean.
With her short reply, the other two men also introduced themselves.
Beginning with the shield-wielding guardian. Raj. Indian. And the assassin with a dagger. Santiago. Mexican.
Santiago took his dagger and cleaned his nails.
When the sleeve of his shirt slid down, an intricate tattoo could be seen on his arm. South American drug cartel? Sungjin kept him in mind.
In the late game, he had seen many individuals with extremely dark past. After all, violent individuals were better suited to survive and adapt to danger. While Sungjin was thinking about this, the rest of the hunters turned to look at him.
I am K. At his response, Xian Wang asked him. K. Are you Japanese? Sungjin couldn't help but smile before replying. Nationality, why does that matter at all? Xian Wang answered, raising both his hands up. Well. I guess it doesn't. Okay then, let's talk about how we're going to fight from this point forward. I use a spear, and I can fight enemies from some distance away. The Guardian spoke up. I have invested heavily into endurance. And I spent all the coins I got until now into armor. I should be able to provide a sturdy shield wall. On his belt were several recovery potions. He must have done lots of tanking until now. The next was Santiago.
I am experienced with slashing throats with a dagger.
I've noticed that all monsters also have throats.
There was something incredibly threatening about him.
Next was Saran Han.
You've probably heard already, but I am an archery gold medalist.
Last was Sungjin.
He thought about what he should say for a moment, but he got a fun idea.
I am a mage.
Everyone looked at him incredulously. I should try one spell before raid begins. Sungjin aimed away from the hunters and recited an incantation.
Binding Frost. Frostbite.
Sungjin's hand emitted bright blue light, and then a 10 meters squared area of the ground that he indicated froze over. Sungjin inspected the effects of his spell. It didn't freeze over much at all. Compared to the Chapter 3 raid boss Lich, the effective area was tiny. I guess it's because the magic power is still fairly low. But even though Sungjin thought so.
Wow! Someone was amazed.
It was likely his first time seeing a hunter use magic. The average hunter was not in a position to use magic by the start of Chapter 4.
Well, I think at least one other should have been able to already by this point.
An old teammate from his past life came to mind. Sungjin withdrew the hand he cast the spell from.
As you can see, I am a mage.
I can cast a few spells to assist the team.
I see. Then, what about that sword?
Xian Wang pointed at Moon Spectre as he asked. Sungjin lifted up his sword as he replied.
I just picked this up from the ground along the way.
I thought I should have something in my hand just in case.
It wasn't completely a lie.
It was true that he did pick up the sword along the way.
Xian Wang nodded, accepting Sungjin's explanation.
Moonspector looked so shabby on the outside that nobody doubted him.
Xian Wang clapped yet again as he tried to gather attention.
Okay, good. We have an archery gold medalist, and also a mage.
The team looks really strong this time.
Everyone turned to look at Sungjin. Only Saran Han gave him disapproving looks, as she was the only one who had witnessed the blue glow of the Moonspector.
Let's avoid useless deaths and get to the end together.
The Guardian nodded in agreement.
Got it. Let's all work hard together.
Sungjin debated on running off by himself from the start, but he decided to participate with the team at first. He didn't care about anyone else, but he wanted to see the skill of elite sniper Saran Han with his own eyes.
Since the raid is 1 hour long, spending 1-2 minutes watching them fight shouldn't pose a problem. Saran took out a hairband and tied up her hair in a ponytail.
It appeared that it would get in the way of her archery. She seemed very professional somehow. If she's really that good, she should have been able to make it to the end last time. There was only one of two explanations for why Sungjin had not seen her before: lack of skill or bad luck.
The cube soon gave a countdown. Raid will begin in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
The raid began, and the 5 of them entered the canyon together. At the front stood Raj, and next to him, Santiago. In the center stood Xian Wang, and at the back stood Saran Han and Sungjin.
Sungjin stood at the farthest, even behind Saran. Saran gave him odd looks. Mage is supposed to be at the very back.
To which she replied,
Liar. She turned and walked away.
Sungjin wasn't sure if she meant he was lying about being a mage, or that mages stood in the far back. In the end, Sungjin still followed behind the other 4 hunters.
Here they come. Brace yourselves. A large ogre appeared from afar, wielding a giant hammer.
Guardian Raj banged on his shield with his club to attract attention.
Here. Here. Come and get me. The ogre took his hammer and brought it down upon Raj.
Raj pretended to block it with his shield, but took a step back, out of the way of the hammer. Meanwhile, Xian found an opening to stab the ogre's arm with his spear. However, the ogre was tougher than he looked. The ogre grasped the spear and pulled it out of his arm. Then he lifted it up in the air, along with Xian, who held onto the spear.
Ah! While he panicked. Phew! Saran let loose an arrow. The arrow embedded itself in one of the ogre's eyes.
The ogre was not stationary. She hit a moving target on a living thing in the middle of combat.
It was an amazing accuracy.
Sungjin thought to himself. She certainly has the skill worthy of a gold medalist.
Krah!
The ogre covered his eyes in agony and let go of Xian's spear.
Then, out of nowhere, Santiago appeared from behind the ogre, on his back. He cut open the carotid artery. Ka-ah!
Ogre finally dropped his shield and grasped his bleeding neck. Blood gushed out from between his fingers.
It was a bad move.
He was now defenseless. Raj and Xian charged the ogre.
After several strikes, the ogre finally fell. But... Grah! 2 ogres began to charge at the group from afar.
The ogres seemed enraged by their comrade's death and ran rapidly towards the hunters.
I'll contribute a little too.
He chanted the incantations.
Binding Frost. Frostbite.
The spell was very effective against the ogres. The ogres were rooted in place, unable to move forward. Saran pulled her bow far and aimed up, then recited the incantations.
Rain of arrows. She let go.
She had let loose a single arrow, but it started duplicating itself and rained down upon the ogres en masse. The ogres were unable to move away from the arrows and were forced to protect their heads with their bare hands. Despite protecting their head, the ogres still took significant damage from the rain of arrows and became bloodied.
Whoa! Xian Wang exclaimed with his mouth agape. What are you doing, all of you? Saran's shout snapped them awake. Let's go! Xian charged towards the two ogres. Guardian Raj and Assassin Santiago followed suit.
The ogres were frozen in place, with their arms turned into pin cushions from the arrows. They were surrounded by the three men and eventually succumbed to their constant attacks.
Once the ogres were finally killed off, Xian took a look around.
He was checking to see if any other ogres were coming to take revenge.
But he didn't spot any enemy reinforcements. Finally, he let out a long sigh. Ha!
It is great that the team is so well balanced this time.
Raj happily agreed.
Yes, with that gold medalist lady and that mage, I think this chapter will be a breeze.
Saran Han walked up from behind.
She glanced at the fallen ogres and frowned.
And in a barely audible voice, she commented, "Monsters, disgusting." While everyone else was commenting on the fight, Santiago finally spoke up. So, where is the mage?
The other three people looked around to where the mage was a few moments ago. He disappeared without a trace. At that moment, Sungjin was charging deeper and deeper into the canyon. This chapter, Chapter 4, Giant's Canyon, was inherently different from Chapter 2 or Chapter 3's dark and open-ended map. The layout was very simple to follow. If he just follows the one and only path through the canyon, he is guaranteed to run into the boss patch in Shorok at the other end of it. Swift Paw's sharp claws allowed Sungjin to run past monsters before they could even respond to him. He sprinted through the canyon at unbelievable speeds. I will kill the boss first, and then search for the hidden boss and hidden piece in the remaining time. That was his plan. While running through the canyon at breakneck speed, he briefly thought about Saran Han.
About the incredibly accurate rain of arrows she had fired.
That was definitely an active skill attached to a heroic or higher class weapon. He didn't know if it was a raid reward, or if it was purchased with coins, but he was certain that her bow was an extremely powerful weapon. And rightfully so. If she was confident in archery, investing everything into a good bow was the right decision. In any properly functioning party, there should almost never be a situation where the archer should be facing off a monster at melee. While Sungjin was running through the canyon, his running speed suddenly decreased.
30 seconds must have passed. Because Sungjin slowed down, a nearby two-headed Etten came running after him. Yuowang.
Seeing the Etten charge towards him, Sungjin drew the Moon Spectre.
I am a mage. He couldn't help but smile at his earlier lie.
And before he even finished his thoughts, the Etten was already split in half, falling apart. And as was his habit, he swung his katana in the air to throw the blood off of the blade. The canyon continued on straight ahead. Ahead of him, he saw countless ogres, Ettens, and their smaller minions.
But Sungjin preferred this.
I love this chapter for being so straightforward. Sungjin charged ahead, Moonspector drawn and ready. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 25. Chapter 25, Giant's Canyon, 3. Saran pulled the bow to its limit.
And while everyone's gaze was focused on the arrow tip, she let loose the shot.
Phew!
The arrow flew off to the distance with a satisfying sound.
Stab!
It pierced through one of the two heads of an Etten.
Gra!
The remaining head scanned its surroundings and then spotted the four hunters. It came charging towards the hunters in anger.
Xian Wang shouted in response. Pulling successful.
Brace yourselves! Raj stood in front of the other hunters and shouted while banging on his shield.
Here! Come at me!
The Etten, overflowing with rage, swung his club down as he charged.
I can't dodge this.
Raj made a judgment call and decided to raise his shield and shout.
Iron wall of anvil, dot.
The lion-shaped runes etched into his shield grew bright, and the shield doubled in size, as if hiding Raj behind a castle wall. When the Etin's club collided with the wall, it shattered into pieces after a loud crack.
Raj flinched slightly, but most of the momentum was cancelled out.
Xian Wang stabbed the Etin, who stood stunned for a moment from the recoil, in the chest.
Gah! And Santiago passed by Xian, muttering the words. Slice and dice.
The daggers in his hands began to spin on their own, resembling a drill.
Santiago dashed towards the Etin and violently stabbed the monster. The Etin stepped back in response to Santiago's savage attack. Phew!
The remaining head was hit by an arrow, which penetrated deep into its skull. The Etin collapsed on the spot.
Amazing, dot. Xian Wang held the spear with his armpits and applauded his teammates.
The others in his party were extremely strong. Raj, who was in charge of the defense of his team, had an excellent shield, endurance, and a high number of recovery potions.
Santiago was agile and wielded a pair of heroic tier or higher daggers.
And nothing needed to be said about the gold medalist archer Saran, who controlled the start and the end of every fight with her incredibly accurate snipes. Despite the fact that the magician K had run off alone without a trace, the raid proceeded without a hitch thanks to the other three hunters. Xian Wang was able to reach this chapter thanks to being carried to the end of each raid by exceptionally powerful individuals, but it appeared that teammates in this chapter were better still. Once the fight was over, Raj stood up with his regular-sized shield and asked,
"Hey operator, what's my current HP?" "HP, 7932/9200.
Alright, alert me when it drops below a third of the total health so that I can drink potions."
Understood. Xian Wang was shocked. Your health is above 9,000?
Raj shrugged.
I mean, if you're going to fight as the vanguard, then I think having high health is standard. In exchange, my offensive power is pretty low.
Saran glanced at him and suggested,
"Please make sure you max out your HP before facing the boss monster. You never know what will happen, but..."
"Sure thing, pretty lady."
Raj pretended to stroke his mustache and stole glances at Saran's figure. Xian didn't know if the person in question noticed, but he did. Xian didn't like it, so he decided to change the subject. "By the way, I wonder where that mage has gone off to." Santiago twirled his dagger skillfully as he responded.
"Who knows, maybe he got scared and ran off."
Xian looked back at the direction they came from. He didn't see anybody.
The only thing he saw was piles of dead bodies.
The canyon was straight as an arrow.
The mage was neither ahead nor behind them, he was nowhere to be seen. "I'm fairly sure we will be fine at dealing with the normal monsters, but will it be alright fighting the boss mob with just us four?" Xian had raised a reasonable concern, to which Raj replied,
"Well, we won't know until we butt heads, right? It's not like we can just run away because we don't think we can do it. You know what this tin can always says." Raj tapped the cube following him. "Complete the objective, or you will die." Santiago laughed with a high-pitched snicker. Saran didn't respond. Xian let his shoulders drop.
"I guess you're right after all."
Xian clapped his hands again. "Then let's get going." Ahead, an ogre could be seen standing alone.
Once again, everyone's eyes were on Saran's bow and arrow.
Phew! Saran's arrows flew off into the distance and landed on the ogre's head.
The ogre turned with the arrow still stuck in his head, glaring at the hunters. Filled with rage, he charged towards them.
Raj stepped forward to deal with him. "Bring it on, you beast." Raj taunted the monster to draw attention while the other three worked together to kill it.
Using this strategy, the four hunters made their way through the canyon, slowly and steadily.
Star. Gra. The ogre angrily swung its mace. Whoosh, whoosh. The mace swinging in the air sounded threatening. Even Sungjin, who had invested many points into endurance, would be reduced to a bloody pulp if he took several hits. If it hits, that is. Sungjin was no longer at a level where a normal mob could hit him with a simple attack. Sungjin easily dodged the mace and swung his Moon Spectre twice while evading the attacks. The ogre's blood spewed out of an X-shaped cut on his chest, and it fell on its back. Cra! 2 more clubs were swung at Sungjin. One was swung by a 2-headed Etten, and the other was swung by a hairy giant Trog. Sungjin crouched and covered himself with sail's breath before shouting, "Solidify!" The moment his command was uttered, the mantle froze in place. The clubs landed on him, but dong! A dull sound rang out as if the clubs had hit a thick steel plate. The attack did not hurt Sungjin at all. That's useful. Sungjin stood up and faced the enemies. The sail's breath resumed fluttering in the wind. Qua! Yura! The 2 giants lift their clubs again, but Sungjin's blade flashed twice. Whoosh! Whoosh dot! And the arms holding the clubs were cut off, each with the thickness of a man's waist. The now disarmed monsters tried to swat Sungjin, but it was in vain. They were unable to land a blow on him. In just a few seconds, the 2 giants let out a deep groan and collapsed. The combat ended, and so Sungjin hopped on top of the ogre's stomach with one leg and surveyed the area. In the distance, he could see the main boss Patch and Chorak. Sungjin checked behind him. He saw nothing but a field of corpses littering the canyon. Sungjin called to the operator. Operator, time? 39 minutes 58 seconds remaining. I already got to the main boss and still have about 40 minutes left. I guess I am in no rush to use the Treasure Hunter title anytime soon, but... Sungjin hopped off the stomach of the giant. He held his hand out towards the giant's corpse and shouted an incantation. Awaken and become my slave. Rise of the dead. The ogre stood up as if nothing had happened and took his place behind Sungjin. Sungjin looked up at him for a moment. It was the first time Sungjin had ever used the spell. Operator, how do I control him? Undead monsters raised by Rise of the Dead will respond to verbal commands. Sungjin decided to try it out. Follow me for now. The ogre responded in a lower and flatter tone than when he was alive. Kra. It followed Sungjin. Very slowly. Sungjin looked back and saw that he was walking sluggishly towards him. What the? Why is it so slow? Sungjin walked back towards the undead giant. He took a look around. Once he confirmed that all the enemies were dead, he spread his arms wide. Hit me. Gra. The ogre lifted up his club and swung down. Of course, the movement was extremely slow. Whoosh. Sungjin slightly tilted his body and easily evaded the strike. The ogre seemed several times slower than when it was alive. I guess my magic power is too low. His spell was nowhere near as powerful as that person from his previous life. When that person cast Rise of the Dead, the resulting undead revived stronger than the original. Sungjin looked over to the boss Patch and Chorak. I can't even use it as a meat shield at this level. Sungjin pointed at the giant. Go back to being dead. Gah! The ogre zombie fell over again, unmoving. Sungjin stared at the ogre for a moment. Ah, right. Sungjin recalled that he had a strange-looking bell in his pocket by the name Manyata. He took it out. Operator, does this item affect revived undead as well? It does. I should try it next time. He put the bell back. Current mana? MP, 1090/3990. Frostbite and Rise of the Dead cost 790 and 1580 respectively. He had enough for a frostbite,
and a little short to use Rise of the Dead. He had reached the boss without considering his MP level. I should try to be better at managing my mana in the future. Sungjin pointed at the Ettin's corpse and said. Lich's beckoning. The Lich's finger, which was previously wrapped around his ring finger, slithered its way up to his knuckle and beckoned twice. A blue mist-like light emerged from the corpse and was sucked into his outstretched finger. Even though the process was meant to help Sungjin recover lost mana, he felt slightly uncomfortable. Operator, mana? MP, 3990/3990. Okay. Sungjin walked towards the hall where the boss was waiting. Pachin Chorak was an ogre with two heads like that of an Ettin. The boss saw the approaching hunter and yelled at him simultaneously. Come, human! It's a human! Warning! Boss! Ogre Mage Pachin Chorak has appeared. The cube rang out with an announcement. Mage? What do you mean? I am a warrior. I am a powerful mage. The head holding a large club yelled in anger, and the skinnier head on the left nodded happily. Sungjin didn't know who was Patch and who was Chorak. But momentarily, they looked at each other and yelled at the same time. What are you talking about? We're a warrior. What the hell are you talking about? We're obviously a mage. You should listen to your elders. What do you mean? I am older one. What? It's obviously me who's older. My head came out first. Sungjin shook his head. They're exactly the same as last time. Loud and annoying. Sungjin drew out his sword. The boss brothers finally turned their attentions to him and said the same things for the first time. You dare challenge us? I'll kill you. Puny human. I'll kill you. Puny human. Note, I thought some readers might not be familiar with how an Ettin or a Trog looks like. So here's a pic of each. Ettin Trog. By the way, if anybody is interested in translation work, then please do check our recruitment page on the menu. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 26. Chapter 26, Giant's Canyon, 4. Grua. The Trog brandished his axe. Raj easily blocked the attack with his shield when. Smack! A stone came flying, hitting him straight on the head. Ack! Raj cried out in pain and fell over. Santiago, who was attempting to flank the Trog as usual, noticed that rocks were flying his way as well and backed off. When the hunters turned to see where the rocks were coming from, they saw two Trogs throwing fist-sized stones towards them. Saran quickly changed her aim and launched an arrow at the Trogs. Ka-ah! The arrow pierced the hand of the Trog who was about to throw another stone. The Trog involuntarily dropped the rock which landed on its feet. Cock! Killing two birds with one stone, Saran knocked another arrow and aimed for the other Trog. However, the other Trog threw a rock at Saran before she could react. The large piece of rock came flying at speeds comparable to her arrow. Saran lowered the bow, but it was too late to move out of the way. Miss Saran! Xianwang quickly stood in front of her and tried to deflect the stone. Pow! The stone broke into smaller pieces, and the shards embedded themselves deep into his skin. Ah! Xianwang was brought to his knees. Saran took the opportunity to knock another arrow. The Trog hastily stooped down to pick up another stone, but she was faster with her bow. Korah! Saran's arrow pierced through the Trog's head. The Trog who had dropped his stone bent down to pick up the rock again, but Saran unleashed two rapid shots back to back, one through the neck and the other through the heart, killing the target. Only the first Trog remained. Iron Wall of Anvil. Slice and dice. The last enemy was killed with the cooperation of Santiago and Raj. Raj, who was still bleeding from his head, suggested.
Let's take a break for a moment before we continue further. The cube announced. Your HP is now under 2/3. Xian, who was also bleeding all over, agreed.
Yes, that's a good idea. The plan was to take the enemies down one by one, always as a group of 4 versus 1. But because pairs of enemy reinforcements would appear without warning, it had become difficult to make good progress.
Raj uttered a complaint as he drank his potion.
Just where the hell are those pairs of reinforcements coming from?
Xian answered while uncorking his potion.
I saw them climbing out of some sort of tunnel under the ground. However, as they were speaking, the cube suddenly let out an announcement.
Warning!
Boss! Ogre Mage Pachin Chorak has appeared.
What? Raj chugged the rest of his potion and stood up, readying his shield.
Boss? Xian also quickly finished his potion and picked up his spear. Santiago got up from his seat, taking out his dagger. He scanned the surroundings.
Saran quickly placed an arrow on the bow and took a look around.
But nothing, not even minions, could be spotted. The 4 hunters tensed up and anxiously looked around, but nothing came to attack them.
After 5 seconds, someone finally grumbled.
Boss appeared?
But
where?
Star. Fight me, human. The warrior shouted loudly to goad Sungjin.
The sheer volume of the voice might have intimidated an ordinary person.
But Sungjin fearlessly charged towards the boss.
I don't know who's Patch and who's Chorak, but
Mage first.
Sungjin dashed towards the ogre on the left holding the staff. The mage shouted an incantation.
Move like the wind.
Haste.
Thanks to the magic,
the ogre moved 4 times faster than ordinary ogres. By the time Sungjin reached the ogre within melee range, the ogre had twisted his body to face him with the right side brandishing his weapon. Sungjin swung his katana, but the warrior moved just as fast to block all his attacks.
Clang, clang, clang.
After 3 rapid strikes, the ogre spun around a full rotation, and the mage on the left side charged at him with the staff, an unexpected tactic.
Sungjin leaned far back to dodge the attack. But the warrior ogre followed up and immediately launched an attack. Sungjin had no choice but to leap back.
And the moment Sungjin retreated, the mage raised the staff and recited an incantation.
Incinerate everything in your path. Fireball.
A gigantic ball of fire came flying towards Sungjin.
He leaped back but boom! He wasn't able to get away far enough from the heat wave resulting from the explosion.
Sungjin crouched and covered his body with the Ice Queen's mantle. Most of the flames were nullified by the frozen mantle, but Sungjin had lost his HP to an enemy for the first time since the restart. Pachin Chorak laughed at Sungjin, mocking him.
You think you can take us on alone? Stupid. Idiot. Sungjin bit his lower lip.
A perfect pair. The enemy attacked with a staff and a club independent of each other, so predicting their attack was difficult.
Adding magic attacks on top of that made it even more so.
It's definitely hard to defeat it alone. So Sungjin took out Grandkin's wooden figurine and threw it in front of him.
Kane, come out. The figurine transformed into a large wolf and took its side by Sungjin. Pachin Chorak laughed again at the new development. What a cute puppy. So adorable. Adorable. Sungjin paid them no mind. Kane. Get the left head.
Upon hearing Sungjin's instructions, he dashed towards the right to fight the warrior.
Rawr! Kane leaped towards the left head as instructed.
But Pachin Chorak were not going to take this standing still. The warrior raised his club to counter Sungjin, and the mage recited an incantation.
Burn, membrane of flames. Fire wall.
Almost instantly, a wall of fire appeared in front of the ogre. But Sungjin had moved in faster than the casting of the spell and was already engaging the warrior. Kane, on the other hand, was unable to make it in time and was stuck outside. Sungjin swung his katana towards the right side, but "You little." The warrior swung his metallic club to block his attacks. As expected, the mage joined in by swinging his staff as well. Sungjin dodged and shook the bell he had prepared in his left hand. Ding! The small bell rang once, and Sungjin shouted, "Kane!" Instantly, Kane came bursting through the firewall and launched himself towards the mage at an unbelievable speed. Both arms of the ogre had been extended towards Sungjin. They were defenseless for a moment. Kane easily found the opportunity to bite and hold onto the mage's neck. The mage desperately called to the other head for help. "Patch! I know!" Now Sungjin knew who was who. Warrior Patch swung his club to bat Kane away, who was holding onto his throat. And at that moment, the warrior had let Sungjin free to act as he wished. Sungjin acted without mercy. As always, Sungjin aimed to disarm the enemy first. Patch's hands were cut off. "Ah, Chorak!" Patch desperately cried out to Chorak for help. Chorak frantically waved his staff to ward off Sungjin, but there was no way he could face him alone. Sungjin easily dodged the staff and counterattacked, wounding the boss in the chest. "Ack! Ka-ah!" Both heads screamed out loud as they stumbled backward. Sungjin prepared to finish them off. "Wind! Push away my dot." Chorak attempted to cast a spell, but "Rar!" Kane once again leaped up and bit him in the throat, preventing him from finishing his incantations. And using the opportunity, Sungjin cut the giant in half. Growl, growl. Patch and Chorak let out strange noises as they fell to the ground, defeated. The cube announced victory with a jubilant voice. Ogre Mage Patch and Chorak defeated. Raid cleared. Returning to the black market in 36 minutes and 32 seconds. Sigh. Sungjin let out a sigh and instinctively wiped his brow. On his hand was a single bead of sweat. It was the first time he had sweated since the restart. The boss was much harder than he had thought. No matter how high his stats were, trying to beat a boss designed to be beaten by 5 people was no easy task. Awoo! Kane let out a howl as if asking for attention. Sungjin obediently turned his gaze onto him. "Ah, Kane, you did a great job." Sungjin put his hands around Kane's neck and checked his sides. Specifically where he was hit earlier by Patch's club. "Are you alright?" Kane gave a short bark to show he was fine. Can. Master's Bell had invulnerability built in. Kane had greatly benefited this time. Not a single hair was harmed on its body. Now that he thought of it, Kane had leaped through a solid wall of fire earlier, like some circus lion act. But he had emerged unscathed. Sungjin pat Kane on the head. Fire must have been scary to jump through as a wolf. "You were really brave, my friend." Happy from being praised, Kane let out a long howl. Awoo! Star. Ogre Mage Patch and Chorak defeated. Raid cleared. Returning to the black market in 36 minutes and 32 seconds. The other hunters stopped in their tracks. What the hell? Something strange was going on. The hunters were right to be confused. While hunting normal mobs, the operator announced that the boss has appeared, and now it announced that the boss was defeated. The 4 people couldn't imagine that the Mage K cleared the boss single-handedly. It was against common sense and good reason. Raj double-checked with the operator. "Wait, operator, did you just say that we cleared the raid?" "Yes, that is correct." "You will return to the black market in 36 minutes and 24 seconds. Everyone frowned at the operator's words. Xian Wang pointed forward with his spear and said, "We didn't even get a glimpse of the boss, and yet it was defeated. I don't know what happened,
but we should go a bit further in. But the hunters were even more shocked once they entered deeper into the canyon. In front of them was an entire stretch of canyon floor covered with corpses of giants as far as the eyes could see. Whoa! Xian looked back at his team. Even the normally calm and collected Saran looked shocked. Raj and Santiago exchanged a word between themselves. Xian asked the other 3 hunters, "Just what is going on?" Raj beckoned Xian to come closer. "Come over for a second, Adat." Xian walked over to Raj and Santiago. Once he got close enough, Raj spoke quietly. "Well, we don't know what happened, but the raid is apparently done and we got plenty of time. What do you say, wanna have some fun?" "Fun?" Xian tilted his head, unsure of what he meant. Raj glanced over to Saran as he continued. "It won't be easy, but if we 3 work together, Once Xian realized what he was suggesting, he was taken back. "What the hell are you?" But he didn't even finish his sentence when stab! He heard a noise from below. When Xian looked down, he saw Santiago's dagger embedded deep into his side. Note, we just completed our first month today as translators. Yay! Still got a long journey ahead. And I know, cliffhanger. XD. We are glad to see so many readers enjoying Master Hunter K. We really are thankful for the appreciation the work is receiving. If you like our work, do consider supporting us. Thai. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 27. Chapter 27, Giant's Canyon, 5. Sungjin sheathed the moon specter. Since the boss was slain, it was time to begin the search for the hidden pieces. However, Sungjin was in a dilemma. Assuming that the secret place and the hidden boss both exist, when would it be best to use the treasure hunter active skill? Sungjin did not know which would be more difficult to find, and therefore more worth it to use it for. However, he was interrupted by Kane's howling. Awoo! Kane was howling towards the direction of the canyon they had come from. What's wrong, Kane? Sungjin asked the wolf. Kane flicked his ears as if he was listening to something in the distance. Sungjin stayed silent so that Kane could concentrate. Moments later, Kane looked up at Sungjin and yelped. Yip! He started moving, leading the way. Kane seemed to be in a hurry as if it was urgent. Sungjin chased after him quickly. What's going on? Sungjin tilted his head in confusion. Did he spot a hidden piece? Just in case, Sungjin gave him the command. If you found something, go ahead and show me. You can run as fast as you can manage, I'll keep up. At his command, Kane stopped holding back and bolted off, sprinting ahead. Awoo! He let out a long howl before running at full speed. Without question, Kane was much faster than Sungjin. In order to catch up with him. Swift paw. Sungjin used the power of his wolf claws to catch up. Star. Xian unsteadily stepped back. With the dagger still embedded in his abdomen, he swung his spear. Bang! His spear was blocked by Raj's sturdy shield. Saran finally noticed that the men had begun to fight amongst themselves and glanced over. Excuse me, what's going on? Santiago brandished his other dagger. Stab! He stabbed Xian a second time. Saran had fought all this time not batting an eye while killing countless monsters, but once she saw teammates getting hurt, she covered her mouth and gasped. What the? Xian waved his spear wildly. Miss Saran. Run! He tried to warn her, but it became his last words. Raj smashed his club over his head, killing Xian. Once Xian collapsed to the ground, a red light illuminated Raj and Santiago's body for a moment, and a warning blared out from the cube. Allied hunters attacked. Entering Troll State. Hunters in Troll State receive 10% penalty to raid rewards.
And in the event that the troll is killed by other hunters,
it will not inflict the Troll State on the attacker.
Eh?
Is that so? Raj responded back to the cube's announcement. But Santiago gave it no mind.
He was already charging towards Saran.
Why?
Saran panicked upon seeing Santiago charge towards her and readied the bow.
Phew!
The arrow landed on his shoulder, but it did not faze him. Santiago continued to run with the arrow sticking out of his shoulders. The distance between them rapidly decreased. Saran knocked and released another shot, but he was already within arm's reach.
Phew!
Santiago easily evaded the shot and attacked with his dagger. He aimed for her wrist holding the bow. However, his dagger collided with her bow instead. Saran quickly retreated her arm, but her bow was knocked away from her.
Saran pulled out the dagger she kept on her back, but she was no match for Santiago in a knife fight.
She aimed for Santiago's chest and stabbed, but
clang, dot.
With one strike, he knocked the dagger out of her hands and grabbed her by the wrist.
Saran tried to put up resistance by hitting Santiago with her bare fist, but it was futile. Santiago took his dagger and stabbed Saran through the hand. Kaya.
Santiago followed through with the attack and embedded the dagger deep into the ground, pinning her hand. Once he prevented the use of both of her hands, his eyes betrayed the perverse intentions behind them as he licked his lips.
Just kill me, you disgusting animal.
Saran spat insults at him, but he paid her no mind. Using the other dagger, Santiago nimbly ripped open Saran's clothes, as if he was very familiar with the process.
Let me go, you bastard, dot.
Saran wriggled to try and free herself, but due to the dagger, it only caused her to bleed more. Raj stood from the back and spoke as if Saran belonged to him.
Hey, don't make too many scratches, I don't like damage. Santiago finished up with Saran and began taking off his own clothes. Suddenly, roar! A wolf appeared out of nowhere and slammed into Santiago. He was caught completely unaware. Santiago was knocked far away by the body slam. What? Raj shouted out, alarmed.
Meanwhile, someone spoke from behind him.
Whoa, what's all this?
Raj jumped up in surprise at the sound of the voice.
He looked around.
Behind him was the master hunter K, who went missing for the entire duration of the raid.
K looked at the red outline on Raj and Santiago and commented. Troll State? That was all he said.
He saw Xian's corpse, and at the now naked Saran on the ground.
Ah, well, I guess something like this is inevitable.
K spoke to himself and grabbed his extremely shabby-looking katana handle. It doesn't suit me to act like a knight in shining armor, but I also don't want to run into trolls like you later down the line.
Anyone who is not an ally is an enemy.
Raj quickly made up his mind and attacked Sungjin. Since K was a mage, Raj wanted to take the initiative before K had a chance to cast a spell.
Die!
He swung his club at K. It should have been easy to take down a mage with brute force.
It should have. But whoosh! Raj's arm was cut off with a single lazy swing by K. Raj grabbed his arm by the elbow and backed off.
He held up his 600 coins worth shield and retreated backward. Despite losing one arm, he kept on concentrating. He had tanked for 4 chapters now.
Endure it. I will drink potions and outlast him.
But interrupting his thoughts, K ran towards Raj.
Raj hastily activated a skill. Iron Wall of Anvil.
Raj's shield grew in size and covered him.
But what is going on?
K cut the shield in half with a single strike. Once his trusty shield was cut down so effortlessly, Raj instinctively backed off as he began stuttering.
You, mage, you. K's sword knew no mercy.
He walked up and cut Raj with his sword. Raj was wearing an intricate chainmail armor, but the katana cut through all as if they didn't exist.
Chi-chi-chi-chang.
Along with the chains being cut apart, his skin and bones were cut away as well.
Ah!
Raj let out a loud cry of pain. It was only one blow, but...
Warning! HP is below 10%. The operator rang out with a warning.
Raj opened his eyes wide in disbelief as he continued to step back.
My HP is almost 10,000. K couldn't help but grin. So what? I probably have almost 20,000. Isn't that right, operator? Your maximum HP is 17,100.
Raj's eyes grew wide even further. The specs were incomparably different.
Raj continued to stare, unable to act.
K spun his katana around. I don't like seeing human blood, but it looks like you guys killed that Chinese guy.
You understand that you guys spilled human blood, right?
K was about to finish off Raj with his katana, but...
Pew dot. An arrow came and pierced through Raj's skull between his brows. Raj died before he even realized he was hit. Star.
Sungjin lowered his katana and looked behind him. Saran was holding her bow, with a pitiful, pathetic expression on her face.
Why would you anger a scary lady? Sungjin complained as he took a look around.
There was one other troll. But he was nowhere to be found.
Where? A bit further Kane stood, waiting for him.
He had ambushed the other troll earlier but was alone for some reason.
Sungjin approached him and asked. Kane, where did he go? But Kane did not answer. Instead, he faced somewhere off in the distance and growled. Growling. Something was wrong. Sungjin inspected Kane's body.
When he looked closer, he saw that there were small cuts around his neck. The wound was not red, but a strange hue of purple.
Paralysis poison. Sungjin got up in anger and looked around.
But there was no trace of the troll.
He must have poisoned Kane with paralysis and ran away.
Kane was stuck, unable to move and deeply in pain.
Sungjin whispered into Kane's ears. You did well, Kane. Go rest at the inn. I'll catch up.
And standing up, he uttered a command.
Unsummon.
Kane returned to the form of a small wooden figurine. Sungjin placed the figurine back in his pocket and approached Saran. Saran was trying to cover herself with the remainder of her clothes while crying.
Although she didn't make any noise, hot tears streamed endlessly down her cheeks. Even though you act strong, I guess a woman is a woman after all, but...
Sungjin returned the katana to the sheath and asked her.
Are you okay?
Saran wordlessly glared at Sungjin as if to declare that all men were the same.
Sungjin raised his hands to show he meant no harm. I have no interest in you.
But... I have to go searching for something, so I have to leave this place. That guy got away, that assassin guy.
So leaving you alone here is a little... Once Sungjin mentioned assassin, her eyes instantly teared up.
It was inevitable, just moments ago, he had almost managed to rape her. Sungjin scratched his head and continued.
Well, yeah. To make the long story short, I'm going to go and look for something so I can't stay here. If you want to follow, I will protect you. You should come with me if it's not too much to ask. Sungjin headed back towards the canyon.
Few steps away, he looked back. Saran wrapped herself with a ripped shirt and was wordlessly following him. Seeing her, Sungjin thought to himself.
The consequence of exceptional beauty. Probably, she didn't manage to make it last time because... You cannot survive to the end with just skill, this is how the raid works.
Concluding his thoughts, Sungjin resumed his footsteps, to search for the hidden pieces. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 28. Chapter 28, Giant's Canyon, 6.
Sungjin continuously scanned his surroundings as he progressed through the canyon. He was searching for a hidden piece while keeping an eye out for the assassin. And once in a while, he looked back to check on Saran, who followed from behind. Her cheeks carried traces of tears, but she looked much calmer now. Of course, because of her earlier experience, she kept her bow and arrow at the ready, but she was regaining her usual haughty demeanor.
Sungjin stopped to speak to her. "Excuse me, but..."
Saran bit her lip without replying.
She was still extremely weary of Sungjin. "Did you happen to see anything weird or out of place on your way here?" Sungjin asked Saran carefully.
"Weird?"
"Yes. Anything is fine. Did you see anything like that? Something that shouldn't be there, something that seemed odd. Like a concealed location, ... Saran answered as if Sungjin's question was puzzling. "What do you mean by that?"
"This whole place is filled with nothing but strange things."
"Excuse me?" "Hairy monsters, fat pot-bellied beasts, two-headed giants." "I mean..." She was technically correct, so Sungjin didn't have much in the way of a reply. He decided to change his question instead. "I don't mean it in that way. I meant especially strange things. Abnormally powerful beast among beasts, weirder things among weird things. Something that stands out even in this place."
Saran shook her head.
"I don't know.
I hate being around these monsters. I just wanted to get out of this place as soon as possible. So I focused on nothing but shooting arrows into their heads."
"I see." Sungjin nodded.
In truth, he didn't expect much from her anyway. Even by chapter 10 most people were unaware that hidden pieces existed at all.
"Should I use the treasure hunter's active skill?" Saran then interrupted Sungjin's thoughts and asked a question. "K. That's a fake name, right? What country are you really from?" Sungjin shook his head. "It doesn't matter. Think what you want." Sungjin answered half-heartedly.
He didn't want to get close to someone who was most likely going to die in the near future. It always hurts less when a stranger dies compared to when a friend does. This was the reason why Sungjin called himself K. It has to be between China, Japan, and Korea.
Sungjin didn't plan on answering. Then, ... Between kimchi jjigae and doenjang jjigae, which is your favorite? Sungjin instinctively and unintentionally thought of the answer.
Saran's sharp eyes did not miss his slight change in behavior.
"You must be Korean." "What?"
"If you were Chinese or Japanese, you probably would have first asked what those were."
Sungjin thought of saying, "I've been to Korea before,"
and stopped himself.
"She's a smart one."
Sungjin turned his head halfway and replied, "I said this before, but what difference does nationality make here?" But she replied, "It is only right that the one who was saved remembers the name and nationality of the one who saved her." Sungjin turned his head all the way back to look at her.
"What?" She finally replied, "I wanted to say thank you earlier, ...
Now that he thought of it, it was the first time she had thanked him. A faint smile appeared on her face as she slightly lowered her head towards him. Sungjin was battle-hardened and emotionally vacant, but even his long cold heart was shaken by her beautiful smile.
"Ah well, got it." Sungjin intentionally looked away. He then called to the operator. "Remaining time? 32 minutes 49 seconds. If I don't find it within 20 minutes, I will use the treasure hunter active skill." Sungjin resumed combing the canyon. Star.
A long time after, Saran stopped Sungjin.
"Hey."
Sungjin stopped on the spot. He turned and looked at her.
"What is it?"
Saran pointed with her thumb somewhere.
"Isn't that suspicious?" Sungjin looked over in the general direction she was pointing towards. There was an ordinary canyon wall. What's strange about it? Its appearance. Have you ever been to the Grand Canyon? Sungjin shook his head. He was an orphan. Poor even among the poor. He had never been out of the country all his life, not even to China or Japan. I have. Twice. I lived in America as a child. Sungjin nodded. He recalled a news article from the past. Beautiful archer Saran Han. Born into money and privilege, father was a major player in the American finance industry.
The canyon walls are formed by compacting earth and sediments layer over long periods of time. So typically, there are varieties of colors present on the canyon wall.
But over there. Sungjin looked over to the canyon wall again, listening to her explanation.
Now that she mentioned it, he too noticed the strangeness of that particular part of the wall.
To the left and the right of it, the walls were layered horizontally in a uniform pattern.
Only this portion of the canyon wall was different. At the center, the layers were narrow, and the colors shifted within the layer. The variance of the color within the layer became worse closer to the center. The way the canyon face was shaped, it stuck out in some parts, and it was indented inward at others. This portion of the wall, however, the outs and ins were too straight, as if designed and cut with precision tools.
Wait, this looks like... Sungjin had tried to touch the canyon wall.
But cracks appeared on the wall, and a slick white surface became visible.
What is this, a slime? He thought for a moment.
But in the middle of the white surface, a large black pupil rotated to look at him.
Sungjin cried out in shock.
And at the same time, the earth shook tremendously.
The operator gave out an announcement. Warning! Hidden boss. King of Giant Cyclops has appeared. What does she mean, hidden boss? Saran asked from behind, but Sungjin didn't answer.
One side of the canyon wall rose up, and a hand emerged from within.
Saran looked up at the gigantic hand and gasped. My goodness!
The gargantuan hand grasped the top of the canyon wall.
Rumble!
The ground began to shake again. Along with the earth-shattering rumble and quake, the hidden boss began to show itself. The boss's stature made the ogres, ettins, and trolls look like little children's toys.
Just looking up at the boss, it was easily as tall as a 10-story building. Sungjin had seen many gigantic bosses in later chapters, but never one as tall as this.
The giant stood up by leaning on the canyon cliff wall and blinked its huge eye a few times.
It looked down upon Sungjin and let out a mighty roar. Krua! The earth itself trembled at its monstrous roar. Phew!
A familiar sound rang out from behind, and he saw an arrow zip through the air.
Saran shot an arrow up towards the giant's head. Of course, the target was the lone eye. Taking out its eye would make the hunt comparatively easy.
But once the arrow reached about its chest height.
Raff. The giant slapped the arrow out of the air. The height of the giant was about 25-30 meters. No matter how large the Cyclops' eyes were, it was a difficult height to reach with the arrow. Saran complained under her breath. Just what the heck is that thing?
She looked discouraged.
That was probably the normal reaction for this moment.
Even though she had overcome large wolves, undead monsters, and other nightmarish creatures, she had never seen anything so seemingly unsurmountable.
Sungjin drew out his blade and shouted, "Stay back for a bit,"
and charged at the giant.
Let's test the waters.
The Cyclops raised its foot when it noticed Sungjin run towards it.
A huge shadow appeared on and around Sungjin.
Sungjin quickly moved out of the shadow of the Colossus. Its speed was nothing extraordinary, but due to its enormous size and mass, improperly dodging would result in becoming an instant pancake.
Boom!
The foot landed where Sungjin stood moments before.
Turning around, Sungjin swung his katana at one of the toes in front of him. Graph! Each time it cried out, the earth itself shook along with it. Is it taking any damage? He asked himself. Another shadow appeared on top of Sungjin. He tumbled backwards. Boom! A large fist punched the earth where he was moments before. Sungjin prepared to counterattack when the fist opened up, and the giant tried to catch and grab Sungjin. Sungjin couldn't avoid it. He quickly wrapped the mantle around himself and shouted. Solidify! Crack! Shatter! Dot. Sail's breath shattered upon contact with the giant's hand. Having blocked the giant's attack with the mantle, Sungjin spun around and swung his katana towards the hand. Ka-ah! The middle finger was cut deep by the katana. It evidently hurt a great deal. The Cyclops began stomping the ground chaotically in anger. Sungjin rapidly dodged the indiscriminate attack with great dexterity. Even while doing so, he thought to himself. It's not a boss I can easily kill even with high stats. It's going to take more than 1 or 2 shots. And that was the truth. No matter how powerful Sungjin and his katana was, it was only as large as a needle in comparison to the massive giant. The only parts of its body Sungjin could destroy in one hit was fingers or toes. Climb the thing and make a lethal strike. Sungjin made up his mind and began to put his plan into action. He approached the giant to lure an attack. It first raised its foot. Feet are no good. Sungjin dodged the foot for now. And as a follow-up, a slightly smaller shadow appeared around Sungjin. Without a doubt, this was the fist. Sungjin intentionally dodged it by a hair. Boom! The fist landed on the ground close by. Instead of swinging his sword, he jumped up and held onto the hand. And without realizing that Sungjin had hitched a ride on his wrist, the giant raised his hands as normal. Along the way up, the giant turned his attention to his hand. The two stared at each other. Danger! Dot. Sungjin felt threatened, and quickly stabbed Moonspector deep into the giant's hand. Growling. The giant cried out in pain as if it was stung by a bee. It angrily waved its arms about, to throw Sungjin off of him. Sungjin was thrashed about violently. It was a dangerous moment for him. If he let go of Moonspector, then he would be flung off far into the distance like an ant. The giant only increased the intensity of which it swung its arm. If this keeps up. While Sungjin was flailing in the air, he heard someone calling for him. K. Despite the shaking, he still looked towards the source of the voice. Saran had climbed to the top of the canyon cliff and was aiming towards the giant with her bow and arrow. She let loose an arrow aimed at its eye. Rain of arrows. Dot. The arrows multiplied in the air and flew towards the giant's face. Every single one of them hit the mark. It was inevitable due to the large size of her target. In just a moment, dozens of arrows embedded themselves deep into the giant's face. Graph! The Cyclops screamed out in pain and instinctively used its hands to cover its face from the arrows. And with it, Sungjin was brought to his target. Sungjin pulled out the Moonspector from the wrist of the Cyclops and held it in both hands. And once he grew close enough, he pushed himself off from the hand, launching himself towards the head. Yarg! Sungjin yelled out loud as he sailed through the air, katana pointed straight at the eye. And just like that, Sungjin impaled the Moonspector deep into the Cyclops' eye. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 29. Chapter 29, Giant's Canyon, 7. Sungjin held onto the Moonspector and dragged his blade through the Cyclops' flesh, from the giant's lone eye, through the nose, past the jaws, and until it sliced through and emerged from the underside of the chin. Once Sungjin separated the giant's face in half, he impaled the blade into the Cyclops' chest and continued to carve up its body as he made his way down. Graph! The giant let out cries of agony through its now separated mouth. Once Sungjin reached its abdomen, the cube announced their victory. Hidden boss king of giants. Cyclops cleared. However, Sungjin did not retract his blade just yet, he was still too high up to jump down safely. Controlling the Moon Specter's depth in the giant's flesh to adjust his falling speed, Sungjin slowly made his way down the giant like a skier. Once he was at a reasonable height, Sungjin pulled the sword out of the giant and leapt off. After a few rotations in the air, Sungjin landed on the canyon floor safely. The giant slowly collapsed over the side of the canyon wall. Rumble, 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 rumble. Along with a deafening sound of shattered canyon wall, large volumes of sand and dirt rained down from above. The cloud of dust which followed obscured the vision and blocked the airways. Cough. Cough. Sungjin couldn't help but begin to cough. Covering his nose and mouth with his hands, he slowly walked out of the area. Meanwhile, the operator announced, "Raid 100% complete. However, there is an active troll in the party. Raid reward will be postponed until the troll, or the other members are eliminated. Or if the timer runs out." Sungjin, who had relaxed his guard once the hidden boss was eliminated, quickly realized his oversight. The assassin. Even up until the boss showed himself, he was on alert for the assassin, but once the fight began, he had completely forgotten about him. Sungjin pulled the Moon Specter out again and walked through the dust cloud. As time passed, the sandstorm settled down. Little by little the air cleared up, and he could see again. In the distance, he heard Saran's voice. K. Dot. It was hard to hear through the dust, but she sounded nervous. Sungjin made his way towards the source of her voice. Say, Saran. Cough. Saran. In the distance, he could see someone standing. Sungjin made his way towards the figure, but Santiago's voice stopped him in his tracks. Hey, mage. Stop right there, or I will kill this girl. Sungjin had no choice but to stop. Once the dust settled a bit more, he was able to see what was going on. Santiago held a dagger to Saran's neck and was glaring at him. I guess I should call you swordsman instead. I saw everything. Drop your sword. Sungjin paused to take a look at Santiago, and then at Saran, who was held hostage. He took a moment to think. What should I do? Seeing that Sungjin still held onto his katana, Santiago threatened him further. No tricks. She's one slice away from death. I've made sure of that. There was one dagger impaled into Saran's side. She was bleeding out from the wound. Sungjin yelled to calm Santiago down. I got it. I'll put down the sword. Please let her go. Slowly and cautiously, Sungjin placed the Moon Specter back into the scabbard. And he untied the scabbard from his side. Pretending to drop it, he rapidly drew the blade out and shouted. Deathly wail. The Moon Specter glowed bright blue. Kaya-a-ia. A hell-like screech filled the air, reverberating around the canyon. Sungjin immediately charged forward. Santiago lost his grip on Saran and took an involuntary step back. Sungjin rushed towards him. Santiago waved his dagger towards Sungjin wildly, but clang clang. In just 2 swings, Santiago's daggers were knocked away from his hands. Sungjin kicked his undefended chest. Pow! He fell on his backside. Sungjin stared at him. Santiago's eyes were filled with terror, for one reason or another. Without getting up, Santiago tried to crawl away as fast as he could. Sungjin walked up to him and cut off both of his feet. Santiago let out a long cry of agony. Sungjin emotionlessly told him, This is for Cain. Sungjin pointed his sword towards Santiago as he walked over. Now certain that he was going to die, Santiago began to beg for his life. Mercy! Mercy! Please! Santiago begged while holding his hands together in a prayer. This helped Sungjin see the fancy tattoo covering Santiago's arm. Sungjin held up the moon specter towards his face and said, "I know scum like you. On Earth, before we were sent here, you probably did these kinds of things without hesitation. Of course, looking at things from this angle." Sungjin did not attack him with his sword and kept on talking. "You probably looked down at your victims, who were helpless, and begged for mercy. I could have killed you many times until now. The reason why I am waiting. Anything but my life." Santiago continued to beg. "This is it. I wanted you to experience this. The terror you inflicted on your victims until now." Sungjin counted 5 seconds in his mind. Santiago tried to escape, but his feet were cut off. He was able to crawl away slowly with his hands, but it didn't get him far. "I think that's enough for introspection." Sungjin took a single step forward and swung his sword. Die! Shing! Santiago's head flew off and landed some distance away. As was his habit, Sungjin swung his katana once to fling the blood off of the blade. Santiago's blood splattered on the ground, and Sungjin returned the blade to its sheath. Turning around, he left to attend to Saran. Saran was trembling while tightly holding herself. If anything could be described as a side effect of Deathly Whale, it was that it also affected allies equally. Sungjin approached her and said, "Don't be afraid, Miss Saran. It's okay. That thing was not real, it's fake." Saran looked up towards Sungjin and asked, "And him, dot?" Sungjin tilted his head towards where Santiago's corpse lay. She uneasily turned her gaze towards the direction he indicated. In the distance, she saw Santiago's severed head. Saran returned her gaze to Sungjin and said, "Thank you. Really thank you, K." Sungjin nodded to acknowledge her expression of gratitude and moved away from her to give her some privacy, so that she could have time to calm herself down. The cube broke the silence. All trolls in the party have been eliminated. Distributing raid reward. He didn't find the hidden piece yet, and the distribution already began. It was okay since he could still go off to search once the distribution was over. Calculating rewards earned. Monsters slain. Ogres, 30. Trog, 20. Etten, 10. Total 3,200 points. Boss monster slain, Ogre Mage Patch and Chorok, 400 points. Hidden Boss King of Giant Cyclops, 400 points. Final point count, 4,000 points. Distributing points. First up was Saran. Your contribution is 29.5%. 1180 stat points, 1180 black coins awarded. Raid clear bonus 1000 stat points and 1000 black coins awarded. Distributing 2180 stat points and 2180 black coins. Her contribution points were enormous compared to the points Sungjin's former teammates had received. But it made sense, since she almost always landed every shot she fired, and the other 3 perished during PvP. Next up was Sungjin. Your contribution is 70.5%. 2820 stat points, 2820 black coins awarded. Raid clear bonus 1000 stat points and 1000 black coins awarded. Item effect additional 10% gained activated. Distributing 3820 stat points and 4202 black coins. Sungjin thought to himself, 4202. I almost didn't make it. He needed 4022 coins to complete the book. Without the Heart of Gold passive, he would have fallen short. And now we will distribute the items. Of course, it began with Saran since she had fewer contribution points. Eye of the Cyclops, Strength of the Giants. Recovery potion, small x4. Next up was Sungjin.
Despite having been through this process numerous times, Sungjin still looked forward to seeing what he's earned.
Manta, Choraka's staff.
Camram, ring of the Siamese twins.
Recovery potion, small x3. Spellbook, fireball. And it ended here.
Although it usually gave out 3 heroic items.
Why? Why did I only get 2? Sungjin complained internally. But the operator was not done. Congratulations!
You obtained a legendary item, Camram, ring of the Siamese twins.
Legendary item?
The operator always announced each legendary item loot received. Sungjin instantly forgot about his complaint and eagerly picked up the ring that appeared before him. At the center of the ring were 2 crimson gems, stuck together like Siamese twins.
What is this?
He wanted to ask, but the distribution was not over. Last but not the least, you will be awarded titles you've earned on this raid.
One more time, Saran was first.
Headhunter, when striking the enemy on the head with an arrow, increased damage dealt by 40%.
It was a great title.
If you considered her skill, it was no different from having permanent 40% damage boost at all times.
Next up was Sungjin.
Adjudicator, when killing party members who entered the troll state, obtained 2 of their equipped items.
Ha! He didn't even imagine that such a title existed. Is it because I killed 2 trolls in one raid?
In Sungjin's previous life, he had exceptionally good luck with teammates. He almost never encountered a troll, so this title would have been impossible to earn for him.
He also never saw anyone walking around with it.
To be fair, this was a hard title to justify equipping.
In a raid where your life was always on the line,
there was no reason to keep this title equipped in case of a troll that may or may not appear. No, if a troll were to appear, it usually meant the party would be wiped out.
Well, since it's being given to me, I'll accept it gratefully. Once the rewards were distributed, Saran approached Sungjin.
Good work, Master Hunter K.
Your skill lives up to your title. Sungjin nodded.
Saran, you too, well, good work on overcoming this chapter, after everything that happened.
Sungjin kicked himself inside for mentioning that. It would have probably been better not to have mentioned it at all. But luckily, Saran seemed to take it well. It's okay.
To be fair, something similar happened to me in the last chapter as well. Listening to her frankly say that, Sungjin was at a loss for words. There was a reason why so few women survived to later stages of the raids. At that time, I took care of the situation with my bow, but this time. Anyway, thank you so much, K.
Sungjin wordlessly nodded.
He felt saying anything now to her was improper.
The operator informed them their remaining time. Returning to the black market in 28 minutes and 48 seconds.
There was still lots of time left. But there was one more thing Sungjin had to do, searching for the hidden piece.
Sungjin told the operator.
I want to use the treasure hunter active skill.
Please tell me the hint about the hidden location on this map.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 30. Chapter 30, Giant's Canyon, 8. The operator recited a verse. Wandering merchant from faraway land.
Crossing the canyon, treasure in hand.
Caught by giants and hung by his toes. Giants know not of the value he towed. Eating is the most valuable thing that they know.
Sungjin deliberated over the verses. The verse hinted at a hidden location, but there was no direct hint about where that might be.
Tell me again.
After the second time, Sungjin figured out that there were 2 hints about the location.
Hung by his toes and eating.
Upside down, for eating.
Somewhere the giants would cook. Somewhere suitable to make food. Sungjin searched his memories. Oh, wait a minute.
Now that he thought of it, he recalled seeing a crockpot. One large enough to fit someone in it.
Where was that again?
It was somewhere within the canyon, he was sure of it.
Sungjin asked Saran, who stood next to him. Miss Saran, do you remember seeing a gigantic crockpot?
A crockpot? Yeah, not a normal-sized one, something large enough for a grown man to fit in.
Something really large.
Saran shook her head.
No, I don't remember seeing something like that.
If I saw something that strange, I would remember.
Which means that I had seen it in the later half of the canyon. Sungjin made a deduction. Saran had probably only been halfway through the canyon.
She couldn't possibly have seen anything that appeared in the later portions of the canyon. Once he made up his mind, Sungjin turned to search for the crockpot. But Saran stopped him to ask.
"Kay, where are you going?"
That.
Sungjin hesitated.
He didn't feel comfortable telling her about the existence of hidden pieces. But he decided to say,
"I have something to find. A hidden element."
He explained her the truth. She was already extremely grateful to Sungjin for saving her. He believed that she would not request anything unreasonable of him even if they did find the treasure.
Hidden elements?
Yes. Just like the secret boss we just fought, there are also secret treasures hidden on each map. Saran's eyes grew wide with surprise.
Really?
Yes.
So I am going to go and search for it.
You are welcome to stay here and rest until you return to the black market. We already hit 100% raid completion, so there are no more mobs to be found on the map.
Sungjin wanted to turn and leave as soon as he was done with his explanation, but Saran replied, "Let's go together.
I don't have anything better to do anyway, and staying with that corpse alone feels bad."
Saran indicated towards Santiago's corpse, which was lying a slight distance away.
Yeah, that would be bad for her. Sungjin nodded slightly and respected her decision.
Either way, having two pairs of eyes searching for the hidden item was better than one.
She already proved useful in finding the hidden boss. Sungjin and Saran began to walk deeper into the canyon one more time. They walked for a while without speaking.
But surprisingly, it was the proud Saran who broke the silence. "Excuse me, are hidden bosses in every round?" She became more chatty.
Yes.
And you hunted them each time?
Yes.
How? Finding them is one thing, but didn't you fear death? Don't they scare you?
Sungjin shrugged. As you can see, if you can't grow stronger in these raids, you can't survive. So, I have to work harder and push myself further, to be stronger.
Kay, you're already plenty strong though. Sungjin did not reply.
He didn't want to tell her that later chapters fielded terrible monsters. Instead, he decided to give her a warning. Miss Saran, please get as strong as you possibly can be.
That's how you get to live longer. I am trying my best each round, so does that mean I should be trying to find and defeat the hidden boss each round?
That's... Sungjin was caught in a dilemma, just like in the case with Hiro. Telling her yes entailed too many risks. A decision like that, make the call after you've seriously considered your situation.
Like how?
You should only consider attempting the hidden boss if all of the following are true. All 5 party members are exceptionally powerful and talented. Your team works together very well and stays coordinated.
No internal strife occurred after killing the final boss.
Only if all of these are true, you can consider attempting the hidden boss.
Otherwise, everyone is going to die.
Sungjin told her something similar to what he had said to Hiro. Saran carefully considered his words.
Thank you for letting me know.
But... Her words trailed off.
Sungjin understood why.
She even said she experienced something similar in previous rounds.
Her exceptional beauty was interfering with her chances of survival. But then... Ah, that's right.
Sungjin recalled something and decided to tell her.
In the black market, you can find a mask shop. Mask shop. Yes. If you go there, you will be able to purchase masks that temporarily changes your appearance. Please go there. In my opinion, you are far too beautiful.
Was what Sungjin wanted to say, but he felt bashful and changed his words.
Going to find it useful. Saran nodded. I understand. Thank you for all your help, Kay.
And with her words of gratitude, she gave a radiant smile quite unlike her usual cold self.
Sure. Sungjin intentionally replied back half-heartedly.
And he stole a glance at her.
This lady, if luck would follow, could be a strong candidate for the final party members. It was going to be Chapter 5 soon.
The initial stages of the raids were going to be over soon, and Sungjin was slowly making plans to prepare for the future.
Last members, Final 5.
Being included in the Final 5 was beyond a doubt for Sungjin. He became greatly overpowered thanks to the restart. The problem was the other 4 individuals. No matter how strong an individual was, there was no way one person could complete the raid all alone. These raids were designed to be beaten with the cooperation of 5 people.
Cooperation, as chapters continue, becomes increasingly important in making meaningful progress.
It was a good idea to start considering about who had the potential to become the final team members from now on.
There are 2 main factors in becoming one of the final 5. One is exceptional skill, and second is unbreakable trust. Sungjin had no doubts as to her skill.
She had won the gold medal in Olympics. It proved that she was the best archer among humans. And Sungjin saw her skills firsthand. And unlike her initial cold demeanor, she was a respectable and upright human being. Most importantly, she already deeply trusted him.
Thinking thus far, Sungjin continued to speak. As you might have noticed, as the raids continue to progress, an incredible number of people will perish along the way.
Saran's face expression hardened immediately, and she nodded nervously.
So, even though the raids began with all of humanity participating, the number of people will.
Sungjin was about to say continue to dwindle until there are only 5 people remaining, but he changed his verbiage slightly.
Probably dwindle until there are only 5 people remaining at the end. You understand this much, right? Saran nodded slightly.
Yes. That would make sense if these raids continue without an end. If that time comes and only 5 are remaining, it is best if all 5 are dependable people, in skill and in trust, right?
I think so. I get how people with great skill might be able to survive until the end, but isn't it impossible to guarantee that each person, in the end, is trustworthy? Sungjin thought of what she had said. It was technically correct. But if I wanted, I could pick at least few of the members of the final 5.
Sungjin knew he had some level of control over the membership. He had overwhelming advantage of skill, information, and stat points above other hunters. Manipulating not only the outcome of raids but also the process was possible to a certain extent. While Sungjin was lost in thought, Saran said, "Look." Sungjin stopped and looked towards where Saran had pointed. There was a large pot boiling in the distance. Sungjin had tunnel visioned on his way to kill the boss and had overlooked the pot. He then asked Saran, "Please step back a bit." "Why? Are you thinking of tipping it over?" "Yes." "Let me do it." "I know you're strong and all, but tipping over a boiling pot of water with nothing but a sword is probably dangerous, right?" She was right. Sungjin stepped off to the side to let her have a clear shot at the pot. The only question was, does her arrow have the penetrating power to pierce through the pot? But when she pulled back her bow, she spoke. Strength of giants. For a brief moment, her pearl ring illuminated brightly. Ah! It was the ring she had received as the raid reward. She must have already checked the stats on the ring and equipped it. It reminded Sungjin of Camram, ring of the Siamese twins, in his pocket. I didn't even check what I have. I suppose I could check it along with the hidden piece reward, Sungjin decided to indulge in joys of checking out his equipment a bit later. Ping! The arrow she shot flew off towards the pot, making a far more threatening noise than ever before. In one strike, the arrow passed through the pot. Bubble gurgle gurgle gurgle. Water gushed forth the hole she had punched through the pot. She looked down at her ring and said, "It's quite useful. Although X2 bonus on strength only has 3 seconds duration, so I can't use it more than once." He nodded to her comment. Her rain of arrows was a great AoE skill suitable for multiple enemies, and now she had obtained a powerful lethal shot she could use for bosses. The two of them stared at the pot for a while. But there was nothing inside. The operator remained quiet. "What's going on?" Sungjin was confused for a moment. Did I misunderstand the verses? Or? His thoughts were interrupted. Isn't that thing suspicious?" Saran said, grabbing his attention. Next to the pot was a large corpse of an Etten, and a small tent built right up to the cliff wall. Sungjin walked over to it. The first thing he noticed was the Etten. He didn't recall killing it, but the wounds on it suggested it was him who had killed it. "I guess I just ran by while mindlessly killing them." Passing by the corpse, he entered the tent. Inside the tent, he didn't notice anything out of place. Except, there's a wall in the back of the tent? Why? Finding it extremely suspicious, he approached the wall. Upon closer inspection, he found a place where the wall was slightly separated from the tent fabric. There was an empty space beyond. No light passed through from above, and a slight breeze blew out from the gap. Around him, filling the tent, was a large pile of dissected animals and meat. This is the giant's refrigerator. But then... What? Wait, a human? Please. Save me. He could hear voices from the other side. Sungjin searched between the gap. He saw there, in the dark, a half-rat demi-human hanging by his feet upside down. The cube cheerfully rang out with an announcement. "Congratulations! You have discovered Hidden Vendor Wandering Merchant Rufhan. Note, Happy Thanksgiving! We now have a Patreon page. Do check out. Have a nice day." If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 31. Chapter 31, Giant's Canyon, 9. Sungjin gazed up at the Ratman hanging from the ceiling. Another demi-human? Are all the vendors like that? Even Wandering Merchant Eindel was a demi-human. Half human, half wolf. Sungjin approached the Ratman. The Ratman shouted at him from his tied-up position. "Hey, human! Help me! If you give me a hand, I'll make it worth your while." Saran entered the cave from behind. "Wow! I didn't know there was such a place here." The Ratman also yelled at Saran. "Hey, human girl! Help me! What's up with him?" Before Sungjin had a chance to reply to her question, the Ratman interrupted by shouting. "I said help!" Sungjin used his fingers to plug up his ears. I got it. Please stop. Stop it." He looked over to Saran. "Saran, please shoot him down." "I'll catch him." "Okay." She immediately let loose an arrow. Ping! The rope which held him was cut with a snap, and Sungjin easily caught the falling Ratman. Ugh! For one reason or another, the stench on the Ratman was terrible.
Sungjin immediately threw the Ratman away. The giants really planned to eat this thing. The Ratman finally got to his feet and took a breather. Ha! I thought I was going to die. You have my thanks, humans.
The Ratman smiled at them, exposing his yellow teeth. Sungjin felt no desire to become friendly with him. Skipping all the small talk, he asked,
"So, how are you going to make it worth our while?" The Ratman made a curious smile and replied, "Ah, that. I can't do it now. Later on."
Sungjin raised his eyebrows.
"What?" The Ratman didn't catch on to the mood and continued while shaking his head.
"I said I will make it worthwhile. I never said it was going to be right."
Whoosh! Sungjin pulled out Moonspector and brought it up to the Ratman's neck. "So, you're going to go back on your word, is it?"
Once he saw the naked blade pressed against his neck, his demeanor changed instantly.
"No, I mean, listen." Sungjin waited patiently for him to continue.
He was the hidden vendor after all. He must have something special with him.
"My treasure.
I had hidden it before I was caught. I have to go find it first."
Sungjin replied to him frankly.
"Tell me where it is then, and I will go find it myself. The treasure is hidden beyond the boundary."
"You know that, right?"
"You'll die if you leave the boundary for more than 10 seconds.
Bada boom.
Sungjin considered his words. The merchant's words had no credibility, but there was no way to disprove him either. There were sometimes merchants who valued their goods over their own lives, ones that would never spill a secret no matter the cost.
"What should I do?"
Sungjin continued to hold the Moonspector against his head and thought of his options. It was then the Ratman changed his mind.
Instead, let me give you something I do have on me, At.
Sungjin used the sword to raise the Ratman's chin and asked,
"What is it exactly?" If it was something ordinary, he planned to reject it. But he didn't expect Rough Han to say the following. Wandering Merchant's Mystery Pouch. What? Sungjin was shocked.
It was the same item that gave Sungjin Ancient Stories of the East, Part 1.
Ratman Rough Han took out a pouch from his vest and handed it to Sungjin. "Here, take it. And let me go. I don't want to lose another second until I go searching for my stash." Sungjin quickly took the pouch and asked the operator. "Operator, explanation, quick."
The operator quickly brought up the information screen at his request.
Mystery pouch, Wandering Merchant's secret stash.
Heroic treasure.
Unique skill, Roulette, 4. Roulette, 4, receive 1 legendary class crafting material. Pouch disappears after use. It's definitely the same item as before. This is totally acceptable. Sungjin returned the Moonspector to its sheath.
Now free from the threat of violence, the Ratman reached into his pocket and took out another pouch and tossed it over to Saran as well.
"Thank you very much as well, pretty lady."
He threw her a wink. Sungjin couldn't see her face, but he couldn't imagine her looking very happy. "I have settled my debt with this, humans." The Ratman fell on all fours and dashed away towards an exit on the other side of the cave, an exit too small for a human being to fit through.
And I'm not a liar. I'll see you again in a future raid. If you're able, that is, ... If you're able, probably meant you'll most likely die and so we might not see each other.
It wasn't exactly a positive farewell.
Once the hidden merchant Rough Han left, Sungjin took a look at the pouch.
If Ancient Stories of the East Part 2 or 3 comes out of here.
Roulette. Saran was staring at the screen for the pouch as well.
It was most likely her first time seeing this type of item. This is an extremely good item, it gives a legendary crafting material.
Ooh.
Well, there's no point hoarding it for later, so I'll go first.
Please go ahead.
Sungjin breathed in deeply to prepare himself and then shouted. Roulette. The ribbon tying up the pouch released automatically and the content revealed itself. Although he had no creed, he still prayed. Please. The appearance of the treasure was a book. Sungjin quickly picked it up to check the screen. Now, as long as it was not part 1, he was golden. However, Ancient Stories of the Middle East, Part 2. Legendary crafting material. Omnibus of Ancient Stories of the Middle East. Once parts 1, 2 and 3 are gathered, it can be made into a complete volume. Middle East? It was an entirely wrong line of books. With the component cost of 5,000 coins per book, an item you could only equip one at a time, there was no reason or need to craft multiple books of this kind. Damn! Sungjin massaged his forehead, wallowing in regret. But then... Roulette. Saran also used her roulette. Once the pouch unveiled itself, the item that appeared was another book. Saran lifted up her item. Operator. What is this item? The operator opened up an information screen for her. And on it displayed the item Sungjin had been wanting, Ancient Stories of the East, Part 2. Sungjin forgot himself and immediately grabbed her arm. Wah! Saran jumped up slightly in surprise. She had never seen Kay react to anything before like that. Why? Is it a good thing? Sungjin held onto her hands and said, Miss Saran, please, let's trade these 2 books. Excuse me? Saran's cheeks turned slightly rosy. Oh, right. Noticing the change in her behavior, Sungjin continued after letting go of her hands. This book is one of the materials required to complete a single item, an ancient omnibus. This omnibus grants enormous power. Saran understood quickly. Yes, and. And so? I already have Ancient Stories of the East, Part 1. So? I need the Part 2 of the same series. Saran nodded. Okay then. I'll just give you this, as thanks for protecting me this raid. Ah, wait, that's... Sungjin hesitated. But within moments, he made up his mind, only one person could own a single book at a time. Of course, if he accepted the book now and sold it on the black market later, he could get 500 coins, but it was far too inefficient to do so. Trade was the right course of action. Especially if she had the potential to become one of the final 5 last companions to the end. So Sungjin told her. No. We should trade these, my Ancient Stories of the Middle East, Part 2 to your Ancient Stories of the East, Part 2. I suggest that you collect all 3 parts to the Ancient Stories of the Middle East and craft the complete book. If you manage to do so, it should be enough to keep you alive for at least several chapters. The operator gave an announcement. Returning to the black market in 10 minutes. Time was running out. Saran nodded. I understand, Kay. Sungjin and Saran put their cubes together to trade. Once it was done, Sungjin had finally obtained Part 2 of the book he wanted. Now all I have to do is buy the final part from the bookstore. While Sungjin was thinking so, Saran took a look at her new item. Ancient Stores. Sungjin decided to ask. Miss Saran, how many black coins do you have right now? Black coins? Including what I just got from this raid, around 5,000. She didn't spend too much, with the exception of her bow, she probably didn't spend her coins elsewhere. Sungjin told her. When you go back to the black market this time, please go to Gourmet's bookstore. Ask about the book, and if you are able, make the complete item. Saran nodded. Sungjin continued. Anne? I don't know the name, but please visit the mask shop run by a raccoon merchant. Okay? Okay. Once Sungjin was done, he placed the book materials into the cube. Not too long after, the operator announced. You will return to the black market in 1 minute.
Saran, who kept quiet until now, asked Sungjin. "K. Will we be able to see each other again?" Sungjin answered. "Raids are designed in such a way that survivors will meet each other again. And as you can tell, I am very strong. I will survive until the very end. So, if you can keep yourself safe and survive chapter to chapter, we will eventually be able to see each other again. I promise." At his words, Saran nodded bravely. Before we go our separate ways, can you please tell me your real name?" Sungjin hesitated. "You will return to the black market in 10 seconds. 10. Once the operator's countdown began, Sungjin told her. "If we meet each other again, I promise I will tell you my real name." 9, 8, 7. Saran nodded helplessly. "Okay, it's a promise." 6, 5, 4. Sungjin couldn't help but tell her one more time out of his concern for her. "Mask shop, bookstore." "You got it, right?" Saran nodded. She was intelligent. She would not forget. 3, 2, 1. In the last moments, she bid him goodbye. "Let's meet again, K." Sungjin wanted to reply to her. But 0. The countdown finished, and the hunters were teleported away from the canyon. Note, we got one more for you today as an extra. Read on, click the next chapter button. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 32. Chapter 32, Black Market Fourth Shopping. Even as he was teleported to the black market, Sungjin had tried to say words of farewell. But he missed the chance. "We will probably never see each other again." But that was also too heartbreaking to say. It was a mistake allowing himself to let her under his skin. While cooperating and working together, he had ever so slightly opened his heart to her. Sungjin looked around. He located the tea shop first drop and walked over to inspect his reward. Once Sungjin sat in the same seat as last time, the panda man welcomed him. "What should I get you today?" "Iced tea, and something to snack on." "Understood, coming right up." Once the shopkeeper left, Sungjin took out the Game-Re ring of the Siamese twins for inspection. One ring with 2 gems, it was a strange-looking ring. Just what does it do? Without having to ask, the operator opened up the detailed screen for him. Game-Re ring of the Siamese twins. Legendary ring. Passive skill. Dual weapon mastery, V. Copies 100% of the proficiency of the dominant hand over to the other hand. 1 will, 2 talents. The pinnacle of martial prowess. Sungjin was stunned. While he was reeling from shock, Ran set down iced tea and rice cake in front of him. After a while, Sungjin grasped the cold teacup. Once he downed the entire content of chilled tea, he had recovered enough to process what he had just received. Does this mean? Sungjin decided to test out the effects of Game-Re immediately. Equip. The ring readjusted its size and settled itself over Sungjin's right ring finger. It was a strange sensation. Sungjin felt slightly disoriented for a moment, but also somehow more sensitive than before. His eyes refocused, and his hands trembled. He wanted to test it out right away. But, now that he thought of it, he didn't have a second katana. I shouldn't have sold the basic katana. If he had kept it, it would have been a perfect for practice. But he already sold it for mere 10 coins. What should I do? Then, he remembered he actually had another weapon. The Manta, Charaka's staff. Sungjin took 1 rice cake and chewed on it as he put his hand on top of the cube. Operator, give me the Manta. The lid on the cube opened up, and an extremely long metallic staff emerged from within. It was a staff in name only, it looked more like a rebar. Sungjin inspected the rod-like staff. Manta, Choraka's staff. Heroic staff, Strength B, Dexterity D, Magic Power C. Passive skill. Red Magician, 2. Improves the effects of offensive magic by 20%. Magic Swordsman, I. Each magic cast improves weapon damage by 10%. Each attack by weapon improves magic damage by 10%. Max 3 stacks. Staff of the Powerful Mage, Chorak. Became a mage due to losing the bet on a coin flip against his younger brother. It was better than expected. The bonus weapon damage and the 20% increase in spell effect was already good, but the Magic Swordsman passive was really great. Even more so as Sungjin had already decided to try the Magic Swordsman route. Taking the staff in hand, Sungjin briefly left the shop. And using the left hand, he tried swinging the staff around. He was able to wield it perfectly well. Then, taking out the Moon Spectre, he tried to swing the sword around. It felt as natural as if he was using his right hand. Have I become ambidextrous now? While he was thinking so. Whoa, Mr. Hunter. Sungjin heard someone speak to him from behind. When he turned around to see, it was a half-dog demi-human. The demi-human approached him and said, "Please do not wave your weapon around in public." The clothes the demi-human wore was reminiscent of a police outfit. The security in this place was rather tight. Sungjin nodded and replied, "I was just experimenting, testing things out. I wasn't trying to harm anyone." "Okay, understood." Sungjin returned to the shop and took his seat. From the earlier test, he was certain. I can wield Moon Spectre and Blood Vengeance at the same time. Upon thinking that, Sungjin couldn't help but get hyped. But there was still a roadblock to this. "Operator, how many coins do I have?" "You have 10,180 black coins." Stories of the East, Part 3 would take 5,000 coins, and Blood Vengeance was 9,700 coins. With the current amount of coins, he would have to pick one or the other. By the time the next raid is over. Sungjin resumed to the same dilemma he was in during his last visit to the black market. Do I complete the book, or buy the Blood Vengeance? But unlike last time, it only took 3 seconds to make a decision. I'll make the book. With it, I won't have to exert myself much during combat. Buying Blood Vengeance after practicing with Manta was probably a good idea anyway. Kenneth's last edge wasn't going anywhere. He could get the sword at any time. Once Sungjin was done gathering his thoughts, he finished off the rest of the tea and the rice cakes and stood up. He immediately headed out to Gourmet's bookstore. "Ho, young Master Hunter, so did you prepare the coins?" Sungjin confidently nodded. 5,000 black coins. Please give me the last volume of Stories of the East. Gourmet looked up at Sungjin and asked. What about part 2? I obtained the second part. In the raid. Gourmet formed an O with his mouth in surprise. Oh, what a lucky young man. Things worked out somehow. Okay, just a moment then. Gourmet turned around. Sungjin thought Gourmet would enter a mountain full of books again, but Gourmet soon turned around to present him the book. It seemed that he had prepared it for Sungjin's return. Operator, after payment, please take out Stories from the East Part 1 and 2 from the inventory. Understood. As requested, the cube completed the transaction and gave him the other 2 parts of the book. Sungjin held the 3 parts of the book in order with both his hands and raised them above his head. Combine. With his shout, the 3 components floated into the air and let out bright illuminations. Ooh! The goat merchant Gourmet watched the light show from over his spectacles. Star. Hey, another donut please. Understood. The black police officer Baltrin was sitting in the donut shop, inspecting the club he had received from the previous raid. Manmu, Patch's club. Heroic blunt, strength S dexterity C. Passive skill. Stun, 2. Each strike against the same enemy increases the chance to stun it by 20%. Max 3 stacks. Powerful warrior Patch's club. Winning a coin flip against his older brother, Patch decided to become a warrior. He was in a dilemma. There was a weakness in this club compared to the club he had received in Chapter 1, the Skull Romabel. Skull Romabel is great for defense, and this one is ideal for offense. What should I do? Should I carry both and switch them according to the situation? But he was interrupted by a strange noise coming from the cube. Attention please. It was the first time he had heard this from the cube. Baltrin put down his club to look at the cube. Star. Ha! Hero looked up at the sky still holding his katana. Where could he have been? That hidden boss, ... He was lucky last round, all 4 of his teammates were excellent. Using great teamwork, they were able to successfully hunt Patch and Chorok safely without losing anyone. They even had 15 minutes left. It was perfect. Just where was he? They had combed the entire canyon but had failed to find the boss. Hero briefly recalled his sensei. Sensei. He managed it last time, so he probably did it this time too, right? Ramen's ready. Meanwhile, his ramen was done. Hero first picked up the bowl and drank the soup. It was hot and well seasoned. It was great that he was able to find this ramen shop in the market. Hero took a long strand of ramen and took his first bite. But the cube let out a sound he had never heard before. Attention please. Hero cut the noodle short and stared at the cube. Star. Why? Why does a pretty girl like you want to hide your face behind a mask? Saran smiled slightly and answered. Well, I think I'll need it, for the raid. Well. Yeah, I know too. Consequence of exceptional beauty. What a horrible thing. But since our life is so short anyway, isn't it better to live our short lives looking beautiful? Don't you think so? The raccoon mask merchant was an overly talkative old lady. Saran replied. So, anything you'd recommend? How much of my appearance can you change? Appearance? All of it. Age, gender, race. It can even change gender. How convenient. Okay. The only thing you can't alter is things which affect combat. For example, longer arms. The mask shop is forbidden from selling things related to combat. So, is there anything you'd recommend? Try this on. The raccoon merchant handed Saran a mask. She was about to put the mask on when she was interrupted by the cube. Attention please. You'll see if you put it on, how? Saran stopped the merchant. Wait, please. The merchant immediately shut her mouth. The cube continued with the announcement. Master Hunter has succeeded in completing the legendary ancient omnibus romance of the Three Kingdoms. All other copies will be destroyed, and the owners will be refunded by 500 coins. Star. Hunters, all in their own instance of the market, heard the announcement. Most did not know of this Master Hunter, but a few were able to guess who it referred to. Baltrin thought to himself. That teenager. Hero shouted towards the sky. Wow! Sensei did it! Saran, still holding the mask, thought of the man she was with until moments ago. Master Hunter. K. Note, Volume 1 of Master Hunter K ends with this chapter. We hope that you've enjoyed the ride and will continue to come back for more. It is also the last free chapter of the novel on Munpia, after which the chapters are pay to read. We have bought the chapters to support the author and shall continue translating it. If you like our work, do consider supporting through PayPal or Patreon. Thanks. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 33. Chapter 33, Black Market Fourth Shopping, 2. Sungjin raised his hands towards the sky. The book basked the room in blinding light and gently settled on top of his hands as it dimmed. The goat merchant Gourmet let out a TSK with his tongue and commented, Chapter 4 just finished, and you have already completed the ancient omnibus. What on earth? Sungjin read the front cover. Without a doubt, it was Romance of the Three Kingdoms. He turned to Gourmet and thanked him from the bottom of his heart. Thank you for the trade. I will head out now. Okay, see you around. If you ever need to see me again, that is. Sungjin thanked him once more and then left the shop. As he strolled through the market, he flipped through the pages of Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Last time, this book was in another hunter's possession. Ancient Omnibus was a unique item which only one hunter could own at a time, so he could only watch as others used them in his previous life. Romance of the Three Kingdoms, Ancient Stories of the East. Ancient Legendary Book. Active Skill. Declamation, v. Read the novel. Reading different parts of the novel causes different effects. 1 use per day. A tale among tales, a classic among classics, an omnibus which systematically deconstructs the ups and downs of human and national relationships for the reader. I can't believe I'm reading this now. It was a whole new level of satisfaction. The effects were considerably advantageous even in the later chapters, but obtaining it since the very beginning was nothing short of overpowered. I'll have to test it as soon as possible. Sungjin carefully placed the book into his vest and left 499 Nights where Daliapin and Kane were waiting. Star. Once he returned to the 99 Nights. Woof woof. Kane greeted him first as usual. Sungjin checked his neck. There was not a single mark on him, his injuries were healed, and not a single scratch remained. Any wounds and injuries sustained during the raids were reverted once the raid was over, with the hunters being returned to the black market. Sungjin brought his face close to Kane's ears and whispered, You worked hard, Kane. Thank you. Woo dot. Kane affirmed with a cry. Okay. Sungjin briefly bent down and hugged Kane by his neck. However, he felt that something was odd. His arms felt a little short. Sungjin stopped for a moment and stared at Kane. Did he get fat? Taller? Kane, did you get bigger? Woo. Kane let out a short sound. Sungjin could not discern the intention. Well, okay. Anyways, good work, let's go eat. Woof. This was easily understood. Once inside, Daliapin greeted Sungjin as usual. Welcome back, esteemed hunter. Prepare a meal for us, please. What would you like to order? Sungjin thought for a moment. The first item that came to his mind was pizza. Traditional Italian style? Or American franchise style, Korean franchise style? Modified American style? Either way, with tons of cheese. Understood. Any requests for toppings? Bacon, pepperoni, black olives, bell pepper, and garlic, please. Also, lamb meat for Kane. Understood. Please wait for a moment, I will go prepare your food. Daliapin bowed deeply and returned to the kitchen. While Daliapin was gone, Sungjin recalled the spellbook he had obtained in the last raid and decided to take it out. I should memorize it quickly before the pizza is done. Operator, give me the spellbook please. The cube wordlessly obeyed, spitting out the spellbook. Sungjin opened the crimson spellbook. Spellbook, Fireball. Class 4 Offensive Magic. Launch a large fireball. The fireball explodes on contact and the flames spread out, dealing collateral damage in the vicinity of the blast. This was a standard fire-type magic. Most mages will have used this spell at one point or another. Sungjin did not hesitate. Memorize. The red cover of the spellbook lit up, illuminating the magic fireball was memorized. Incantation for the spell is incinerate everything in your path. Fireball. Once he was done memorizing the spell, Daliapin returned with the pizza. Of course, along with a sizable lamb meat. Eat lots, Kane. Sungjin patted Kane in the head before taking the first slice to eat. The cheese stretched into long strands as he took the slice. Sungjin cut the cheese with his fingers before stuffing the slice into his mouth. The thick flavor of the cheese cooked on top of soft bread, with pepperoni and bacon mixed in, it was an overwhelming and succulent first bite. Perfectly cooked bell pepper and garlic also gave a refreshing aftertaste, as well as controlling the greasiness. The pizza highlighted the skill of a master. Sungjin stared at Daliapin. Anything you need? Daliapin tilted his head at Sungjin's stare. As if proving his half-owl status, his head tilted more than 60 degrees. Sungjin wordlessly gave him thumbs up. On understanding what he wanted to convey, Daliapin lowered his head and answered. Ah, thank you. Title, Master Hunter. HP, 17100 MP, 3990. Strength, 2486 1912, plus 574. Dexterity, 2721 2093, plus 628. Endurance, 1710 1315, plus 395. Magic Power, 395 304, plus 91. Mind Power, 399 307, plus 92. Unallocated points, 3820. Sitting in the warm bath, Sungjin furrowed his brows as he pondered over his stats. I should continue to invest into strength, dexterity and endurance, right? Even if Sungjin was going to experiment with becoming a magic swordsman, the basis of his power was still that of a swordsman. Even though he began investing into magic power and mind power, he couldn't afford to forget this important fact. Continue to maintain overwhelming physical superiority, and raise magic power enough to be helpful. Sungjin reserved 1,000 points for strength, dexterity and endurance. And then 820 points remain. He didn't get much of an opportunity to utilize his magic in the previous raid. I had even filled up my mana right before the fight with Patch and Shorak, and totally forgot to try using spells on them. He was still not acquainted with using magic. When in danger, he fell back to swordsmanship. Anyone would have probably acted the same. It was human nature to fall back to familiar things unless there was a certain margin of safety and time to explore new things. On top of that, his spells were too weak compared to his swordplay. If I'm not going to be using it often, I'll try making magic power stronger to make it worth the while. Sungjin concluded his thoughts. Even considering the Class 4 magic fireball, there shouldn't be a pressing need to increase the mana pool too much. Thus Sungjin planned out his stat points as follows. With 3-to-1 ratio for magic to mind power, raising 615 points to 205 points respectively should do it. Sungjin tried to calculate the points out. 304 plus 615 is 919, taking into consideration Master Hunter's effects. Annoyed already at the calculations, Sungjin called for the operator's help. Operator, what would be the total points if I were to increase magic power by 615? 1195. And if I raise mind power by 205? 666. The MP would become 6660. Using 4th class magic with 1195 magic power would allow him to fire the spell at least once.
If I ever need mana, I could always use Lich's Finger and Moon Specter's passive to recover them. Sungjin decided to try to min/max the magic. He wanted to see what it was like. Operator, raise strength by 1000, dexterity by 1000, and endurance by 1000. Add 615 to magic power and 205 to mind power. Applied. Once the distribution was complete, Sungjin dipped himself deeper into the tub. Chapter 4 was eventful. Trying magic for the first time, meeting Saran Han, fighting a building-sized cyclops, killing 2 PK trolls, running into the wandering merchant Rough Han, and completing an ancient omnibus. So many things in just a few hours. Sigh. Sungjin closed his eyes and let the thoughts wash over him as he pondered over them. At this point, I've pretty much cleared every raid perfectly. Sungjin tried to think back to his previous life. Spellmaster has succeeded in completing the legendary ancient omnibus romance of the Three Kingdoms. Let's see, what chapter was that again? Even a vague and generous estimate puts it at about 7 or 8 chapters from now. Sungjin was able to complete Romance of the Three Kingdoms in 4 chapters, so he felt that he was off to a great start. Compared to blindly trying to complete the raids like last time, he was already several times stronger. Now, Sungjin was confident that he would have no trouble with the raids for a long while. Of course, with the exception of excruciating circumstances. That reminded Sungjin of the past. Why did you do that? Excruciating circumstances. Sungjin couldn't help but mutter a name that resurfaced from the past. Spellmaster Ed. He still had no clear answer for what had happened back then, but it was all in the past. No need to complicate myself. Sungjin got up from the bath. Even if trolls get in my way, even if there is not one dependable ally, even if I have to go on alone, I will see it to the end. In the middle of the living room was Moon Specter and Romance of the Three Kingdoms resting on top of a table. With these 2 items, Sungjin was more than ready to handle everything and anything for at least some time. Once he completes the next raid and gets his hands on the blood vengeance. Sungjin wiped down the moisture and dressed himself. Knock knock. Sungjin heard knocks on the door. There was only one possible person who could knock on the door this late at night. Please come in. As expected, it was Deliapin. Dear Hunter, here is the information page for the next raid. Sungjin accepted the sheet. Deliapin bowed and then I bid you good night. He excused himself and left the room. Once Deliapin closed the door, Sungjin checked the top of the information sheet and only read the title. Information concerning Khitan Desert. Still the same order. Sungjin discarded the paper and threw himself on the bed. It was a long day. Soon after closing his eyes, he was fast asleep. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 34. Chapter 34, Khitan Desert, 1. 1 hour left before the raid commences. Sungjin woke up to the operator's voice. MMM? When he came to, he was laying on top of the bed in 99 nights. Sungjin normally set an alarm 2 hours before raid start, but tonight he had allowed himself to sleep in. Sungjin thought for a moment. Did I remember to distribute points? Yes, he recalled the bath last night. Sungjin closed his eyes again. Everything urgent had already been taken care of. It would not take him longer than 50 minutes to get ready. Operator, remind me in 10 minutes. Understood. But, 5 minutes later. Knock knock. Deliapin came knocking. Sir? Sungjin had no choice but to get up. Yes? He answered as he opened the door. Outside, Deliapin stood waiting, holding items in each hand. One was a water skin, and the other was a long piece of cloth. Oh yeah, You usually get up earlier, but since you were taking your time this morning, I decided to deliver this to you myself. These are supplies provided to all hunters. As you have already found out, the raid will be taking place in the desert, so. Sungjin nodded. Dalyopin first handed over the water. This water skin contains cold water. It is constantly refilled by magical means, so feel free to use it as much as you like. Sungjin accepted the water skin. Thank you. And this long cloth. I know. I'll eat first, and I'll make sure to take it with me before the raid begins, so please wait for now. Understood. I have prepared a variety of clothes which. I know. Later. Dalyopin bowed deeply and excused himself. Understood. He closed the door and left. Sungjin went to take a quick shower and checked the closet. The closet was mostly full of large muslin cloth that Arabians are often seen wearing. For the second time ever, Sungjin wore the muslin clothes. It did not suit him, but he had no other choice. 10 minutes have elapsed. The alarm from earlier went off. I got it. Sungjin tapped the top of the cube and climbed down the stairs to the first floor. Woof! After greeting Kane, Sungjin ordered Kane's food first. Please give Kane the best cut of beef. In the future, please provide him 3 meals a day, something Kane would like, and in enough quantities. As you wish. And for me. Sungjin paused for a moment to consider his options for breakfast and said the first thing that came to mind. Korean meal, with doenjang jjigae as the soup. Once he was done ordering, it occurred to him that this was a topic recently. Where was it again? It didn't take long until he recalled who it was. Between kimchi jjigae and doenjang jjigae, which is your favorite? Sungjin couldn't help but grin. Dalyopin soon brought over the bubbling hot soup, and few side dishes to go along with the rice. While Sungjin was enjoying some fruit punch after the meal, the operator gave out an announcement. Raid will commence in 10 minutes. He had just finished eating moments ago. I guess I'll have to digest food while hunting. Turning to his host, Sungjin requested. Hey, Dalyopin, please do that now. Ah, yes. Sungjin stood up straight in his chair. Dalyopin brought out the long cloth from before and wrapped it around Sungjin's head into a turban. Sungjin turned his head left and right. It was his second time, but he was still not used to it. But he tolerated it since it was essential this time. Sungjin picked up the water skin he received in the morning and opened it up. He took a quick swig from the water skin. It was almost cold enough to cause brain freeze. But it is perfect since the water is meant to be used in the desert. Once he was ready, Sungjin stood outside the doors of the 99 Nights and stretched. Soon after, he was teleported into the raid. Star. The intense rays of sunlight blinded the eyes and burned the skin. The hot tan sand formed heat waves, causing things in the distance to shimmer. Following the contour of the landscape, dry winds blew, scattering sand and altering the dunes. The place Sungjin was teleported to was a scorching desert. The operator began her explanation. Welcome to the Khitan Desert. It is a barren land of death where few survive. Please be warned, the few that are able to endure the blistering heat and deadly winds are extremely tough and violent. Sungjin frowned and looked up at the sky. The sun was too hot, he didn't want to stay here for long. Synchronizing hunters. Sungjin stood slightly tilted and watched his teammates appear one by one. High-level Guardian, Zealot, Gladiator, High-level Scout. Most of the titles were excellent this round. After 4 rounds, most of the weak and mediocre hunters have been filtered out, and now only the strong remained. This time, Sungjin looked at his teammates with attention. The high-level Guardian was an Asian wielding an enormous shield and mace. Despite being an Asian man, the Guardian was bulky in size, like a sumo wrestler. He doesn't look like a Korean man,
is he Chinese?
Even though just last raid there was Xianwang, if you consider the enormous population of China, it wouldn't be strange to have at least one Chinese hunter in every round.
The zealot was a tall black man. Not only was he tall, but his muscles were also considerably large. He held an axe in each arm, each emitting a crimson light. His appearance was very fearsome.
Dual axe zealot, how apartment.
The gladiator was a sharp-nosed white man, one could almost cut paper on his nose. Although his body size looked relatively normal, the tight muscular structure of the man was visible even through his clothes. He must have lifted weights regularly. He carried a sword somewhere between the length of a short sword and a long sword. On his left arm was a round shield that covered his entire arm, giving him the appearance akin to a Roman gladiator.
This man is strong.
Sungjin examined the man carefully. Behind him was the experience of overcoming countless raids. Just looking at him and reading his demeanor, he could sense that the man was extraordinarily powerful. Last was the high-level scout. He was a long-bearded Arabian. He was tall and thin, and his weapon was an expensive-looking crossbow.
Saran was like that too.
Ranged hunters sure invest a lot into expensive weapons. There was a variety of races, but everyone was wearing a turban on their head. Only the Arabian man looked decent.
And each individual looked strong.
All four men probably had their strengths and weaknesses, but all four men had probably taken a majority share of the contribution points in each of their raids.
Everyone carefully glanced at each other.
By now, they all probably understood that getting a good grasp of the nature and strength of their teammates would help them survive. At some point, Sungjin realized that all four men were staring at the title floating above Sungjin's head. Master Hunter has succeeded in completing the legendary ancient omnibus romance of the Three Kingdoms.
It was probably due to this message.
Everyone had been given this announcement while shopping and resting in the black market.
Who is Master Hunter? And then during the next raid, they find a Master Hunter in their team, so the logical progression of their thoughts was, is it him?
Sungjin pretended not to notice the stares. Titles were not unique to a person, so just because he held the title did not guarantee that he was the same person as the one mentioned in the announcement. Although, getting Master Hunter title was nearly impossible. The awkward silence continued for a good long while, but eventually it was broken.
Okay, I think that went on long enough. Let's introduce ourselves.
It was the Black Zealot. He began with his self-introduction.
I am Ralph, an American.
I look forward to working with you gentlemen. And one by one the hunters introduced themselves. The Asian high-level guardian answered.
I am Bukitai, Mongolian.
Sungjin nodded.
Ah, so he was a Mongol.
I thought he was too large compared to other Asian men.
Next was the sharp-nosed white gladiator.
Igor Janovic, Russia. The cold voice fit his image well. Last was the Arabian high-level scout.
Munir Youssef. Please call me Munir. I am Algerian.
Last was Sungjin's turn.
K. Chinese. He half-heartedly answered.
He didn't want to reveal his nationality, but he didn't want anyone to complain again that he had not revealed his country of origin. When he declared himself Chinese, the other men accepted it without any question. The only person here who could potentially tell apart Asian men by nationality was probably the Mongol, but he didn't seem interested in prying. Instead, he was busy drinking water from Dalyupan's waterskin. His massive frame was already drenched in sweat.
The zealot banged his axe together as if he was clapping and announced.
Let's cooperate and overcome this raid together.
Munir agreed.
Yes, let's do that.
Even the gladiator nodded.
The only ones that did not respond were the two Asian men. The Mongol was too busy spraying his entire body with cold water, and Sungjin was daydreaming about when would be the best time to utilize the power of romance of the Three Kingdoms.
Should I try it on boss?
Or should I wait until the hidden boss, since they are usually stronger? Sungjin looked far off into the distance at the endless desert. This chapter was not ideal for him. Limited the area may be, the content was a featureless desert for as far as the eyes could see. Although it was fundamentally different from Grey Soul Cemetery, it felt the same, he couldn't tell where was what. Sungjin thought to himself. The raid boss is one thing. How do I find the hidden boss in the middle of this desert? Kyuten Desert Raid. Objective: hunt the king of lizards basilisk. Time limit: 2 hours. The operator's mission briefing popped up. The time limit was much longer than most previous raids at 2 hours, but that actually signified that this raid was going to be very tough on the hunters. Sungjin looked up at the sky once more. Just standing for 2 hours in this sun would be enough to cause blackouts. He was already dripping with sweat, and only a few minutes had passed. Sungjin uncorked the water-skin Daliapan had handed him and drank a few gulps of water. Monsters were one thing, but resisting the scorching heat was extremely fatiguing. The American Ralph and even the Russian Igor were drenched in sweat, looking exhausted even before the raid began. Mongol Bukitai's state goes without saying wasn't any better. Only the Algerian Munir looked fine. Uninterested in the hunter's circumstances, the operator began the countdown in an apathetic voice. Raid will begin in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. Sungjin licked his lower lip and put his hands over Moonspector. And he thought to himself. Hidden boss or whatever, I'm going to end this raid quickly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 35. Chapter 35, Kyuten Desert, 2. 3, 2, 1, 0 raid commencing. Along with the signal, the hunters began moving into the desert cautiously. Sungjin decided to stick with them for the time being. Although, he had no intentions to participate in hunting as a group with the rest. The difference in ability was absolute. It made more sense to hunt alone and clear the raid quickly before beginning the search for hidden pieces. It was just that, he was curious about the skill level of his teammates. Especially the gladiator Igor. I'll just watch for a few minutes before heading off to kill the boss. As one would expect, the high-level guardian Bukitai took the vanguard position. Next was the gladiator Igor, followed by zealot Ralph and master hunter Sungjin. High-level scout Munir stood at the back with his crossbow. The formation of the hunters was predetermined by the characteristics of the weapons they wielded. Sungjin strolled along, moving together with the other hunters, when a giant scorpion emerged from the far side of the sand dunes. It was about 5 meters in length, sporting 2 gigantic claws and the iconic poisonous stinger poised 2 meters above its body. SSH. 3 or 4 bolts were fired in quick succession from Munir's crossbow. The giant scorpion, however, sensed that something was flying its way and raised its claws in defense. Munir's bolts could not penetrate the claw's thick plating and bounced off harmlessly. The scorpion moved its many legs and slid down the dunes, rapidly charging towards the hunters at an alarming rate. Bukitai at the vanguard nervously readied his shield. However, before the scorpion reached the hunters, Munir put down his crossbow and raised one hand. Binding Frost. Frostbite. MMM? Sungjin stared at him. To be fair, it wasn't too unusual. Frostbite was a second circle magic obtainable from the Lich. With a little investment of stats, the magic was possible to cast. The problem was its effectiveness. His stats were probably geared towards the use of his crossbow, meaning the spell effect would probably be weak. Lo and behold, the affected area of the spell was smaller than Sungjin's own attempt from back in the 4th chapter. His spell only managed to slightly slow down the speed of the monster. But it was still better than nothing. Yeah! Thanks to his spell, Bukitai was able to get the courage to pick up his shield and charge ahead. The giant scorpion wildly flailed its claws. Bukitai used his giant shield skillfully to block the blows from the claws. Meanwhile, tail! Munir yelled from the back. While Bukitai was distracted with the claws, the scorpion had poised its tail for a strike. Too late. Bukitai saw the tail and attempted to raise his shield to protect himself. But before he managed to, bang! Gladiator Igor blocked the tail with his shield. Not only that, he moved at incredible speed to swing his sword and severed the tail. Sungjin puckered his lips and nodded. Ooh! With that much speed attack power, never mind his equipment, he had considerably high stats. He must have maintained an overwhelming contribution level until now. With the tail already gone, the claws were cut off by the combined attack of both Bukitai and the zealot Ralph. SHSHSSH. Munir's triple crossbow shot landed on some of the more thinly armored parts of the scorpion's body. The four hunters managed to kill their first enemy without much problem. Munir puckered his lips and whistled. Ralph turned around to the other three men. I think we'll be okay like this. Something was wrong. There was only three others, one was missing. Where's the Chinese guy? Igor looked around searching for him. Only Bukitai, who grew up in the wide open plains, was able to get a glimpse of Sungjin in the distance, but only for a moment. Sungjin disappeared from sight utilizing swift paw. Bukitai squinted his already narrow eye to see, but Sungjin's form was lost between the shaky waves of heat. Star. Sungjin paused for a moment after covering a large distance to pour water over his head with his magic waterskin. So hot. He didn't run with an objective in mind. Like a henna, the basilisk will appear by itself once enough enemies are slain. Sungjin just did not wish to share contribution points with others. All four of them looked strong, so they shouldn't face anything that can kill them. Sungjin began hunting solo in the desert. He saw a large desert lizard in the distance. Just the body was already 4 meters long, and with the tail, the lizard was about 6 meters in length, 6.5 yards, 19.6 feet. It lay as still as a corpse in the distance. This was a characteristic of the lizard, it was silent and still, but once it decided to move, it moved with amazing nimbleness. Sungjin took out Moonspector and approached the lizard. The lizard continued to lay still. Stop acting. Sungjin thought of just running in and slashing it with his sword, but binding frost. He recalled Munir's spell and changed his mind. He transferred Moonspector to his right hand, and holding up his left hand he said, Binding frost. Frostbite. The effects were amazing. Despite the desert heat, the immediate surrounding of the lizard froze solid. The affected area was much larger than the last time he had tried. He definitely saw the benefit of having higher magic power. Once the feet were frozen stiff, the lizard stopped pretending to be inanimate and began trying to break free. It was no easy feat breaking free. Sungjin quickly ran up to the lizard. Crack! The lizard's hide was extremely tough, but it could not stand up to Sungjin's absolute stat superiority. Sungjin lifted up his sword and thought. It's still one shot, one kill. Just then. Whoosh! A large tail came swinging towards his face. Sungjin quickly swung Moonspector and cut off the tail. What? When he checked his surroundings, he saw the headless lizard thrashing about mindlessly. Ah! I forgot. Even if the head is cut off, the body will still stay alive for a little bit. Of course, it couldn't launch any intentional attacks without a head, but being careful around it after beheading it was probably a good idea. Calming his heart, he took a deep breath when 2 giant scorpions came charging at him. Looking carefully, he saw a third behind the first 2. A total of 3 monsters. Not bad at all. It was not like normal mobs were capable of hurting even a single hair on his body. Quick, come. Sungjin charged towards the scorpions.
He cut through the claws of the first one, cut the side and the tail off the second, dodged an incoming claw attack, cut, evaded, cut, cut. The enemies quickly died. Sungjin thought. Easy. Too easy. He nimbly moved his body and killed the first 2 scorpions before the third arrived. It was time for one-on-one. 2 scorpions were no match for him, one had no chance. Sungjin fixed his grip and waited for the last one to arrive. However, his field of view lowered as the sand started to sink rapidly. What? A hole appeared between his legs, and the sand rapidly drained into it. Sungjin climbed up the sand and jumped out of the sinkhole. In the place he stood moments before, a grotesque vortex-like jaws of a sandworm appeared from below. Only the teeth were visible, yet the diameter of the mouth was easily 6 to 7 meters wide. The sandworm chomped the air twice where Sungjin stood before and disappeared back underground. If Sungjin had stood in place, he would have been eaten feet first. Sungjin didn't have time to sigh in relief, the scorpion was upon him. Sungjin prepared himself to fight, but his feet sank into the sand again. Without hesitating, Sungjin immediately jumped away from the spot. A hole indicated where the sand would soon be sucked in, followed by the rapid sinking of the sand. So annoying. Sungjin just barely got out of the area again. Ignoring the cascading sand, the scorpion ran along the slope of the sand and continued to charge towards him. In Sungjin's case, he preferred this, it gave him the opportunity to take care of the scorpion first. Once he cut off the claws and the tails, he climbed on top of the scorpion. The scorpion was completely disarmed and was helpless, it couldn't put up any resistance to Sungjin who rode it. Soon, the sand beneath the scorpion began to sink. It has come. Sungjin stabbed Moon Spectre deep into the scorpion's body. Crack! The sword easily passed through the scorpion and ended its life. When the scorpion's death throes stopped, the sand rapidly got sucked into a vortex and rows of jagged teeth appeared from the sand. Sungjin jumped straight up from the scorpion's back. The sandworm rose out of the sand and bit into the scorpion instead. Crunch crunch. It utterly crushed the shell of the scorpion, devouring it in a few bites. The sandworm showed signs of wanting to retreat into the sand, but before it had the chance, Sungjin aimed his hands towards the giant sandworm and chanted. Incinerate everything in your path. Fireball. A gigantic fireball flew into the sandworm's mouth. Moments later. Boom! An explosion went off inside the sandworm's body, and flames violently billowed out of the ground. Fireball was a destructive spell. After the explosion, it also covered the area in flames. And this very spell exploded from within the monster's body. It most likely couldn't have survived such an attack. Seeing the inferno raging on the sand due to the aftereffect of the attack, Sungjin finally took a sigh of relief. Phew! I forgot all about him. Sungjin had been moving through the raids based on his memories of the past, so enemies and elements of the raid he had forgotten about would occasionally surprise him. If I had just read Daliapin's information sheet, I wouldn't have been caught off guard like that. I'll start reading it from now on. Sungjin reflected over his actions as he moved his feet. Due to his overwhelmingly superior stats, normal mobs couldn't hope to face him alone. The only problem he faced in the raid was his arrogance. Star. Each of the 4 hunters stood a distance away from each other, watching each other nervously. They were all sweating. Oh. Me, it's on me. Yukitai's feet began to sink. He tried to climb out of the hole, but his feet sank faster than he could climb out. Catch! Munir threw his turban as a makeshift rope for Yukitai to grab. Yukitai put the shield on his back and grabbed onto the cloth. Yukitai barely climbed out of the hole with Munir's assistance. Shortly after, rows of jagged teeth appeared within the vortex, and a sandworm finally showed itself. Now! Munir yelled as he fired his crossbows. Pi Pi Pit. The bolts embedded themselves deep into the sandworm's skin. You! Zealot Ralph jumped high up and brought down his axe upon the worm. Meanwhile, Gladiator Igor mercilessly slashed and stabbed away at the sandworm's body. Q. The sandworm let out a strange cry of agony as it began thrashing about, twisting its body. The sandworm came out of the ground and swept around in a large circular area. Munir was already far enough away, so he was able to get out of the way in time, but Bukitai and Ralph were hit straight on by the sweeping body of the thrashing sandworm and were flung away. The only one who was able to counterattack was Igor. He found an indent in the ground and jumped into the depression. Laying in the sand, he held his sword up in the air. The sandworm, thrashing about wildly in pain, ran into the waiting blade. Half of its body was cut away by the sword. Q. The sandworm fell into a heap and died. It had attacked 5 or 6 times before the hunters managed to take it down. Munir wiped the sweat off his brows. Phew! Scorpion and lizards are hard enough, but this. And finally, he yelled after the 2 men who were flung away by the sandworm's attack. Hey, all of you, are you alright? The hunters raised their hands to show they were fine. Although they took damage, it wasn't anything lethal. While the 2 hunters drank recovery potions, Igor scanned their surroundings, wary of any enemies that might be approaching. In the distance, he saw dunes shifting rapidly despite no winds blowing. Igor called out to Bukitai. Hey, Mongolian, what's that over there? Bukitai gazed into the distance by squinting his eyes. And before he was about to report what he saw, the operator beat him to the punch. Caution! Boss Basilisk has appeared. Everyone was alarmed by the operator's announcement. Ralph replied first. Didn't the information sheet say that the boss only appears after 75% of the monsters were killed? Munir opened his eyes wide in surprise upon realization. We've already killed 75% of the mobs? It's only been 20 minutes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 36. Chapter 36, Khitan Desert, 3. Incinerate everything in your path. Fireball. Sungjin threw another fireball into a sandworm's mouth. Boom. Flames erupted from the sandworm's mouth, and the worm collapsed into a heap. Geez, so much pain. Sungjin wiped the sweat off of his brows. He was throwing fireball in the midst of murderous heat. But at least the effects were good. Spell attacks such as fireball was useful in taking out troublesome enemies like sandworms from afar. And after using it a few times, Sungjin felt his mana starting to run low. Sungjin's magic power was 1195, and MP was 6660. Fireball was a 4th circle spell, so it cost 4,780, in other words, each cast consumed more than half the mana pool. Due to its enormous mana consumption, after just a single cast of Fireball, Sungjin had to diligently cut away enemies using his Moon Spectre. Trading reusability for firepower. If the magic power was too high, the spell power improved at the expense of mana cost. If mind power was too high, the spells could be cast often, but at weaker effectiveness. Finding the proper proportion was important. Mana. Got to refill mana. He pointed his left ring finger towards a flaming sandworm. Lich's beckon. The bones wrapped around his finger moved automatically to absorb mana on Sungjin's behalf. While waiting for the mana restoration to finish, he held the magic water skin upside down over his head to take a shower. Even though he had drenched himself, in just a minute or two, the water would evaporate off of him. After all, this was the desert. Oh. He had moved the water skin to the back of his neck and involuntarily gasped to the rush of cold water running down his back. It was at this moment that the operator gave an announcement. Caution. Boss Basilisk has appeared. MMM? Sungjin looked around in surprise, but he couldn't locate the giant lizard basilisk.
he asked the cube. Operator, raid progress? 75.8%.
The other hunters must have pushed the raid progress past the 75% mark while Sungjin was busy cooling himself down. If that was the case, the boss had probably spawned close to the other hunters. Sungjin looked back at the direction he came from. The path was strewn about with corpses of monsters he had killed, but he could see no sign of the other 4 hunters nor the whereabouts of the boss monster. If he lets this go unchecked, a similar situation to what happened in Grey Soul Cemetery could occur. What should I do? Sungjin considered his options for a moment and came up with a solution. Kane, come. Sungjin summoned Kane. Kane took a look around his surroundings. He seemed unaccustomed to the desert scenery. Sungjin spoke softly into his ears. Kane, use everything you've got, smell or sound, find the hunters. Got it? Woof. And within a moment. Woof woof. Kane barked twice, looking off into the distance. So it's that way. Sungjin looked towards the direction Kane indicated. Swift paw. He deployed the wolf claws and prepared to run alongside Kane. Let's go, Kane. Kane took 2 steps and stopped moving. Sungjin paused to look at him. What's wrong? Kane was in an unnatural state. Kane stared at Sungjin with his tongue hanging out. The cause of his behavior was obvious. Even with Arabic clothing, drenched in water and with a turban over his head, Sungjin was suffering from the dreadful heat. For Kane, who sported a lush winter coat, it must be beyond the level of torture. Forget running, he looked in pain just sitting there. Yeah, I don't think this is right. Go back, Kane. Unsummon. Sungjin transformed Kane back into a wooden figurine. Then, looking in the direction Kane had shown him, he began running. Alone. Star. The 4 hunters quickly raised their weapons. The boss basilisk made its appearance in the distant sand dune. It stood at an imposing height, double that of the other lizards. If ancient dinosaurs had still existed, it would have probably looked something like that. Cool. It bellowed, and the whole desert reverberated with the echo of the boss's cry. The hunters exchanged glances. Igor spoke up. As you all saw in the information sheet, looking at the eyes causes petrification. Munir, you fight it from behind and don't look at its face. Watch out for the tail. Munir nodded. Igor continued. Ralph, is Zealot or whatnot ready? He had somehow taken the position of the leader among the hunters, and they accepted it without question. The 3 others were all skilled in their own ways, but after a few hunts they knew Igor was on a different level altogether. It's ready to go at any time. It's just, once I use it, my HP drops to half. Look. Ralph raised his axe up for them to see. Thorfinn, Zealot's axe. Heroic axe, strength S dexterity C. Passive skill. Rampage, 2. Each strike against the same enemy increases damage by 20%. Max 3 stacks. Active skill. Zealot, 2. For 30 seconds, increases damage by 200% and attack speed by 200%. Once active duration ends, reduces current HP by half. 5-minute cooldown. Everyone read the information on the axe. As you can see, it's quite a useful active skill, but in return when the timer's up, it becomes extremely dangerous. So, please protect me. Igor scanned the item one more time and replied. I'll give you a sign when I think it's safe, or if there is a good opportunity to use it. Ralph bit his lower lip and nodded. Igor addressed the tank Bukitai last. Bukitai, try to keep its attention on you without looking at its eyes. Bukitai responded, blinking blankly. But, how do I block the attacks without looking up? Watch the ground. With that size, you should be able to predict its movement by watching the shadows. Bukitai dropped his shoulders in dejection.
That's easy to say.
Just try to survive.
I'll be helping as well.
Bukitai nodded at his reassurance. Once the strategy meeting was over, Igor tilted his head towards the boss and said,
"Okay then, let's go."
Bukitai walked forward using his shield to block out the basilisk's eyes.
After covering some distance,
"Coorg!" The basilisk let out a mighty roar, and the earth began to tremble, shifting the sands.
Igor shouted out, "It's coming! Brace yourselves!" Bukitai tried to peek ahead of him.
Upon seeing the basilisk's giant legs moving towards him, he tensed up. Shadows, watch the shadows. But it was no easy feat trying to predict an enemy's motion relying on nothing but shadows. He didn't make any attempt to look up and kept his eyes glued on the feet.
Right leg, left leg, right leg, left leg. Soon its shadow covered the area surrounding Bukitai.
The boss kicked using its right leg, and Bukitai positioned his shield to block.
Bang! The giant basilisk's claws collided with Bukitai's shield, and he was pushed back.
Despite it all, he shouted,
"Quickly! Attack!"
From afar, Munir shot his crossbow bolts.
SHSHSSH! Urea! Ralph's battle cry rang out. But Bukitai did not turn to look around, afraid that he might accidentally look into the basilisk's eye. Whoosh! The giant lizard kicked him again. From the right, and then left, and then right again.
Watching the shadows, Bukitai continued to block the lizard's attack. He shouted once again to the other hunters,
"I won't last too long." It was at this time. Slither!
Something slimy and gross wrapped around his body, and lifted him up in the air.
Caught by surprise, Bukitai looked up to see.
The elongated tongue of the basilisk had wrapped around him.
Wah! Once lifted up into the air, he began thrashing about to get loose. But by accident, he looked into the basilisk's amber eyes. Ack! Bukitai instantly became rigid.
He was still conscious, but he was like a vegetable.
Move! I've got to move!
The basilisk brought Bukitai closer to swallow him.
Then,
whoosh 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 dot. A round shield flew like a frisbee and struck against the basilisk's tongue.
Ka-oo!
The basilisk's tongue was cut halfway through, and Bukitai dropped to the ground like a stone.
Even after reaching the ground, he was unable to move. But he could still see.
The round shield which cut the basilisk's tongue continued to fly for a bit and returned back into Igor's hands. It was a normal-looking round shield, so Bukitai had no idea how such a feat was possible.
Meanwhile, Wah! He could speak again.
Quickly, he tried to move his arms and legs and found that they were beginning to respond to his will.
The paralysis lasted only about 3 to 4 seconds. Bukitai lifted his shield up and tried to block the basilisk's legs again.
But the basilisk stepped out of the way and ran past him. The boss was now chasing Igor, who had cut his tongue. And meanwhile, there was an unintended collateral damage.
Eek! Ralph had accidentally looked into the basilisk's eye while slashing away at the monster's side.
Stunned in place, he was kicked and flung away by the lizard. And there was another casualty.
Munir! Help! Save me! He was caught by the basilisk's tail and was hanging in the air. It's all my fault. I didn't do my job correctly.
Bukitai blamed himself as he made his way towards the basilisk. But then, he heard a familiar voice.
So, it wasn't too late.
Even before he turned to see, the speaker continued. "Let me borrow your shoulder, friend." Someone stepped on his shoulder.
Bukitai naturally gazed up.
The missing member, Master Hunter K, stood on top of his shoulder and jumped off.
The master hunter leapt towards the basilisk's head. However, while K was in mid-air, the basilisk seemed to have sensed something approaching and turned to face its assailant. The basilisk's eyes met with K's. Bukitai shouted out in spite of himself. No! Looking into the monster's eyes was a death sentence. But Master Hunter got a full view of both. Damn it! Bukitai ran forward to rescue the hunter. But he heard the Master Hunter shout, "Free Arc!" And with the shout, K plunged his sword deep into the basilisk's eye. "Ku!" The basilisk shouted louder than ever before. K spun in the air and landed in front of the giant lizard. "Stupid lizard and your annoying beady eyes." The basilisk reflectively used its legs to kick K. Whoosh! It was an incredibly fast attack. But somehow K easily dodged it. Only sand remained in the place where he stood moments before. While Bukitai was staring with his mouth wide open, K snuck to the side of the basilisk. He raised his hands high and shouted an incantation. "Incinerate everything in your path. Fireball!" His eyes were facing towards the ground, but the fireball from his hand landed squarely on the basilisk's other eye. Ka-ah! Basilisk cried out in agony. Bukitai took a look around. The basilisk, now blinded, was thrashing wildly with its legs. This should be easy now. Bukitai was filled with newfound courage and charged towards the basilisk. He heard Igor shout out as well. "Ralph! Now, dot!" And from afar he heard Ralph's voice. "Kill! Kill! I will kill you fucking lizard!" He shouted strange things, but it was fine. The four hunters, no five now along with K who had been missing all this time, simultaneously poured their attacks against the blinded basilisk. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 37. Chapter 37, Kuten Desert, 4. Bach. Boss Basilisk let out a weird cry of pain as it collapsed on the spot. The operator soon gave out an announcement. Boss Basilisk defeated. Raid cleared. You will be returned to Hunter's Hall in 1 hour 29 minutes and 44 seconds. Bukitai yelled out loud. "Hey! Are you all alright? I'm alright." Igor responded from next to him. He was drenched in sweat, but not a single injury marked his body. "I'm also okay," Ralph replied, still laying on the floor, raising his axe. He was exhausted after pouring a long chain of attacks on the boss under the effects of Zealot. He looked fatigued, but otherwise had no major injury on him. Last was Munir, but he was nowhere to be seen. Alhamdulillah. Munir was on his knees praying to the heavens. He was caught by the tail and flung in the air, but he also appeared to be well without any life-threatening injury. All three of his comrades were okay. Phew! Bukitai let out a sigh of relief. For one reason or another, he assumed the role of a tank in the raids, but whenever someone died, it felt like it was his fault, even when it wasn't necessarily true. Meanwhile, he heard a voice coming from above. "Well, since everyone looks like they're alright." The hunters looked up at the speaker. K, who's been missing the entire raid, was standing on top of the dead basilisk. "If you all will excuse me, I'll get going then." He hopped and slid down the tail of the basilisk as if skating and then took off, running into the distance. He ran as if his life depended on it. Bukitai muttered under his breath upon seeing him leave. Where is he going? Raid is already over. That man was full of mystery. But it was all right. The raid was over, and the hunters were no longer in a rush. They could rest and take it easy. Thanks to the large body of the basilisk, it provided shade from the desert sun. The remaining 4 hunters sat together under the shade. Ralph tapped the side of the lizard with his axe and asked, "Anyone see its eyes? I couldn't move when I saw it." Bukitai nodded. Yes, the paralysis was terrifying. Munir replied, biting his lips. I thought it was over for me when it grabbed me with its tail, especially when I fell on the ground. Thank God it was sand and not hard earth. Otherwise, I would have been sent to the Almighty. Bukitai remembered something and turned to Igor. Ah, that's right. Thank you, Igor, you have my gratitude. You saved me back there. Thanks to your boomerang-like round shield. Unlike the three other men who were gossiping about the earlier battle, Igor simply nodded to Bukitai instead of speaking up. How did you do that with the shield earlier? Bukitai wanted to ask. But he couldn't. Igor did not look happy despite the raid being complete. Bukitai passed that off as just being Igor's quirk. Since Russians are naturally cold people. However, Igor soon opened his mouth. Hey! Everyone turned to look at him. But the target of Igor's attention was not a man, but the operator's cube. Operator, what's my current raid contribution? Your contribution is 10.3%. Now everyone was staring at Igor's cube. Igor's face twisted in both anger and disappointment. He looked side to side at the others and said, Quick, check your contributions too. One by one, the hunters did as he bid. Zealot Ralph. Your contribution is 6.3%. High-level Scout Munir. Your contribution is 5.9%. Last, High-level Guardian Bukitai. Your contribution is 7.1%. All the hunters were shocked at their levels of contribution. Ralph was first to comment. How can this be? I have never earned less than 20% contribution in any raid. Especially once I've received this axe. Bukitai snorted and added. Since the second chapter 1 was always in the first place. Munir stroked his beard as he replied. Me too. It was an unbelievable situation. Each of the four hunters had always maintained a minimum contribution level of 20% per raid, and yet all four combined now reached just 29.6%. Slightly short of 30% of the total. There was only one possible explanation. That Chinese man. Igor whispered. The others stared at him. Kay had disappeared once more into the distant desert landscape. Ralph stared off into the distance and commented. No wonder the boss just randomly appeared. Igor suddenly stood up and addressed the other men. Listen all, let's use whatever remaining time we have left to hunt monsters. What are we doing here, resting? Let's go try and secure even one more point. The remaining three hunters glanced at each other. And without complaint, all three stood up. They realized that this was the best course of action. In any given chapter, earning even a single more black coin meant having an easier time in the future chapters. The hunters picked up their weapons and began to move back into the desert. Star. Meanwhile, Sungjin was dashing through the desert dunes. There was only one reason to why he was running, searching for the hidden piece. The scorching sun and the heat were intolerable. Sungjin wanted nothing more than to finish quickly and return to 99 nights for a nice bath and rest. But this damnable desert seemed to never end. He had been searching ever since he had killed the raid boss, but he didn't even run into the boundary line. The only thing breaking the monotony were lizards who from time to time ambushed him from blind spots. So annoying. Lizards were killed with a single slash of his sword. After a while, Sungjin stopped for a moment. He surveyed his surroundings while showering with the magic water skin. But nowhere did he find anything of interest as far as his eyes could see. Ha! Where is it? He couldn't help but be tempted to activate Treasure Hunter, but he held himself. There was no way to know how things would progress later. He decided to continue searching for a little longer. Operator, is Swift Paw off cooldown? It is available for use. He had used it earlier when searching for the boss, and the cooldown had already ended. Sungjin activated Swift Paw and began combing the desert. During his search, he found something peculiar in the distance. In the endless ocean of sand, there was an area with a bluish glow. Oasis. Sungjin, filled with renewed vigor, ran towards the oasis. There was no doubt in his mind that the oasis would hide a hidden place or a hidden boss. But after running for a while, the oasis disappeared from view. Wait. Mirage. It was a phenomenon that occurred due to light bending over long distances above hot terrain. Sungjin was aware of such a phenomena, but seeing it for real, he couldn't help but be disappointed. Sungjin took a look around. This time, the oasis was located behind him. He ran towards the oasis. And soon, he began to run slower and slower. The Swift Paw active time had run out. The timing. Now he had to wait for another 5 minutes before Swift Paw was available for use. Furthermore, at Sungjin's dismay, the same thing happened where the oasis would disappear and appear behind him. Whenever he would get close to the oasis, it would disappear like a wisp of smoke. The water and green plants growing by the water's edge would dissipate into sand dunes without a trace. Sungjin felt like he was under some illusion spell. Damn it! But he couldn't give up. Once more, he searched for the oasis. This time, it was in the distance off to the side. I don't even have Swift Paw. But he had no choice. Sungjin diligently climbed the dune and made his way towards the oasis. And once again, the oasis disappeared before he got there. The mirage had again disappeared, and nothing but sand dunes remained. Sungjin was now utterly frustrated and annoyed. He had chased nothing but illusion 3 times now and felt like someone was toying with him. He faced the sky and shouted at the top of his lungs. Fuck! It was then that he saw something flying towards him from a distance. It had a lion's body with a human face, sporting a giant pair of wings on its back. Sphinx? Sungjin prepared to fight. He must have discovered a hidden boss by coincidence. In one hand he prepared his moon specter and the other, he pointed towards the Sphinx. Once it reached his targeting range, he began the incantation. Incinerate everything in your path. Warning. The operator began an announcement. He knew the next words. Hidden boss has appeared. But attacking a non-hostile lifeform will cause penalties from the raid rewards. Unlike what he was expecting, he got an entirely different warning message. Sungjin hastily cancelled the casting of the spell. Not too long after, the Sphinx landed in front of Sungjin. The Sphinx wasn't as large as he had thought. The body was about the size of an elephant. It was just that the wings were twice as long as its body, so it greatly exaggerated the size of the Sphinx. Sungjin looked up at the Sphinx's face. It was only after their eyes met that the Sphinx began to speak. Young wanderer in the desert, what do you seek? Sungjin answered simply. The oasis. I see. I will take you to the oasis if you are able to answer my riddle. How about it? Will you like to try my riddle? Sungjin nodded. Sungjin's behavior seemed to upset the Sphinx. It asked again. Answer with your words. Young wanderer, will you try to answer my riddle? It was another strange character. Without understanding why he was insisting on a verbal reply, Sungjin decided to comply with its wishes. Yes, of course. Good. Here is the riddle. What is the creature that walks on 4 legs in the morning, 2 legs at noon and 3 in the evening? It was a question he had heard many times in the past. Sungjin already knew the answer. The answer is man. Why is that so? Man crawls on all 4s as a baby,
then walks on 2 feet as an adult, and then uses a walking stick in old age.
That is correct. But of course, this is only common sense.
I was only testing your common sense.
Now I shall give you the real riddle. Are you prepared? Sungjin frowned.
The Sphinx did not appear to be an honest and forthcoming character. But unlike the wandering merchant Rough-Han, it didn't seem like a character he could threaten at the sword point.
Noting that Sungjin did not answer, it asked him again. I ask again. Are you prepared to receive the true riddle?
It appeared that this creature just loves asking questions.
Sungjin decided to act in accordance with its wishes.
Yes, I am prepared. Finally, the Sphinx told Sungjin the actual riddle.
Good.
Now, listen well, and answer carefully. Sungjin focused his attention to the Sphinx and watched its lips. The Sphinx spoke out the riddle. What is the first cut, the proof of ties? This, owned by all, is utterly useless, and yet without it, you cannot exist. What is this, dot? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 38. Chapter 38, Khitan Desert, 5. Sungjin briefly thought about it for a moment.
First cut, proof of ties. And in less than 10 seconds, he came up with the answer.
Sungjin looked up at the Sphinx.
It was watching him full of anticipation. It seems like waiting for an answer gave the Sphinx quite a thrill.
Sungjin gave his answer. It's belly button. The Sphinx's expression changed dramatically.
Eh?
Why? First injury that everyone has.
Belly button. Proof that we were once connected to our mothers, so in many ways it is a proof of our ties. I couldn't have been born without a belly button, but it has no uses anymore, so it is useless.
The Sphinx stared at Sungjin with an undecipherable expression. Sungjin rested his hand on the handle of Moonspector.
It was possible that the Sphinx might rapidly change its behavior unexpectedly, like in the case of wandering merchant Eindel. If that's the case, the Sphinx would be the hidden boss.
But... correct. How did you get the answer so quickly?
That's all the Sphinx wanted to know.
Sungjin didn't reply.
I thought you would take at least 10 seconds, no, even 30 seconds to consider the answer.
Why were you so confident about your answer?
Okay, that's enough.
Take me to the oasis.
The Sphinx replied, looking down at Sungjin.
Yes, a promise is a promise. Can you ride on my back?
Sungjin hopped on its front paws and climbed on top of its back.
The Sphinx addressed him once he got on. Grab on tight. If you fall off before you reach the oasis and die, it'll be a shame, right? As soon as he spoke, the Sphinx took off into the air without waiting for a reply. Sungjin got the high-altitude view of the desert from the Sphinx's back.
Once they climbed higher, he could see the oasis off in the distance. Sphinx flew towards the oasis with a powerful beat of its wings.
Star.
Meanwhile, the others were roaming the map. They were combing the desert for any monsters that remained so that they could get their hands on even a single more coin. 2 giant lizards came charging at the group at the same time.
Bukitai shouted from the vanguard. Here they come. Get ready. Frostbite.
Munir slowed the advance of one lizard, and the 4 hunters focused fired on the other lizard. Of course, the one leading the charge was Bukitai. But even before he reached the first lizard, the ground began to shift.
Bukitai shouted out, alarmed. Sandworm! There's a sandworm!
The hunters immediately backed off from the spot.
Even the lizards quickly got out of the way. Moments later.
A giant sandworm emerged from the ground and burrowed itself again.
Spread out. Make room. Igor shouted.
This was the standard procedure for fighting sandworms. The sandworms could only create one tunnel at a time. Standing apart from each other meant only one person could be targeted at a time. When the hole emerged from underneath one person, others could rescue him while focus firing on the sandworm once it emerged. Using this strategy, the hunters had killed several sandworms until now. The problem was that there were also two lizards in the mix, complicating things. One of the lizard charged Bukitai and swung at him with a paw. Bukitai lifted up his shield to block the attack, but he wasn't able to devote his attention to the enemy. He was distracted by the thought that the sandworm might appear beneath his feet. To make matters worse, the other lizard also charged at him and targeted him. "Munir, can you use magic? I am out of mana." "Damn." Bukitai swore under his breath. If he had to face the sandworm and both lizards at the same time, he would be in grave danger. But he heard shouts from the back. It's on me. Me." It was Ralph's voice. Bukitai couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. While he held off the lizards, the other two could rescue Ralph, defeat the sandworm and then come to his aid. "Help me. Igor. Munir." It was unfortunate that Ralph became the target, but he should be okay since he had capable teammates such as Igor and Munir. However, he heard Ralph cry out in pain. Bukitai was surprised. He wanted to look back to check, but he was under the combined attack of two giant lizards. He couldn't look away from the fight. He continued to swing his mace and block with his shield as he shouted back. "Ralph? What happened, Dot?" There was no answer from Ralph. All he heard was SHSHSSH. Munir's bolts. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Igor's flying shield. Kee. And the sound of the sandworm's death throes. He didn't know what had happened, but they were able to kill off the sandworm. Bukitai took the time to shout back while facing the lizards. "Ralph, are you alright? Munir, Igor, give me a hand." But there was no response. If they had managed to kill the sandworm, Igor should have come running in with his sword, along with Munir's covering fire. Bukitai backed off from the lizards to take a look behind him. Seeing the scene, he froze for a moment. Next to the dead sandworm was Ralph, missing his lower half. And standing with their weapons down were Igor and Munir, who were just watching him. Bukitai shouted at them. "What are you doing? Help me." He had looked away for too long. One of the lizard managed to land a strike on his side with its long claws. Ack! Bukitai, pierced by claws, swung his mace to strike the lizard's hand. Ka-ah! The lizard cried out and retreated its claws. But the other lizard came to strike at him. "I said help me!" Bukitai shouted, but neither of them took up their weapons. Bukitai fiercely put up resistance with his weapon, but he couldn't outlast the two enemies. One lizard pierced his shoulder with long claws, and the other knocked the shield out of his hands. Disarmed, Bukitai was ripped apart to pieces by the lizards. Until his final moments, Bukitai stood even as he was ripped apart by the lizards, staring at Munir and Igor, who watched him die, whispering, "Munir! Igor! Why?" Once Bukitai died standing, Igor finally spoke. "I'll take the right, distract the left." Munir nodded. "Got it." As instructed, he pointed towards the lizard on the left. Binding frost. Frostbite. While the lizard was slowed, Munir began firing upon the lizard. Ka-ah! The lizard cried out in agony as the bolts found their target. Meanwhile, the other lizard began a fight with Igor. He calmly blocked the claws with his shield as he surgically wielded his sword, removing the lizard's foot, tongue, tail, and finally the head. Incredible! Munir thought as he continued to snipe the remaining lizard from afar.
After turning into a porcupine from Munir's crossbow bolts, the lizard was beheaded by Igor without having a chance to properly attack even once. Once the combat was over, Munir walked up to Igor. "Good work." Igor did not respond to him. He only asked the operator. "Contribution?" "Your contribution is 20.7%. Munir also checked his own contribution.
"Your contribution is 11.4%.
Each of their contributions had doubled from before. Munir let out a toothy grin as he offered his hands in a handshake with Igor. "It was good doing business with you." Igor also smiled and grasped his hand. "Yes, it was." When Igor returned the handshake, Munir asked Igor, "Why did you pick me, though? Why not offer the same to someone else?" Igor answered while shaking his hands. "First of all, because you had the lowest contribution amongst us. I thought that you would not refuse." Munir nodded. "That seems logical. Anything else?" "Second, you are the weakest. I am certain I can win in one-on-one." "Excuse me?"
While Munir was confused, Igor took his sword and cut off Munir's hand which he was holding.
"Ah!"
Munir stepped back, holding the stump of his hands.
"You?" Igor calmly walked up to him. Munir quickly shouted, "Frostbite!" The magic took hold and held Igor in place. Igor was unable to move for a moment.
Munir shouted at him to complain.
"You said there's penalty for direct attacks against others." But Igor's expression could not possibly get any colder. Penalty or not, Igor has decided to kill him.
Once Munir realized this, he began to run away.
Crunch, crunch, crunch. He could hear one foot crushing the ice. Crunch, 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 crunch. Now he heard 2 feet walking on the ice. Igor had begun his chase. Munir turned around and cast another spell. Frostbite. Igor was rooted in place again.
But, this time, the operator gave out a warning.
Low mana. Less than 10% remaining. Not enough mana.
He had lied to Bukitai earlier, but now it was for real.
He only had 1 shot left. He had to run away as far as he could and hide until the raid ended.
In the long run, he held the advantage if he could get some distance between them since he originally came from a desert country. With this in mind, he climbed on top of a large dune.
But... whoosh 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 dot. Igor's shield came flying and hit Munir's calf. Ah! Munir fell, holding his leg.
Unfortunately, he tumbled down the side of the dune towards Igor.
Igor freed himself from the spell and continued to walk towards Munir.
Out of mana, missing his primary arm, Munir had no choice open to him except to beg for mercy.
"Igor, you told me yourself, you'll receive a penalty if you kill other people. Why are you doing this?"
But Igor did not respond, stabbing Munir with his sword instead. He held the sword until Munir died.
"You have killed your fellow hunter." Entering Troll State. Hunters in Troll State receive 10% penalty to raid rewards.
And in the event that the troll is killed by other hunters,
it will not inflict the Troll State on the attacker.
After listening to the operator's explanation, Igor told Munir, who lay bleeding out on the desert sand, his reason.
"Even taking on the 10% penalty, killing you is more profitable."
Of course, Munir was unable to hear him.
Star.
At that moment, Sungjin was sailing through the air, riding on the back of the Sphinx. Once the oasis grew close enough to see clearly, the Sphinx addressed him.
"Hold on tight, human. It would be a shame to die after coming all this way, wouldn't it?"
The Sphinx suddenly initiated a high-speed dive. Sungjin had no choice but to hang on for his life.
Couldn't he just fly slower?
But even before he was done complaining, the Sphinx touched down close to the oasis.
Boom!
The operator let out a congratulatory message. Congratulations! You have discovered the hidden oasis. Suleiman. Jumping off the Sphinx's back, Sungjin complained. Hey, couldn't you just descend slowly?